See me, guys? In a way, we're all just fucking humans. And I know that shit too. There's been different races of humans out there, literally. There is not. Except for there kind of is. They're just isolated, most of them. But is there still terror? See, that's a question of mine too. Was there back then? If cats are like that too, that's a good question. How many races of humans has there been? Well, maybe just one, huh? But they didn't feel like that at the time. Well, that is interesting, isn't it? How we cut and 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 say, no, this is different, this is different, this is different, this is different. Like, I know it's different. A lot different. What about those guys over there? Or those guys over there? Well, seemingly, you'd be fucking surprised, huh? I'm trying to figure this out. But there's no way to classify anything. Really. Not fairly, turns out. I thought about it. I threw it too far. The rice yesterday, and I'm so mad about it. Somebody meant to. How many medical miracles I got to perform for you guys? How many? How many medical miracles I got to perform? Live on YouTube, even. At least we're coughing. Of course he is. Now that happens when you smoke too much tobacco. You know, certain lifestyles can wear you out for so fucking long in some ways. Sorry, guys. Getting worn out on that. I know it too. Trying to get in shape, gotta stop judging me on everything. Because they weren't back in the day when they're spinning their hands around in circles. They're bare knuckle fighters. A lot of them. It's way, way tougher than I am. Way tougher. Their whole fucking lives. And I knew it. So I'm like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. No, I do not. Why? Because, guys, I have a strong feeling that we'd all be here anyways. Because I was like that before, you guys got a front row seat to it. In dumb fucking ways, huh? Make him seem dumb, make him seem tired all the time. So we know we can kick his ass still, even though we get tired too, and we kind of know that shit. How did I break my hands? Like how? And my hands seem bigger than they were before. But how? Are they? Just slightly. That thing really seemed like it, didn't it? There we go. There fucking go. Getting there. Getting there more and more and more. To what, Darren? Breaking my hands into shape. So back in the day, in the church, during the Protestant Reformation and everything, this kind of practicing like I'm doing, I got kind of popular. No, all of it. Why? They got tea from the east, tobacco from the west, and got pick up the Orphic hymns from Greece back in the 1500s and started doing the same kind of shit that I'm doing right now. Pretty damn much. Except back then, someone found out about it, so they got worse than that even. All fucking most guys. Which is so horrifying to me now. I know it though. No, I know it'll be guys. I hold the shit out of you. Most stuff. Most humans from the past. Because they're just so fucking tough that I have no idea. I can't relate whatsoever, but they still want good for me. Most of them do. You know, even if some really bad ones came through. And I just went fucking nuts. And I knew it was technological, a lot of it. No, a lot of it, yeah. Why? Because I still sound like a dipshit there. But I sound normal on my fucking phone. Want to see? Ready? That's a short one. Hold on. Let me go back. Whatever. Where left this. What do I really sound like here? 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 What do I really sound like? Well, we figure these Pythagorean guys want to shut up, and they do. Still. So I'm working on it. But the cats don't. Why? Because they're still being tortured out there. Many, many cats who I fucking love to death, including my cat, Big fucking George, who I did not bury, turns out. No, I buried a different cat, turns out. But why would they do that to you, Taran? Because they're fucking assholes, dude. They've been watching me for a long time saying, I hate this fucking kid. I hate this fucking kid. I want to watch him fucking squirm on the ground and cry about it. So what we're going to do, well, there's a bunch of cats that look just like this cat over there. We'll capture him, we'll sell him to the man, because he's getting magic powers. Look at him. Who does it to cats. And then we'll replace him with one of those cats at the road that we've been torturing for a while now. And we put some poison in that cat. So, like, when it blooms, maybe. And then, like, we'll make a little, like, rub some of them around. Yeah, so it looks like he choked to death. So Taran will be like, oh, it's my fault. Is that not true? See, I know it is. In a way that you won't believe that it's true. So I won't go there. What about the other cats? What about Tori's cats? What the other Garfield cat that came around? That looked a lot like Garfield, but there. What about Derek's cats? What happened to Derek's cats? What are my other friends' cats? What happened to the cat in the alley last night? Huh? What happened to those two cats? What happened to that cat? What happened to that cat looked like Precious? What happened to all those cats in that house over there? The same thing happened to all of them. You don't pick him up? No. Nope. Sell him to some research facility down the road who loves this shit. Just love watching him squirm. What about that dog? What about that dog? Actually, there's two brindle dogs. Huh? What happened to those 3 dogs? Those fucking cool dogs that didn't eat me alive when they could have. What happened to them? What happened to all my fucking gopher friends? Yeah, what happened to my gopher friends? What happened to my flock of birds? There's one left, look kind of mangy looking. Why? Yeah, those are my friends. Yeah, those are my friends. Those are people too. What the fuck are wrong with you guys? What happened to the black bear? What happened to that mountain lion? What happened to my possums? By relation, not possession, but you know what I mean. If I can claim that too, which I almost can with some of them, if they're nesting in my fucking yard and they're friends with me, clearly, sometimes. They're not by your standards basically a pet, huh? Even though they're not like that. Not to offend you guys, because I'd never pet you if you don't want me to. What about the other groups of minorities? Native Americans, yeah, mostly still. African Americans, them too. Well, yeah. The white tweaker, yeah, that too. Turns out, yeah. Asian Americans, yeah, big time, big time. I've seen that shit in crazy fucking ways I would never fucking believe out there. Persecuted minorities. All of them. That one, less so. Even though even if sometimes, guys. I had to stick up for those guys because I know a few of them got it just like that. Just like that. But what about those other guys? What happened to those guys out there? All of them. What happened to them? Oh, they just vanished, right? No, that's not how it works. So you pin them into a corner legally, right? So you could do anything you wanted with them legally, right? But not even. Kill me for it. You want to? I know you do. But I'll stand up for them. I'll keep standing up for them and keep. What happened to fucking everybody? And why? Check, I understand things move on, things die, things move along. What happens to these people at the end? What happens to my fucking friends? What happens to my family? Really? Really? Yeah. So they're trying to get my voice back. Yeah, they're trying. Oh, wow. Huh? I wonder what happened. They locked me up in a tunic for 40 fucking years. Like, they diagnosed as a clinical psychopath, which they cannot do, really, but they will try. Who diagnosed people like that? Clinical psychopaths often, yeah, turns out. Well, they become clinical, right, and become psychos as a result, even when they weren't before. So what does that mean, guys? It's like that, too. $823 in that clock, Garfield. Missed by 1 minute again, which was set up again. So, yes, 923. How that happened? Yeah, I don't even know how that happened. See what I mean? Because 822 is my favorite time, so then we looked at the clock and I missed it by 1 minute. So, like, ha ha ha, Taran, we can laugh at you again. You're wrong, Taran, you're wrong. You know you're wrong, right? Those guys went there and there and there. What did they get? Worse than that, worse than that, worse than that, too. Turns out. Is it legal, though? Basically, now, yeah. Has it always been? Basically, yeah. They just show it on TV now. What they're doing to U.S. citizens, too. Especially when they're singing spiritual chants and shit. Turns out. Free religion, not even close in America. Even Christianity never has been. Now, we the people demand liberty and freedom, but either we're glued to our televisions telling us it's not even like that, but it is and we know it, or we can't afford or cannot purchase anything to protect us from the ones who will do it for the other guys. So 19 to pull you over. They scare you into something. And then they're just like, okay, yeah, you're screwed, kid. For the rest of you, you're going to hell. And they're all giddy about it. Like, yeah, got another one on my fucking, yeah. I ain't going to hell, though. I'm a good man. Have I always been? No. Am I really? Now I am, kind of. See, now from their perspective, and I understand that too. Because they put me under hypnosis. Like, you can't be a good person, Taran. We're not going to let you. We're going to make you say all the crazy shit in the world. Why? Because that's how we think. And I fucking called that shit. Now they have them. The other guy, I'm worried about. I don't do anything about it. They will. Maybe not yet. They're waiting for me to see what I do. Which what, Taran? Remind you every morning that my fucking sons and daughters, cats, all of them, are out there being fucking mutilated. So I give a fuck whatever, how everyone else feels about anything. When my cats are being out there fucking mutilated. They even talked about it on Joe Rogan podcast. I was like, yep, I predicted that shit too, huh? I predicted that shit. They don't even let me watch the news. Got predicted them.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Mind Pop.
They've unsubscribed some shit seemingly. They do that too, and I don't know why they do that. Unsubscribe people. Because it's like that, huh? We want to control their intake so fucking much sometimes. Here we go. What are you talking about now?
Hello, person. This is Anton, and today we're going to discuss some of the recent and, I guess, somewhat unusual discoveries coming from the iconic Andromeda galaxy. And in this case, discoveries highlighting its ancient history, discoveries about its central region and its supermassive black hole, and much more importantly, a discovery of several very bizarre dwarf galaxies that we've never seen before anywhere that seem to be around Andromeda as well. And so let's discuss some of these discoveries in more detail with all of the studies in the description explaining even more. But I guess here, let's first highlight some of the historical significances when it comes to this galaxy. And that's because pretty much exactly a century ago,
I love you, Garfield.
it was Edwin Hubble that finally established that this is indeed an actual galaxy relatively far away from us and not some kind of a nebula inside the Milky Way. You can learn about this concept in one of the videos in the description, but basically in 1925, Edwin Hubble officially discovered the entire universe. And he did this by calculating the exact distance to this galaxy through the observations of stars.
You know what I love about this shit? Cosmology. That we don't know shit about shit about shit. Like, I look at ancient cosmologies, I'm like, how did they know more back then when we know more now? We do and we don't, huh?
Definite variables. But now, basically, 100 years later, by literally using the telescope named after him, the Hubble Space Telescope, researchers are able to do way more. As a matter of fact, the Hubble Space Telescope team recently released this video basically showing us the largest survey of all stars in this galaxy that took a really long time to compile. And here we actually see approximately 200 million stars in a lot of detail, mostly focusing on stars that are brighter than our sun, because a lot of dimmer stars, such as red dwarfs, are actually kind of difficult to see. and this enormous mosaic took more than a decade to complete. So this is actually an incredible achievement, finally completed 100 years after Hubble, here we're talking about the person, not the telescope, used some of his first observations to basically open up the universe for all of us. But here, this is not just a picture, this also shows us quite a lot about this galaxy and about its evolution. Specifically, it confirms that both the Milky Way and the Andromeda seem to have had slightly different evolutionary histories. And so, despite being neighbors, both galaxies seem to have experienced different events. And strangely enough, some of the recent observations discovered that Andromeda seems to be actually very populated with younger stars and contains a lot of different streams of stars from previous collisions, suggesting a very active and somewhat recent star formation compared to the Milky Way. Here, scientists even refer to this galaxy as a kind of a train wreck, mostly because of the amount of collisions it seems to have experienced in the past, with one event potentially being extremely powerful. We'll discuss this in a few seconds when we talk about dwarf galaxies. And so here, some of the observations imply that a lot of different stars formed around the same time, and actually relatively recently, just to then completely stop and shut down the entire galaxy, where there's now practically no star formation at all. Moreover, everything in the Andromeda seems to be kind of asymmetric and highly disturbed, as if something really major happened here not so long ago. As a matter of fact, compared to the Milky Way and a lot of other spiral galaxies that basically have their
Yeah,
moons and a
yeah, they
usual
do.
round
They even get them to go to
cycle,
school, and
here the
yep.
Andromeda actually resembles some kind of a transitional galaxy, somewhere in between a star-forming spiral and some kind of an elliptical galaxy that very often contains ancient stars. And so here, by observing the motion of stars, it becomes possible to discover the so-called galactic immigration, or basically the motion of stars across the galaxy in order to see what potentially happened in the past. In one of the recent studies, this was achieved using 7,500 different stars you see behind me, and this basically shows us how many stars here actually form these huge structures which resulted from a previous merger, which basically confirms that both the Andromeda and the Milky Way seem to have experienced at least one major collision in the past. For the Milky Way galaxy, you can find out about this in one of the previous videos in the description, but for the Andromeda, it's still actually unknown exactly what happened. But what's visible here is that the inner halo of both galaxies seems to be basically dominated by this single event. But the most likely culprit is this smaller galaxy you see right here, Messier 32, a satellite of the Andromeda that seems to resemble a rare compact elliptical galaxy, and that seems to be the remnant of that previous collision billions of years ago. You can actually see the Andromeda and M32 right next to each other in this image right here. And M32 is basically some kind of a stripped down core of a possible spiral galaxy that used to exist billions of years ago. And because the Andromeda and the M32 galaxies potentially had an extremely powerful collision, it essentially reshaped both of them. But normally, when galaxies collide, we also expect a lot of activity in the center, such as the activity from the central black hole. But in this case, for both the Milky Way and the Andromeda, because it happened such a long time ago, we don't really see much. Or at least we didn't see much until some of the recent observations. Here, this was achieved using the infrared Spitzer Space Telescope, which was able to image very bizarre streams, dust streams, that seem to actually point toward the central black hole. And in this case, by using modeling and simulations, here they were also able to confirm a really intriguing hypothesis about central black holes. And that's because not all black holes produce a lot of emissions. Not all of them are active, but many of them still feed. And so some massive black holes can actually feed continuously without producing any flashes or any flares, and by basically just producing constant brightness. And so here the hypothesis was that quiet supermassive black holes can actually feed on a steady stream of gas, which produces constant brightness and makes them kind of difficult to detect. Because in some sense they actually basically appear like a typical star. And so by using computer modeling and by simulating how gas would act in the proximity of a certain supermassive black hole, the simulations show that there should be a relatively small disk of hot gas that would allow this black hole to feed continuously and to thus grow as well. But more importantly, these streams would very likely have an extremely specific size and rate of flow, because otherwise the black hole would actually start producing a lot of flares, which would be visible through various X-ray flares detectable by modern telescopes. Now, since nothing like this has been seen so far, here the researchers decided to compare their models to some of the observations from the Spitzer Space Telescope, which helped them discover these unusual dust spirals that, though previously seen, have never really been connected to the black hole. But this was exactly what their model predicted. Basically, here, these unusual spirals seem to be feeding the Andromeda's supermassive black hole at a constant rate, which prevents it from flaring up and from becoming active. Now, nothing like this has been seen in previous galaxies, and it looks like the Milky Way galaxy doesn't seem to have this either. So this is actually a really intriguing discovery, although this is predicted to exist around many different galaxies. But this once again highlights the differences between the Milky Way and the Andromeda, and there's actually another main difference. Even though this is a spiral galaxy, it's actually mostly dominated by this enormous rain of dust. Its spiral arms seem to not exist. It's actually a little bit easier to see when you compare the images side by side, but basically here this once again suggests something really bizarre in the Andromeda's past. But because there seems to be a hole inside the galaxy, or basically the ring contains a hole and there's something shot through it, this almost definitively confirms that this was a collision with a small galaxy, which very likely reshaped the Andromeda back in the days. But this bizarre collision potentially created something else, something researchers have trouble explaining. And here this discovery is in regards to the satellite galaxies, many of which have been possibly influenced by this collision as well, or possibly represent the remnants from this collision, even though there's one thing that's super difficult to explain. For some reason, out of nearly 40
I love this shit when people get deals and stuff.
seem to be in exactly the same plane. Or basically, they all seem to be around the same inclination and also orbit in the same direction. Now, this is not supposed to happen, and most of them should be in random locations.
But why though? I already know why. They're like, well, why? Why does this happen? Like, because they're fucking alive.
Now, this could be the result of that massive collision, which basically left a lot of remnants. Or essentially, maybe this is just remnants of a larger galaxy. But at this point,
We found all these mega structures in space. We're like, oh, what? Why did they do that? Why is this guy doing that over there? And why does this black hole look like that? And why does it look like that? And why do these galaxies stick together like that? I'm like, well, mostly because we can't see most of it, not even close. And also because they're fucking alive. Space is pulling them apart, and they're trying to stick together. They're like, oh, no, she's pulling us apart. She's pulling us apart. Let's stick together. Let's stick together. Who will win? We will find out. Big rip or big crunch. It's still a controversy, turns out, in certain stretches of the universe. Turns the fuck out. What do we know? Something.
do not know. And because this is such a bizarre mystery, for many years now, scientists have been trying to discover even more of these Andromeda satellites just to see if we can actually.
I'll worry about something else, though. The rip happening already.
Here. And well, in some of the recent studies, scientists did actually discover something they once again did not expect. What seems to be the smallest galaxy ever seen. And so let's talk about these new dwarf galaxies that we just discovered not so long ago. Now, because of the power of
New,
modern
see not
telescopes
even.
and because of new techniques,
New dwarf galaxies.
Extremely dim objects, it's now possible to find galaxies that don't actually even look like galaxies. For example, not so long ago, we discussed.
What do they really look like, though? Not that to them.
Galaxies that are barely visible and that very often resemble just some kind of a patch, but that are still galaxies where stars are orbiting around the center and where there's a lot of dust in the middle. And for many years, scientists always suspected that Andromeda is very likely surrounded by these extremely faint galaxies, with some of them potentially just a few hundred light years across. As a matter of fact, some of the previous models predicted up to about 500 galaxies that obviously have not been discovered yet, but that have been predicted by various dark matter models. And recently we discussed some of the more bizarre discoveries around our own galaxy that do actually seem to suggest even the Milky Way has a lot of these galaxies everywhere. Not only 6 were discovered, but they were actually found in an extremely small patch of night skies, implying that there are probably 500 more in the vicinity. And so something similar was expected for Andromeda. And the first galaxy that was confirmed officially was Pegasus 7. This was discovered using ultraviolet observations, and it's barely visible right here. Now this is about 1 million light years away from the Andromeda, so it's not really that close, but because it's slightly elongated, it potentially interacted with the Andromeda in the past. This was found back
But why though?
2025. And
Cadence mostly, yeah.
This was basically one of the faintest dwarf galaxies ever discovered. It was definitely the faintest around the Andromeda. But this is a really tiny galaxy. 1,000 solar masses and barely visible because
I don't sing in church because I can't see that far.
And so here we had our first hint of these barely visible.
Now you get to the front of my cat.
Which in some sense kind of support these dark matter theories and various predictions about hundreds of such galaxies around the Andromeda. But we needed to have more proof. And looks like now, just a few days ago from when I made this video, scientists discovered another one that beat Boreas. This was
The boy. You got me do that once in a while. Chest your chest out. It's good for you.
But here they found a small and the famous galaxy.
Even though it's sometimes not very comfortable, I know that too. My back goes crack loud. Want to go outside? Yeah, I know you do.
And compared to all the other discoveries, including this Dinosaur 7, here this is really makes no sense. Now this was just a really light factor for 20,000 solar masses, but increasingly this galaxy was potentially forming stars in so much recent time, just a few billion years ago. Now first of all, this galaxy is just a really light factor around 40,000 solar masses, approximately 173 light years in radius, and just a little bit larger than a typical globular cluster. But unlike globular clusters, this one is extremely big. But when you compare this to a typical galaxy, this is really extreme. It's about 1/1,000,000th of the size of the Milky Way and barely produces any light. And from what we see so far, it seems to be some kind of an elliptical metal-core system, but a galaxy that potentially experienced several events, several star-forming events, because here the stars seem to be of different age. Now, some of the youngest stars are very similar in age to our Sun, so just over 5 billion years old. There are no younger stars here and no star formation right now, but this is still very different from other satellite galaxies, and definitely something that's difficult to explain. And so this new galaxy, currently referred to as Andromeda 35, seems to present a bit of a problem for modern cosmological theories. And that's because galaxies this small should not even exist. But the reason why is a little bit more difficult to explain. It's basically the result of the period we refer to as reionization. In essence, the period billions of years ago, when a lot of the world galaxies and a lot of super bright stars suddenly started to change the whole universe as they started emitting a lot of powerful light that changed neutral hydrogen into ionized hydrogen. You can learn about this concept in one of the videos in the description. And during this time, a lot of research always suggested that smaller objects, specifically smaller galaxies, should have been destroyed completely because a lot of this light from various powerful stars would have produced so much energy that it would have stripped a lot of these smaller objects of any gas, basically killing them in the process. And so only larger galaxies should have been able to survive. And this is actually what we see in a lot of the work galaxies around the Milky Way as well. Quite a lot of smaller galaxies seem to have stopped star formation approximately 10 billion years ago. Exactly when a lot of their gas basically disappeared, possibly the result of reionization. This is also what's detected in that previously mentioned Pegasus 7 galaxy too. Yet here something really doesn't add up, because it shows star formation from at least 6 billion years ago, implying that somehow this galaxy was not affected and was still able to produce stars much, much later. So technically this galaxy really shouldn't exist, yet because it does, it once again confirms some kind of a problem we have with modern ideas about galactic formation and galactic evolution. But this galaxy also confirms a major difference between the Andromeda and the Milky Way when it comes to various historical events which we're still trying to discover. But because right now this is the faintest and the most complex galaxy ever seen, this is also going to very likely redefine what we actually believe about galaxies and how we define them. And so lots of different exciting discoveries from the Andromeda, and quite a few of them that kind of make no sense. Which means that we'll come back and talk more about this once there are some explanations. Until then, thank you for watching. Check out some of the previous videos in the description. Subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences. Come back tomorrow to learn something else. Support this channel on Patreon by joining the channel membership or by buying the wonderful person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful. I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, bye-bye.
All right, here we go.
Long time no see.
I know what we're gonna do today.
We're gonna bust Phineas's bird once and for all. Are we gonna do this again?
Agent P, we suspect that Doofenshmirtz is back to his evil ways. And by suspect, I mean...
He updated his social media status to evil again.
This is amazing!
Check it out. Gecko gear.
Red Bull hot dog.
Oh, it's a submarine sandwich submarine. I can't believe we hadn't thought of it sooner. Everyone hold on!
Isn't it great? It's like old times.
Time for the musical dance sequence.
I am ready for summer shenanigans.
Come on, guys.
Let's do this!
Oh, there you are, Perry. You guys are so weird.
This investigation is sponsored by Wondrium. Angelology is the study of angels, a class of supernatural beings thought to act as the intermediaries between God and humanity. And for the most part, they're benevolent creatures, but also extremely complex and sometimes quite scary. In today's investigation, we'll be focusing specifically on Christian angelology from a biblically accurate perspective. And yes, we're going to get obsessively detailed with it. While many do believe in the literal existence of these beings, you don't have to be a Christian or even religious to appreciate this deep, fascinating lore. Today, we'll discover a number of alien-like angelic species, some of which are rarely talked about, and we'll break into their workings, from the hierarchy of heaven to the way angels actually think and behave.
You guys gotta feel it. Sneak it to the back or the front door.
Their incredible powers.
Quickly, no, quickly.
All of this is guaranteed to
And
any angelic preconceptions you had out the church window. But be warned, it'll get downright bizarre at points, and he'll come face to face with some of the oldest, still unsolved mysteries in history. Hey, fellow seekers, welcome. I'm Mr. Mythos. If you're a fan of strange and ancient mysteries with research so deep, you're guaranteed to fall down the rabbit hole, you're in the right place. I humbly ask you to give this video a like and ding notifications bell so you don't miss any of the rare info we dig into every video. And if you love it, don't forget to share this video with a friend. But before we dive in, I want to share with you a bit of an origin story of how I came to be Mr. Mythos. And I'm serious when I say it goes back to today's sponsor, Wondrium. Back in 2012, Wondrium used to be called The Great Courses, and they offered video lectures from the world's foremost experts on the coolest topics from history, religion, philosophy, science, and more. As a freshman in university, I was still trying to figure out what to do with my life, and the Great Courses ended up being my way to explore different interests. But there was one course in particular that made me realize where my true passion was, and this course was titled Confucius, Buddha, Jesus, and Muhammad. This lecture series painted a profoundly complex picture of who these four sages were as actual people, based on historical evidence. And not only was I blown away by their stories, but I became passionately interested in the religions they founded, especially after I rewatched it like 5 times. And this ultimately led me to start my channel. Today, you can watch this exact course on Wondrium, as well as enjoy unlimited access to all the lectures, courses, and documentaries on topics like board games of the ancient world, why evil exists, and the big questions of time. As a relentless seeker of knowledge with a wide variety of interests, it really doesn't get much better than this. And Wondrium is offering all my viewers a free trial. Go to wondrium.com/MrMythos or click my link in the description to start your free trial today. Thanks again to Wondrium. The world of angels awaits us. Angels are mentioned approximately 200 times throughout the Bible, split almost evenly between the Old and New Testaments. But despite their many appearances, angelology is considered a particularly difficult study because there are very few explicit descriptions of these beings, and even fewer explanations on their nature. When they do show up, the focus tends not to be on the angel itself, but instead the revelations and prophecies they bring. And while it's true that these secrets are in the little details, this vagueness has led to a long history of misunderstanding. In modern day, for example, angels have a remarkably enduring reputation. Most people imagine them as patient, compassionate, and loving beings. All of this is inaccurate, unfortunately, because it definitely doesn't match the angels in the scripture. Their behavioral traits, heavenly priorities, and hidden nature are a big part of what we'll be covering today. But before all else, we're going to meet the angels themselves. Admittedly, it's a bit unconventional diving straight into the action for tackling the core of these beings, but that's the way angels do it. They just kind of pop up out of nowhere. Speaking of which, angels aren't very good at making first impressions. And if an angel decides to visit you, it's a virtual guarantee that they'll strike fear in your heart. We know this because in most angelic visitations recorded in the Bible, the first thing they usually say is, "Be not afraid," "Don't be afraid," or simply "Fear not." This commandment is said 144 times, considerably more than any other heavenly instruction. It's literally double compared to the 72 times people are commanded to love God. You'd think that the glory of God's messengers would be an enrapturing and blissful experience, but clearly that's not the case. Believe it or not, there are more than a handful of good reasons why angels are worthy of your fear, all of which we'll get to in due time. But why was fear the default reaction upon first sight? While it's 100% biblically accurate to say that angels sometimes appeared as regular-looking humans, it's likely that was the rare exception. The very few explicit descriptions of angels tend to be so insane that many have interpreted them as possible visitations from extraterrestrials or interdimensional beings, which is not surprising because some of these heavenly creatures are downright alien nightmares. The most unforgettable description of angels in the Bible is undoubtedly that recorded by a captive slave of the Babylonians at the bank of a river in the remote wilderness. This visitation is found in the very first chapter of the scripture bearing the name of this soon-to-be prophet, the Book of Ezekiel. According to his first-hand account, Ezekiel looked up to the north and saw the heavens open up. Flying at him from out of a great fiery cloud was the Old Testament God himself, Yahweh, sitting on his sapphire throne. And who else seemed to be driving this heavenly vehicle but a troop of angels? As they charged at him from the heavens, Ezekiel described them, quote, "In the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. In appearance their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces and 4 wings. Their feet were like those of a calf, and they had human hands. Each of the 4 had the face of a human being. Each had the face of a lion, the face of an ox, and the face of an eagle. The appearance of the living creatures was like burning coals of fire, or like torches. The creatures sped back and forth like flashes of lightning. I heard the sound of their wings, like the roar of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty." These 4 fiery, 4-headed angels, witnessed by Ezekiel, are today identified as cherubim. And while they do sound terrifying in all aspects, at least their features are somewhat recognizable. The same can't be said, though, for the other 4 angels flying alongside them. Ezekiel call these creatures the thrones, but I prefer the Hebrew term, Ophanim, which means wings. And that description is pretty accurate. Both of these wings are from the 4th dimension. Ezekiel's words say it all. "As I looked at the living creatures, the cherubim, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature. The wheel sparkled with stars. Each of them was made like a wheel intersecting another wheel. Their rims were high and also, and all 4 rings were full of eyes all around." And quote, "I think we all all agree that these psychedelic wheels within wheels covered in eyes, flying at you from the heavens.
Even with humans that have a hard time telling the gender sometimes, honestly.
We'll revisit the cherubim and Ophanim soon because there's so much more to say about them. But before we really get to know our angels, it might be a good idea to know exactly where they rank in the angelic hierarchy. The scriptures speak many times of an assembly or council of angels, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. From heaven to earth, God's ethereal domain is apparently a very complex bureaucracy with various ranks, roles, and governing duties, and special terms for each, such as dominions, powers, principalities, and archangels. Though the Bible is rich with these descriptions, it lacks a clear rundown of the surprisingly intricate angelic hierarchy. Thankfully, angelologists are a dedicated bunch, and from the many little hints the scripture contains, it only took them a few centuries to figure it out. Since the birth of Christianity, the forefathers and thinkers of the church studied the hierarchy of angels relentlessly.
You're so beautiful, you guys. Aren't they? Look at them fly. Look at them fly. Look at them fly too. Beautiful. Can you imagine being free like
To
backdrop field?
establish a consistent classification, which they dubbed the 9 choirs of angels. Each of these 9 choirs can be thought of as a rank in the angelic hierarchy. And these ranks are organized based on those angels' proximity to God in heaven. And for the most part, this was meant as a literal measure of distance from his holy presence. But 9 choirs is quite a lot, and the number barely fits.
They're not that free having wings feathers. Don't feel like that for
In
a
the
while,
5th century AD, the Christian Neoplatonist Dionysius decided to
How goes
simplify
that?
things. In his magnum opus, The Celestial Hierarchy, Dionysius explained, quote, "Theology has given to these celestial beings 9 interpretive names, and among these,
I'm gonna go body.
divine
I don't
initiative
know what's on now.
distinguishes 3 threefold orders," end quote. These 3 threefold orders that neatly divide the 9 choirs are known as the 3 spheres of angels, a concept that
Yeah,
heavily
look it up, man.
influenced the
No,
development
look it
of the Eastern Orthodox Church. So, beginning with the first sphere, if you thought that angels like Michael and Gabriel would be the ones closest to God, well, the answer is not even close. The first sphere are the angels that see God directly and remain in his presence, and thus are thought to be his divine attendants. Dionysius writes, quote, "This is the first order of celestial beings which are established about God, immediately encircling him, and in perpetual purity they encompass his eternal knowledge in that most high and eternal angelic dance. They know preeminently many divine matters," end quote. Because of their proximity to God, these are the angels responsible for communicating his will to the angels of the lower 2nd and 3rd spheres. However, each of these choirs definitely play their own unique roles, and they each happen to be made up of a unique species of angel. Alright, so for the first choir of the first sphere, as we might expect, the first is also the closest to God, and these are the seraphim. Above all else, the seraphim are the dedicated worshippers of God, and their seemingly endless legions are depicted in constant, intense adoration and worship of his perfect holiness, flying around his chariot and throne and singing their praises day and night in a never-ending loop. The Bible makes sure to clarify that they never stop, by the way, not even for a second. In the book of Isaiah, the prophet Isaiah describes his own hypnotizing encounter with these beings. Quote, "I saw the Lord, high and exalted, seated on a throne. Above him were the seraphim, each with 6 wings. With 2 wings they covered their faces, with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they were flying. And they were calling to one another, 'Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of his glory.' At the sound of their voices, the doorposts and thresholds shook, and the temple was filled with smoke. 'Woe to me,' I cried. 'I am ruined, for I am a man of unclean lips, and my eyes have seen the King, the Lord Almighty.' Then one of the seraphim flew to me with a live coal in his hand. With it he touched my mouth and said, "See, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin atoned for." End quote. So from this, we're actually given several important details.
I feel like it was a potty.
Just how incredibly humble these creatures are. The seraphim use 4 of their 6 wings specifically to cover themselves in humility, hiding whatever appearance might have, and making sure that all the glory in the room goes to God. This is the traditional belief, but some fringe that these seraphim are actually forced to cover themselves, blinding or incinerating the human witnessing them. No person has ever seen what's under their wings, so we really don't know. Moving on, the act of touching a hot coal to Isaiah's mouth in order to atone for his sins shows one of the more unique duties of these creatures, that they're agents of cleansing, to assure that no one stands before God in an impure state. Like many other angelic beings, as we'll soon see, the seraphim have a very close association with fire. Not only did they handle hot coals and fill the temple with smoke, but their actual name, seraphim, is a Hebrew word that roughly translates to burning ones. And I really do mean a rough translation, because in other parts of the Bible, the word seraphim, as well as its singular form, seraph, are used not to describe an angel, oddly, but some kind of flying serpent. So the true meaning of this word remains an unsolved mystery, but considering the distinct yet deliberate uses of this word in the Bible, some scholars have argued that these may be intentional hints as to the seraph's true appearance. Think about it. All that we know about these angels' appearance is incredibly general. We know that they have a face, 6 wings, and an unspecified number of feet. And that's about it. While historical art might depict them as human-like, that's biblically inaccurate. But if we follow the actual trail of hints in the scripture, the seraphim of the first choir might arguably be described as fiery flying serpents, which, of course, are dragons. Moving on to the second choir, we've already had the pleasure of meeting these friends of Ezekiel. This rank is occupied by the cherubim, who are likely the most human-like angels in the 3rd sphere. That should say a lot, because by definition, cherubim are chimeras, hybrid creatures composed of the body parts of different animals. Ezekiel described them as having 4 faces, that of a man, lion, ox, and eagle, as well as 4 wings and the feet of a calf, which implies that they're hooved. As for the 4 faces, from a symbolism standpoint, these have been interpreted in many convoluted ways, but the simplest answer is that the man represents humanity, the lion represents wild animals, the ox represents domestic animals, and the eagle represents birds. And birds in the Bible are often a symbol of far-seeing wisdom. On that note, the word cherub is actually a Hebrew term that translates to fullness of wisdom. Like the seraphim, the cherubim almost always remain in close proximity to God, whether he's sitting on his sapphire throne or riding his flaming chariot. So, what exactly do they do in his presence? Well, when Ezekiel saw these beings, they were the ones responsible for making the wheels of God's chariot move. Similarly, the 2nd book of Samuel describes God as literally mounting the cherubim, flying through the sky and soaring on their wings. So it wouldn't be a stretch to say that these creatures are like horses and his means of locomotion on Earth, and perhaps all throughout the universe. But without a doubt, the cherubim are known to play another role, and interestingly, some assigned to this role are forced to leave God's presence. In the book of Genesis, where after Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden, God assigned a troop of cherubim to guard the garden's east side entrance and patrol the path leading to the tree of life. But considering that these beings are capable sentries and protectors, and most of them remain at their master's side, it seems very likely that the cherubim could also be God's personal guard. much like how a king requires nearby protection at all times. This is suggested by the fact that the books of Isaiah, Psalms, and 2 Kings all use a very specific phrase describing God as, quote, enthroned between the cherubim, end quote. Furthermore, metal sculptures of specifically cherubim and no other angel were used to decorate both King Solomon's temple and the Ark of the Covenant, with strong implications that their imagery provided some kind of protection. So while it's never explicitly stated, guard duty might actually be the primary role of the creatures of the second choir. But there is one often forgotten connection to make with the cherub, the most powerful testament that these beings are far more complex and capable than the scriptures describe. The same Ezekiel, who first witnessed these creatures, 28 chapters later, went on to record the words delivered to him from God, words which recounted the origin of a certain biblical figure. Quote, you were anointed as a guardian cherub, for so I ordained you. You were on the holy mount of God. You walked among the fiery stones. You were blameless in your ways from the day you were created till wickedness was found in you, and you sinned. So I drove you in disgrace from the mount of God, and I expelled you, guardian cherub, from among the fiery stones. End quote. Some of you may recognize these infamous verses as the story of the angel Lucifer's fall from heaven and his transformation into Satan, the devil. Seeing as how Jesus Christ referred to Satan as the ruler of this world, this really emphasizes just how little we know about what sounded thus far like a rather simple creature. Therefore, it would be wise to apply the same sort of thinking to all other angelic species, too. But if you think we've reached the bottom of the barrel of the mysteries of the cherubim, there's actually one final puzzle to confuse things completely, and that's that the book of Revelation describes an angelic species that sounds an awful lot like a hybrid of both seraph and cherub. Quote, round about the throne were 4 beasts, full of eyes before and behind, and the first beast was like a lion, and the second beast like a calf, and the third beast had a face of a man, and the fourth beast was like a flying eagle, and the 4 beasts had each of them 6 wings about them.
So I just been waking up to everything, and I'm just like realizing just kind of how much of an asshole I've been. Just a little kid for like 6 years, turns out. So I'm just trying to get over that. But now I'm looking at the mess I made. I'm like, fuck, this sucks.
Actually, you've been a good guy for a good portion of that. Just got to get back to doing that.
I've been all right. Could have been worse, but I could have been a lot better.
You can't go kicking yourself in the ass over the past.
Well, if it helps me get going a little bit, it doesn't hurt. Everyone else kissed my ass, and I just always kiss it a little bit. So I'm just trying to take it a little bit.
Unlike the traditional 4-faced cherub. So, did John, the author of the book of Revelation...
All right, well, I'm going to let you go over now. I'll get clean the yard again. Try to move this shit in the garage and just figure it out from there. The vines look really good. The yard looks really good. At least it'll come back a little bit. I don't really use the shower very much, so it's not super healthy to
What's
dry.
even weirder is
But
that
I'm trying to save my water.
John also threw a third angelic species into the mix, because he deliberately used the same disturbing description twice. That each creature was full of eyes. A terrifying profusion of eyes happens to be a main feature of the angels next on our list, the third choir, and the lowest of the first sphere. Finally, we return to the unforgettable Ophanim, the literal wheels of God's chariot, and these make up the third choir. As described by Ezekiel, each of these angels are made up of 2 intersected wheels, both covered in eyes. He didn't clarify whether these eyes looked human, but it's usually interpreted that way. That doesn't make them any less alien, though, and this particular feature is only one of the Ophanim's many oddities. To begin, a wheel within a wheel appearance conjures a strong feeling that this creature might not be from this dimension, and this theory is actually backed up by Ezekiel's observation that the Ophanim never seem to shift their position, despite any change in direction. The prophet reported, quote, as they moved, they would go in any one of the 4 directions the cherubim face, the wheels did not change direction as the creatures went. End quote. So, if we take a step back from the scripture and look at this from a more modern scientific lens, there's actually some sense to be made in this visual phenomenon. According to mathematical theory, if creatures from the fourth dimension or beyond exist, they'd be more than capable of navigating our dimension, just like how we in the third dimension can navigate a two-dimensional video game. But due to these creatures existing in a more geometrically complex space, our ability to actually see them is extremely limited. In most cases, a higher dimensional creature will simply be invisible to us, unless they make themselves visible at a very specific angle. And in the case that they do, their movement will be visually confusing or impossible for us to comprehend. The interdimensional theory definitely has some credence, especially with the traditional religious belief that angels are residents of the ethereal realm. That said, this mystery isn't the only one stemmed from the strange descriptions of the Ophanim's movement. In Ezekiel's account, he makes it clear that the Ophanim don't move on their own, but are set into motion and even steered by the cherubim. Quote, when the living creatures, the cherubim, move, the wheels beside them move, and when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. The spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. End quote. If the Ophanim require the cherubim to move, then we really have to wonder if the Ophanim are actually independent angelic creatures. The eyes definitely make them appear alive, but what if they're literally just wheels? This is worth thinking about because Ezekiel goes out of his way to identify the cherubim as living creatures, while describing the Ophanim as not much more than freaky-looking wheels that don't move on their own. On the other hand, one of the Dead Sea Scrolls, 4Q405, does explicitly identify the Ophanim as angels, and the apocryphal Book of Enoch describes them as celestial beings who actively perform a function, guarding the throne of God. But since that's the same role as a cherubim, again, they seem to be directly tied to those beings. So this is yet another unsolved mystery. But returning back to biblical canon, Ezekiel's vision isn't the only description of the Ophanim. The Book of Daniel also contains a vision of God's throne and states, quote, his throne was like the fiery flame, and his wheels as burning fire, end quote. Again, we see a clear association between angels and fire. In Ezekiel's vision, he only mentioned them sparkling like topaz, but it's possible this was just a poetic interpretation of the Ophanim's blazing flames. And that about covers the first sphere. But before we jump down to the second sphere, there are two mysterious beings mentioned in the Bible that you may have never heard of, or never considered might be unrecognized species of angels. And this is where we're getting really obscure, but as any theologian will tell you, the scripture is heavily embedded with hidden information and little secrets that require a very close look. And these two creatures might be examples of that. Definitely let me know whether you think these are angels in the comments below. The first of these is mentioned only once in the Bible, and specifically in the book of Genesis. After God banished Adam and Eve, quote, at the east of the Garden of Eden, he placed the cherubim and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life, end quote. This verse seems to imply that, just like the cherubim, this flaming sword was assigned to guard the entrance to Eden. Traditionally, it was interpreted as a weapon given to the cherubim. However, there are reasons to believe this flaming sword may actually be a living entity, an angelic species, unlike any we've encountered thus far. First off, this sword is apparently capable of movement, turning in every direction at its post. And the actual Hebrew term used to describe the sword, the hot cherub, literally translates to flame of the whirling sword, which not only emphasizes its movement, but doubles down on its fiery nature, implying that the object or creature itself is more flame than sword. And of course, the association with fire makes the angel theory all the more likely. Unfortunately, since this is the only mention of this strange flaming sword in biblical canon, we're left to wonder what this thing may have actually been. As for our second speculative angelic species, the second book of Kings describes the following, quote, "There appeared a chariot of fire and horses of fire, and Elijah went up by a whirlwind into heaven, and Elisha saw it, and he cried," end quote. This was the last time the prophet Elijah was seen on earth, making him one of the mere handful of humans believed to have entered heaven alive. This vision, though, of burning chariots and horses in the sky was seared into the mind of Elijah's protege, Elisha, who would inherit the role of God's chosen prophet. And apparently, Elisha inherited these chariots and horses too. While this implied that only Elisha could see them, others being wholly unaware, make no mistake, these beings were apparently very real, and their presence would be vital to some of Elisha's greatest military victories. The following is one such event involving this haunting invisible army of his. Quote, "When the servant got up and went out early the next morning, an army with horses and chariots had surrounded the city. 'Oh no, my lord, what shall we do?' the servant asked. 'Don't be afraid,' the prophet answered. 'Those who are with us are more than those who are with them.' And Elisha prayed, 'Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see.' Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha." End quote. All right. The natural question to ask first is whether these horses and chariots are one angelic species, or perhaps two. Strangely, none of the verses that mention these creatures describe any riders or drivers in the chariots. So it wouldn't be a stretch to wonder whether these chariots themselves are alive, much like the wheels of God's throne, the Alpha.
Emergency medical, it's not the worst hospital out there by far.
Because the
But to me,
contains an instance where the prophet Zechariah
I don't got much to say more.
Not long after he had 4 chariots. No
I always understand in a way. I do when I'm there though. I'm like, fuck. They're not treating because of what exactly? I'm like, but they did what and what? I don't know what and what and when, why, what. That shouldn't even be legal shit. But it is. I'm like, why? Because it costs money, kind of. It costs more money than we think. I mean, I know that shit's a thing. I'm like, but why? Somebody, right? Every time we gotta pay somebody, right? Yeah, a lot of times. Yeah, I fucking know it. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's bullshit. You know, I was not. Stop thinking that's what I was trying to do in the back of my mind, because I was not. I was trying to get superpowers at the time, because I got them. Maybe I can get them this way. Severe hypnosis time is what, and I thought about it later. I just couldn't get it back. I'm like, we gotta catch these guys. Did not mean to put them up like that. Now where's my cat again? Lock myself off. Leave my hands on both too. Garfield. Here, man. Here. Where I can't see you. Okay? I'll walk you around a little bit.
It's now time to dive into the second sphere, and it's very much unlike the first. Instead of boldly discovering new angelic species, we'll get to experience the joy of heaven's bureaucracy, because while we have no idea what these angels look like, we do know what they do, and the creatures of the second sphere are essentially middle management. While the first sphere passes down orders and communications from God, the second sphere sphere makes God's will happen. And they do this by assigning duties to the third sphere angels below. Dionysius describes those in the second sphere as, quote, true lords, perpetually aspiring to true lordship, and they providentially fashion themselves and those below them as far as possible into the likeness of true lordship. They do not turn towards vain shadows, but wholly give themselves to that true authority. End quote. So he assured that heaven's middle management are ethical, inspiring beings, which is good because these three angelic choirs are pretty darn important. On top of being essentially heaven's project managers, they also use their own special powers to regulate the forces of the universe. As before, the Bible is our source for the sacred knowledge, and specifically the key details found in the epistle to the Ephesians. The first choir of the second sphere is known as the dominions. These are angels of leadership and the true lords Dionysius was writing about. The dominions' role is simple. They make the commandments of God known to the lower spheres and assign duties to their subordinates wherever they see fit. The second choir of the second sphere is called
can't award that, Garfield. I like can't award the doctor.
responsible for the continued operation of the universe and its world, including our own. The virtues are sometimes referred to as the spirits of motion because they're believed to be responsible for natural cycles, such as the changing of the seasons and the orbits of celestial objects. Simply put, they exercise complete control over the elements of nature. The third and lowest choir is referred to as the powers, and their primary responsibility couldn't be more different than the two choirs above them, because the powers are, in fact, warrior angels, the angelic choir assigned by God to be heaven's primary military force in the never-ending war between good and evil. They engage in spiritual combat against the demonic choirs of hell, Satan's own counterparts to the powers. In my video, Demonology Explained in Obsessive Detail, we explored the distinctly military-like hierarchies of the fallen angels and their demonic legions. But this lore comes less from the Bible and more from the reasoning and speculation of Christian mystics and occultists. So, where did they get these ideas in the first place? Well, it was probably inspired by the lore of the powers, which is 100% canon. In countless biblical verses, beginning in the book of Genesis and spanning all the way to Revelation, ancient terminologies used to describe the angelic armies' chain of command, combat operations, and even their base.
We just like our statistics pretty much. Yeah, we're just obsessed with statistics. When we get there, it's like, yeah, statistically. My place is more correctional because I treat them like this and I get them back in every time. Now think about a fucking animal hospital.
His angels are what Christians refer to as fallen angels. Many theologians speculate that these heavenly soldiers may also be God's mercenaries, the opposite of being the warrior angels, known as the angels of death. Their terrible destructive potential serves at least one known purpose: to pass merciless judgment on us humans. The raw punishing power of the destroying angel is shown in the second book of Samuel. Quote, and when the angel
All right, Garfield.
his hand over Jerusalem to destroy it, the Lord relented from the destruction and said to the angel who was destroying the people, it is enough. Now restrain your hand. End quote. It says a lot when God has to tell a destroyer angel that they went a little too far with their destroying. But if you're looking for raw numbers, in the second book of Kings, a single one of these angels killed 185,000 Assyrian soldiers overnight, with such ease that the Hebrews didn't even know what happened until they woke up the next morning and saw the mountain of corpses. But that's still baby damage compared to what was prophesied in the book of Revelation, where just 4 angels judged the entirety of mankind and end up killing 1/3 of the world's population. But while the roles played by the powers definitely emphasize the violent side of these beings, at the end of the day, they're actually not so different from the two choirs above them, the dominions and the virtues. All angels of the second sphere help regulate the universe at large, and the powers are simply responding to that which offsets or threatens the moral balance established by God. Finally, we reach the third sphere, the holy angels furthest from God and the closest to humanity. These are the angels who we meet most in the Bible, the ones who deliver commandments, revelations, and assistance to people. Unlike these spheres above, the third sphere is in continual direct contact with our kind. These are the beings that popularize the only somewhat accurate idea that angels are messengers, the intercommunicators between God and humanity. In fact, in Greek, the word for angel is angelos, and in Hebrew, it's malach, both of which literally translate to messenger. However, this term was used in the old sense, when a messenger wasn't only a deliverer of messages, but had the formal general goal of doing the bidding of the master. That being said, angels deliver communications from God was extremely common in the Bible. Although there are countless examples, the best known is in the Gospel of Luke, where the Archangel Gabriel delivered two positive pregnancy prophecies, alerts of the incoming births of John the Baptist and later Jesus Christ. This was much to the shock of the husbands, of course, since John's mother was far past menopause and Jesus' mother was a virgin. So some of these angels were definitely messengers as we think of them today. But as we dive into the third sphere, you'll see that their roles were far more than just this. To begin, the first choir of the third sphere are actually the angels most of us probably considered the closest to God. And we wouldn't be at fault for believing so, because the Bible and other religious texts really seem to place so much emphasis on these beings, who are, of course, the archangels. Taran is going to cover on the archangels, so we'll actually revisit them in depth in just a few minutes. But for now, here are a few key details about them. The archangels are typically thought to be the very few angels the Bible actually refers to by name, and whenever they show up, it's usually a critical moment for humanity. Their primary responsibility is to communicate and execute God's plans for mankind. And as the archangel's title implies, they are the chief angels of the highest authority, at least in the third sphere. The second choir of the third sphere is known as the principalities, and each of these angels are assigned to their own domain on earth. They oversee their assigned community, whether it be a humble town or an entire kingdom, providing protection and guidance. They do have a very particular trend in the Bible, though, because the principalities seem to be heavily concerned with events where power is.
Now this get right here.
The times when they very directly influence.
Cat food. How to get next to the fucking door. I did not set it there from my recollection. 936 9 o'clock, Garfield. Maybe I did. But did I?
Another name for these angels. The principalities are also known as the watcher. The biblical Aramaic term that's usually translated to watcher is actually an adjective, meaning ever awake and always watching. That alone can help explain why these particular angels have been the subject of strange and disturbing theories, fueled ever further by the Bible's characteristic lack of explanation. In traditional belief, though, the Watcher's main purpose is to observe the movements of humans, particularly those in power, and report their actions directly to God. But on occasion, they are also known to get involved and directly influence the course of history. In the book of Daniel, there are 3 explicit mentions of Watchers doing this, 2 of which repeat the same description. Quote, a watcher, a holy one, coming down from heaven. End quote. This deliberate detail that the Watcher was a holy one seems to imply that there are also unholy watchers. And this is a bit more than concerning, because not only are they constantly observing and reporting, but also actively influencing the leaders of this world. The third choir of the third sphere are the personal guardian angels, the last and lowest of the 9 angelic choirs. In Christianity, it's strongly thought that all believers are assigned their own guardian angel, and this idea actually does have biblical roots, specifically from the book of Psalms, Psalm 91. Quote, "If you say, 'The Lord is my refuge,' he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." End quote. So, to answer the popular question, does everyone have a guardian angel? The biblically accurate answer is they're only assigned to true believers. These angels are shown many times helping believers in danger. For example, in the Gospel of Matthew, an angel warns Joseph to take Mary and the baby Jesus and flee to Egypt for their survival. Other guardian angels are shown answering desperate prayers and even comforting believers in their time of death. However, there is one big exception. Helping people out might not always be part of God's plan, and guardian angels don't make exceptions to his will. It's important to learn this lesson before putting your safety in their hands. As the Epistle to the Hebrews warns, quote, "Some true believers faced jeers and flogging, and even chains and imprisonment. They were put to death by stoning. They were sawed in two. They were killed by the sword. Persecuted and mistreated, they wandered in deserts and mountains, living in caves and holes in the ground. These believers were all commended for their faith, yet none of them received what they had been promised, since God had planned something better." End quote. Even Jesus Christ himself, the mortal incarnation of God on earth, was not immune to the plans of God. When Jesus was arrested in the Gospel of Matthew, he asserted, quote, "Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would these scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way?" End quote. The ending of this well-known event is no surprise. Not a single guardian angel came to save Jesus from the cross because his successful crucifixion was required by God's master plan. Regardless, the personal guardian angels are without a doubt the furthest angels from God because they remain so close to humanity. In fact, the Epistle to the Hebrews states that these angels often walk among us in human form, totally indistinguishable from the everyday people of our community. Therefore, beyond protecting us, it's strongly believed that these angels are actively involved in testing our faith and character. So, remember to always treat strangers kindly. And that wraps up the 9 choirs, the 3 spheres of angels, ranked according to their proximity to God. But, as promised, we're going to take a far closer look at the archangels, because every angelologist should know exactly who these famous angels are. To begin, I'll mention again that the archangels have a very important job, at least from the perspective of us humans, because they're responsible for carrying out God's plans for mankind. These are truly capable and blessed angels, far more powerful than the majority of their angelic peers in heaven, hell, and on earth. But to be clear, the entire Bible only identifies one specific angel as an archangel, and that's Michael, who's referred to with that title in the Epistle of Jude. And the only other canonical mention of the term archangel is found in the first epistle to the Thessalonians, which only mentions the voice of an archangel without identifying them. While these mentions are enough to show that this angelic rank exists, it's absolutely possible that Michael may be the only one to hold this rank. But most churches and believers think otherwise. Most Christian traditions carry exactly 7 archangels, although they're exactly...
Sorry, Garfield. Never leave it alone that long. That's too long.
For
No, because they're like
the
that.
Ethiopian
Get that cat out.
Church
Get that out.
identifies these 7
Soon pop.
archangels
Tires.
as Michael,
It's not your prerogative, bitch.
Raphael, Uriel,
That'll get you in prison, woman.
Phanuel, and Sachiel. A list taken
I'm an
from
animal rights
the
activist.
The Ethiopian Orthodox tradition is unique in the Christian world, though, because they treat the Book of Enoch as biblical canon, as opposed to apocryphal lore. In a similar manner, The Eastern Orthodox Church identifies these 7 archangels as Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, Uriel,
That's what they do to
Joel,
Yep.
and
green activists. Make them go fucking insane for a long time. Until they what? Cut them down in a tree sometime. No, all the time, and all the time, and all the time. Something on TV.
But you're probably wondering, 7 is a very specific number. So where does this concept actually come from? Well, even though it's not part of the Jewish canon, it actually derives from early Jewish mysticism.
The Simpsons were interesting, huh?
Specifically, the Book of Tobit, written in the 3rd century.
They still are sometimes, turns
In
out.
this work, one of the most commonly venerated archangels, Raphael, makes it known, quote, I am Raphael, one of the 7 angels who stand in the glorious presence of the Lord, ready to serve him. Quote. The Book of Tobit, by the way, is considered canon today by both the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox churches, despite neither agreeing on who exactly these 7 archangels are. So clearly, this muddy road of Christianity remains in the throes of identity crisis to this day. However, there are 3 angels that are virtually recognized by all major Christian traditions as holders of this rank. Michael is the most obvious due to his rank being commanded, and we just met Raphael. And the 3rd archangel agreed to hold this rank is Gabriel. Finally, there's a very common 4th angel that's not universally accepted, but nevertheless has agreed to be archangel by many Christian traditions, and that's Uriel. So let's take a minute and explore these 4 angels, and perhaps speculate on it. In Hebrew, the name Michael translates to who is equal to God, and that's meant as a question. In the earliest days of Christianity, Michael was usually depicted in a militaristic role, holding a spear or sword, and using this weapon to
This fucking world.
assuming that the rank of archangel has its own special. Michael would definitely take the crown as the most important, because out of all the places on earth, him as the defender of Israel.
Garfield, someone comes, you better. Yeah.
For you, Israel, are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God has chosen you out of all the peoples on the face of the earth.
You know what I mean, guys? Now you do, huh?
His treasured possession. As the one given responsibility over God's land, people, and greatest treasure. You have to
Every single car drives by has some bad attention to me, almost. And I know why, but it's some bullshit. Because they went too far, and now they're guilty of it now. If we just make this guy that guilty, then maybe we can get away with it. With what? Murdering cats? No, you can't. You get caught. Not every one of them, but you'd be surprised. When people in my house like that sometimes, don't they all recording all the time? Don't they know that? They don't, then what are they fucking doing? I got those guys on my side, though. We don't have bots like you do. And the ones that do, too, turns out.
The first is that this battle takes place in a future timeline, and it's unknown how much time and effort Michael took to finally gain the strength to defeat the devil. The second thing is that while Michael
Love you, Garfield.
and Tony were technically victorious, they only ended up casting the red dragon out of heaven and onto Earth, where the dragon continued to attack other planets, seemingly unharmed. That really speaks to how powerful the devil is, who, according to the Bible, was not an archangel, but a mere cherub. The next archangel that always makes the list is Raphael. Despite not being named in the Bible, he's the key figure of the Book of Tobit, a scripture considered canon by the largest Christian denomination in the world, Catholicism. In the Book of Tobit, Raphael is sent by God to assist the main character, a pious man named Tobit who suffers many problems, the main ones being issues in his marriage. lack of money, a demon named Asmodeus haunting his sister, as well as the fact that Tobit couldn't see anything because he was blind. In Hebrew, the Raphael
Millions.
name translates
No,
to "it is God who heals." So it shouldn't be surprising that Raphael solved Tobit's problems completely. And while the story of the Book of Tobit is definitely more complex than that, Tobit himself had a very happy ending thanks to this archangel. We saw that Michael embodied both the role of the archangel and the principality as an assigned authority of Israel. And similarly, Raphael is clearly associated with two distinct roles. The Book of Tobit strongly implies that he's an archangel, and no one can deny that he was also the personal guardian angel of Tobit. And like other guardian angels, Raphael also disguised himself as a totally normal human being. In artwork, there is the popular image of Raphael helping Tobit catch a huge fish, but when he's shown alone, he's usually depicted holding a staff, alluding to his healing nature. The Book of Tobit from the 2nd century BC is actually not the first to mention Raphael as an archangel, by the way. That honor goes to the Book of Enoch, written in the 3rd century BC. And so the idea of the archangel Raphael is truly ancient, even if it isn't biblical canon. The third entity found in every list of the 7 archangels is Gabriel, the angel who famously delivered the most important prophecy in the Christian Bible, that the Virgin Mary would give birth to the mortal incarnate of God himself, Jesus Christ. Gabriel's name is specifically mentioned 4 times in the Bible, and while he's not specifically identified as an archangel, the simple fact that he's given a name and plays such an important role in Scripture makes it seem very likely. In fact, the Bible only ever mentions 4 angels by name: Michael, Lucifer, Gabriel, and Abaddon. And if you're wondering who Abaddon is, he's only mentioned once, and the book of Revelation seems to imply that he's a fallen angel, calling him the angel of the abyss. Other than that, the Bible doesn't say much, but maybe for my follow-up episode on fallen angel demonology, I'll see if I can dig more up. But back to Gabriel, not only is he canonical, but he's clearly quite special to be mentioned 4 times by name. It's also hard to believe that God would entrust such a significant task, the prophecies regarding the birth of Jesus, to any rank other than an archangel. So, it's not surprising that Gabriel is a staple on these lists. So, despite his name, which translates to the might of God, it's clear that Gabriel's specialty is not combat or destruction, but that of a herald and a messenger. The centuries before his appearance in the New Testament, Gabriel actually shows up twice in the Old Testament's Book of Daniel, written in the 2nd century BC, both times delivering messages to the prophet. First, he prophesies the fates of 4 great empires of the world, which scholars today agree were those of Babylon, Medo-Persia, Greece, and Rome. And he foretold the rise of a 5th and final kingdom from heaven, which Christians usually interpret as a reference to the second coming of Christ. In Gabriel's second visitation, he delivered the cryptic prophecy of the so-called 70 Sevens, which has the honor of being recommended as the most convoluted and difficult set of verses in the entire Bible. I'll read a portion of it to you and see if you can guess what the heck Gabriel is actually talking about. Quote, "From the time the word goes out to restore and rebuild Jerusalem until the anointed one, the ruler, comes, there will be 7 sevens and 62 sevens. After these 62 sevens, the anointed one will be put to death. The people of the ruler who will come will destroy the city and the sanctuary. War will continue until the end. He will confirm a covenant with a name for the 1/7. In the middle of the 7th, he will put an end to sacrifice and offering. At the temple, he will set up an abomination that causes desolation until the end that is decreed is poured out on it." End quote. As you may have guessed, most Christians interpret this prophecy as both Jesus Christ and the Antichrist. And as for the numbers, that's where scholars and mystics tend to argue angrily. is supposed to be used to calculate exact dates, but the math quickly gets very complicated. This is the reason why this 1,000-year-old puzzle remains unsolved. Anyway, Gabriel's depiction in most audio is actually inspired by an ancient legend that when he appeared to Mary, he held a lily in his hand as a symbol of approaching purity. But in other audios, especially in the Eastern Orthodox tradition, show Gabriel with a mirror and a lantern, and both of which signify his role as the herald of the hidden mysteries of God. There is a fourth archangel venerated by a significant number of Christian traditions, and he's certainly one of the most popular angels in occult and esoteric literature. His name is Uriel, which means to God is my light. Lord Uriel never actually appears or does anything in the Bible. He's an incredibly busy archangel, according to the masses of biblical apocrypha written about him. According to his non-canonical stories, Uriel has done everything from flying Jesus' cousin John the Baptist and his mother to Egypt, to controlling demons in the construction of the body of the first man, Adam. Apparently, Uriel was even one of the cherubim assigned to guard the entrance to Eden. But this wasn't his only station. The book of Enoch referred to Uriel as a heavenly overseer of Tartarus, a deep pit and pitch-black prison in Greek mythology, which is mentioned in the New Testament as a synonym for hell. As you can see, Uriel has been a pretty popular angelic figure, and while I mentioned he was described as a cherub, other angelologists have various identified him as a seraph, a flame of God, even the face of God, among other descriptors. In any case, it's not easy to figure out who Uriel really is, with the main commonality between these stories simply being the idea that Uriel is an archangel among the ranks of Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel. In most historical artwork, Uriel carries a thick book or papyrus scroll, both of which symbolize wisdom. But I like to believe that text intimacy secrets about who this archangel really is. Uriel is yet another more puzzle, which there's 1,000 pieces scattered across the table, and less than a handful of them actually fit the true narrative. But with these four archangels covered, there's one final, very unique angel I'd like to speculate on, and this being might have to take the crown of the most holy of all angels. Far before the advent of Christianity, Jewish theologians poured countless hours into identifying a certain angel who showed up again and again in the books of the Hebrew Bible, spanning from the book of Genesis to the book of Zechariah, and many in between. And this angel is never named, but instead ironically deliberately vague described, the angel of the Lord. The events that involve this mysterious angel range anywhere from mundane to seemingly profound moments recorded in the scripture. There are exactly 53 mentions of this particular angel, the angel of the Lord, with particular emphasis given to the definite article God in his title. The angel of the Lord is always mentioned in the singular form, with the strong implication that there is only one in existence, which makes it all the more interesting because this angel is unquestionably the most frequent angel encountered in Scripture, one whose involvement in biblical events dwarfs that of both Michael and Gabriel combined. There's also one more recurring trait that identifies this being as the very same being in all encounters, but we'll get to that in a minute. This angel's most famous appearance was arguably in the book of Exodus, when he appeared to Moses, who was then just become a shepherd, not yet aware of his destiny to become a colt. Moses was tending to his flock, when he led the flock to the far side of the wilderness, and came to Horeb, the mountain of God. There, the angel of the Lord appeared to him in flames of fire from within a bush. And here's where the potential answer to this mystery becomes apparent. Quote, Moses saw that though the bush was on fire, it did not burn up. When the Lord saw that he had gone over to look, God called to him from within the bush. Moses, Moses, I am God of your father, the God of Abraham, the daughter of Jacob. At this, Moses hid his face because he was afraid to look at God. End quote. To many scholars, it seems quite clear that the angel of the Lord literally distinguished himself as Yahweh, the God of the Old Testament, and even spoke as God in the first person. And this very telling trait continues in many other encounters, where, in the case of the angel, doesn't at least hint at his own identity. The person they're referring to clearly acknowledges exactly who they just met. For example, in this angel's very first appearance in Genesis, he delivers a prophecy to an Egyptian slave. While the angel of the Lord never indicates who he is, what he appeared to encounter ends with the slave's following reaction. Quote, "You are the God who sees me," was she said. "I have now seen the one who sees me." Quote. This interpretation that the angel of the Lord is literally God himself is so widely accepted that many English translations of the Bible, including the King James and New King James versions, capitalize the word angel in all mentions of the angel of the Lord. But here's where people really butt heads with the details. The angel of the Lord is most definitely an angelic incarnation of God, but are we dealing with a theophany or a Christophany? Alright, we're in need of some definitions here. A theophany is a visible manifestation of God the Father on earth, and a Christophany is a pre-incarnation of God the Son.
Yeah, they do got
Jesus
all the
Christ, and basically a visible
I'm trying to tell you that's wrong.
Jesus before the events of his human incarnation.
You just do not like this person. You like you a lot more than like me.
This may seem
Oh,
like
that-
a weird detail to get hung up on, but it's one of the things we talk about for good reason.
Got boiling my tea again, these fucking bastards. Wow, so it tastes all burnt and shit. And they know that's the thing too. These fucking people, dude.
Only reasonable solution then connects this angel's absence to the fact that Jesus Christ.
Now, every little fucking thing, I can't get to work here. I'm throwing the cat there. I need to work here. The ball over here. Shit just falls over in the house. I'm like, oh fuck that shit, right? This goes move. This moves around. That moves around. This moves around. That moves around. Okay, he's gonna get caught.
And even have a few names. It's safe to say that there's still much more to reveal about these beings. And while there are so many mysteries,
1,000 Garfield.
you might be surprised how much angelologists actually have figured out.
1100 on that clock.
In no way perfect beings. And they also express some bizarre characteristics and certain limitations that will make you wonder just how deep the lore goes and what these beings truly are. The Bible never specifies exactly when the creation of angels occurred, but the book of Job states that they were present when earth was first formed. And the traditional belief is that all angels are born flawless and without sin. But note that doesn't mean all will remain the same. So, from what little we know about their creation, the natural follow-up question would be, why exactly God made these creatures? And similarly, the Bible doesn't say much, only stating the obvious. Quote, "For in him all things were created, things in heaven and on earth, visible and invisible. All things have been created through him and for him." End quote. While the scripture may not speak straightforwardly about these beings, it absolutely does hide subtle patterns that reveal some surprising truths. Though angels may seem completely occupied in serving God's will, they also have traits that are uniquely angel. So let's start some comparisons and unlock what these beings truly are and aren't. And at the end, we'll return to the question of why and try to provide an answer to their mysterious existence. To begin, we need to understand the differences between angels and man. The Epistle to the Hebrews states that God made humankind, including the immortal incarnate Jesus Christ, quote, "a little lower than the angels," end quote. Traditionally, a little lower is thought to refer to our literal proximity to God in heaven, much like the order of the three spirits. But some theologians have speculated that more might be hiding in this story. According to the Bible, both humans and angels are God's creations. So, might it be possible that we share
What about now?
similarities? Just how wide is the gap between our two concepts? Well, one of the most consistent words used to describe angels
Not here, not there.
is simply
Oh, yeah, it is not.
what the descriptor holy actually means for them, though.
Yeah, they can be
is
sometimes.
up to date. But some scholars interpret this as meaning angels possess a personality similar to God and mirror many of his behaviors, desires, and values. The human counterpart to this, then, is that, according to the book of Genesis, humans were created in God's image, which many scholars argue refers to a similarity to God in our physical appearance. So, according to these theories, humans and angels both reflect aspects of God, but in very different ways. Of course, neither of these are perfect mirrors. On a related note, according to Genesis, we humans were formed from clay or dust. So, as for what material angels were made of, or what forms their essence, it's not entirely clear. While Islam, another Abrahamic religion, states that God made angels out of light, the Christian Bible fails to provide these specifics, and instead we're left to interpret the many references to so-called angels of light, and the fact that many angelic visitations are accompanied by a blinding brightness. However, just as often, many angelic events are accompanied by blazing flames, and fire, of course, is a natural source of light. By this point, we should all be well aware that fire seems to be their most closely associated element, with many descriptions of angels not only raining fire on their victims, but being enveloped in flames and ascending toward heaven in a blaze, like some sort of rocket ship. But I'd expect most theologians to argue that angels are neither made of light nor flames, but something else entirely. Several biblical verses describe angels as invisible to humans until God opens our eyes to them. This is because angels are in no way physical beings, but instead visitors from the ethereal spiritual world, another dimension of time and space that we simply can't comprehend nor perceive unless they allow us to. So, to explain the light and flames, they might simply be a blinding, in-your-face reminder of the sheer brilliance of the glory of God, kind of like a uniform telling you who they work for. And then we have the most inherent difference of them all. The Gospel of Luke explicitly reveals that angels are immortal and cannot die. And yes, that includes the fallen angels in Satan's army, hence the eternal fire prepared for them, as referenced in the Gospel of Matthew. So angels can never die, but they can be subdued. That obviously separates us completely from these beings, but that's not to say that there's no relatable ground. For example, us humans love music, and so do angels. Some angels sing songs and others play instruments. The two favorite instruments of angels are undoubtedly harps and trumpets. There are many instances of trumpets in association with heaven and God, but on the flip side, the harp is in a bit of a more gray area. While Revelation definitely describes good angels as playing harps, the book of Isaiah closely associates the noise of harps with the former angel Lucifer, who became Satan after his fall from heaven, and who is speculated by many theologians to have once been heaven's finest musician. In fact, the book of Ezekiel argues that Lucifer may have been more than just a master of the harp. Quote, "The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you, Lucifer, on the day you were created." End quote. Timbrel is another word for a tambourine, and pipes are flutes. While Satan might have been a one-angel band, this love for music is something definitely shared by all angels, and humans too. But aside from that wholesome connection, angels may also share a negative trait with humans. These beings are susceptible to lust, and they seem to specifically favor human women. The main evidence for this is found in the book of Genesis, where it said that the sons of God lusted for earthly women and copulated with them. They even had hybrid children with them, known as the Nephilim. Later on, the Epistle of Jude confirmed that these sons of God were indeed angels. The angels who did not keep their proper domain, but left their own abode, having given themselves over to sexual immorality and gone after strange flesh, are set forth as an example, suffering the vengeance of eternal fire. End quote. There are, of course, many mysteries surrounding this specific topic that we'll tackle in the follow-up. But in terms of our investigation, this does imply two interesting observations. The first is the fact that angels are vulnerable to temptation and can make conscious choices to disobey God's will. The second is that they are somehow capable of procreation, at least with human women.
There it goes.
Genesis clearly states that they had children with them.
Yeah,
This is a
yeah,
weird
get out of your ass.
because what
I'm
sense
worried
does
about
it make
like,
for
anything.
immortal beings
No
to
idea.
procreate?
They're
And
fucking evil. They're
assuming that angels are ethereal, non-physical
They're so
beings.
evil.
How
Straight
is
from
that
the middle.
even
But
possible?
like, yeah, I'm evil.
Well,
You know about it.
there might
Yeah.
actually be an
I
answer
bet
to
you're
that.
fucking evil.
In the scripture, angels do, on rare occasion, assume a physical
What do you want me to
human
like?
form.
You're cool
Then
and have money.
Perhaps that
Flashy,
comes with
flashy.
the necessary
Oh, yeah, you're
reproductive
fucking cool.
organs. Speaking of which, when angels do take a human form, it's almost always male. There is literally only one possible instance of female angels in the Bible. The book of Zechariah describes the following, quote, I raised my eyes and looked up, and there were two women coming with the wind in their wings, for they had wings like the wings of a stork, and they lifted up the basket between earth and heaven. End quote. Some argue that this was just a holy hallucination and that no angel has literally manifested as female, and thus angels are inherently male. But logically speaking, there's no reason for angels to be bound to a single sex, because they almost definitely have no sex. And I mean that biologically. As we know, angels aren't physical beings, but ethereal. They don't possess material bodies, and thus there's no good reason to believe they can be female or male. On a related note, in the Gospel of Mark, Jesus mentioned that angels don't marry one another, another big separation between our two species. Jesus
Angels don't
didn't
marry
really
each other.
explain why, but
I do not
if
believe
angels
that
don't
at all.
have a sex and don't procreate with each other, there doesn't really seem to be any point to wedding and holy matrimony. So, other than music, carnal lust, and the apparent ability to procreate, there's not much else we have in common with these truly alien beings. Despite this, they've never been a stranger to humans, and in the Bible, they interact with us all the time, leaving us a host of subtle details that prove
Some of them
just
are
how
born
different
married.
they
Is
are.
that why they don't get married
For
later?
example,
Often, yeah.
language is no barrier to angels, and they have no problem communicating with any person. In every visitation, 100% of
What do you think?
what they
They
say
get married?
is perfectly understood.
Yeah, they're angels
Not
too.
even a
Turns out.
hint of confusion, at least in the literal message being communicated. Because the actual implications of these messages tended to be pretty shocking. But there may be a reason for this phenomenon. Compared to humans, the way angels communicate appears to be far beyond any concept of language in general. For example, the book of Revelation tells of an angel simultaneously speaking to, quote, every nation and tribe and language and people, end quote. So, from these verses, it seems likely that angels communicate telepathically and without words, just a message plainly understood by the recipient. But despite their apparent non-use of language, little contradictory details in the Bible have led some theologians and occultists to believe that angels do, in fact, possess a language of their own. And this angelic tongue is thought to come with a full vocabulary and even syntax. I actually investigated this mystery in my video, Enochian, the lost language of angels. So, if you're interested in this mystery, I'll leave a link in the description. Moving on, though. The second book of Samuel states that angels possess an ability to know everything that happens in the land.
And I
The land
do
being
that
their
too. I
son.
think that now.
Similar to how their non-use of language hints at telepathy, the belief that angels simply know all happenings at all times across a large geographic region strongly suggests that they may have other psychic powers, such as a perfected ability to remote view, to see across space and time. Note this doesn't mean that they're omniscient, and more on that in a minute. While their intellect is certainly beyond us humans, there's yet another aspect inherent to angels that we simply can't rival. The second epistle of Peter plainly asserts that, compared to any mortal, angels are greater in might and power. Perhaps the most famous instance of superhuman strength was the angel who rolled away the massive 4-ton boulder that locked Jesus in his tomb.
Right now.
But beyond sheer muscle, some angels do have legitimate superpowers. According to the many vivid descriptions of lone angels coming down and eliminating armies overnight, or obliterating cities in a fiery meteorological downpour. Demons are scary, but I, for one, would definitely not want to pick a fight with an angel. But speaking of superpowers, it's also worth exploring the obvious fact that angels can fly, as they're consistently depicted as coming down from heaven and ascending back up. But how this actually works is somewhat interesting. In the scripture, some angelic species rely on wings, such as the seraphim and the cherubim, and those without wings, like the ophanim, seem to be reliant on those with wings in order to move through the air. This implies a less magical and more practical locomotion, at least during their time in our physical realm. Angels do have one specific and major limitation compared to mortals, however. The first epistle to the Corinthians states it at the end of days, quote, "Do you not know that the Lord's people will judge the world? Do you not know that we will judge angels?" End quote. So, eventually human believers will be governing over the same angels who are currently governing over us. The reason why the Bible never explains. But until that destiny is fulfilled, angels still have power we humans simply can't match. It's important to stress, though, that angels, no matter how powerful they are still far below the might and ability of God. To begin, they are certainly not omniscient. Jesus himself confirms this in the Gospel of Matthew, saying that both he and the angels of heaven don't know the exact way the end of days will play out, and that the only one who knows is God. So, despite the many verses of angels conveying revelations and prophecies of events in both the short and long-term future, it's implied they don't know much beyond what God allows them to know. The first epistle of Peter again confirms this, but also throws in a rather revealing detail. Quote, "The things that have now been told to you by the gospel of God, even angels long to look into these things." End quote. This verse strongly implies that angels are curious and want to know more. Similar to angels lusting for human women, this really pushes the notion that angels are capable of both emotion and free will. And in just a minute, we'll explore that complexity in more depth. Angels are also not omnipresent. The Bible speaks of angels traveling to specific places at specific times, and there are even instances of angels somehow being imprisoned in a physical location. For example, the book of Daniel records this testimony from an angel. Quote, "The prince of the Persian kingdom resisted me 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief angels, came to help me because I was detained there with the king of Persia." End quote. This is interesting simply because it shows that on earth, angels can be captured and imprisoned and held against their will. One has to wonder how the king of Persia managed to capture an angel for even a short period of time, because the Acts of the Apostles writes that angels can pick locks with ease, fly open the doors of prison cells, and make chains drop to the ground like nothing. But apparently it's possible, especially with lesser angels. But an archangel like Michael, who freed this lesser angel, clearly wouldn't be so easily subdued. But as we're making this comparison of angels to God, there really doesn't seem to be any competition, because the belief is simply that God's power is boundless. But that presents a serious logical problem. The main function of angels seems to be carrying out his will, but we know that God can do everything, so he obviously doesn't need angels angels to do anything on his behalf. There is one accepted solution to this puzzle. It's arguable that angels aren't doing things on behalf of God, but rather God actually does it all directly through his angels, much like a puppet controlled by a hand. And while the puppet solution does help explain how he uses them, the question remains as to why God created the angels and why he needs his angels in the first place. The 12th century Jewish philosopher Maimonides gives the answer. Quote, God, glory and majesty to him, does not do things by direct contact. God burns things by means of fire. Fire is moved by the motion of the sphere. The sphere is moved by means of a disembodied intellect. These intellects being the angels, which are near to him. Thus, totally disembodied minds exist, which emanate from God and are the intermediaries between God and all the bodies, objects, here in this world. End quote. Basically, God's holiness is so intense that he requires, or simply prefers, some form of separation between himself and his lower creations. And that answer does align with the idea of the 9 choirs and the 3 spheres of angels, where only the highest actually work directly with God. But while the puppet and separation theories do help explain the existence of these beings, it does call into question their nature. Are angels independent actors, or do they ultimately lack free will? Well, last year in my demonology video, I made a rather controversial statement along these lines, that angels essentially operate as robots, programmed by God to do his bidding. And at the time, I was speaking from the perspective of the puppet interpretation. But many of you disagreed with me, and after researching this video, I have to say, you all were absolutely right. So I want to take a minute to prove why I was wrong. Let me explain. The Bible states that all angels are created as moral creatures with the power of choice. We know that angels definitely experience temptation, but unlike us humans, angels can never rightfully be described as falling victim to temptation, because these beings inherently know the difference between what's good and what's evil. The second book of Samuel states that angels are able to fully discern between good and evil, no matter how subtle. And the book of Jude confirms that angels who abandon the righteous path are punished for eternity and are never forgiven. The reason for this is that angels have completely free will, much like humans. Compared to us, though, angels don't make mistakes. They make informed decisions. So while God is pretty forgiving to humans, as we're naturally sinning creatures, it's only expected that angels will face the ultimate consequences for their fully conscious sins. All this considered, then, it's rather astonishing that 1/3 of all angels made the decision to follow Satan, according to the book of Revelation. But that just goes to emphasize how complex these beings are, and that the way their minds reason these decisions is far beyond what us humans can comprehend. But that's not to say we don't have some understanding, because today we've covered incredible ground. We learned about the species of angels, what they look like, how they rank on the hierarchy, what they do, what powers they possess, how they serve God's will, and even how they defect from it. So by watching this video in its entirety, I hereby grant you the deserving title of amateur angelologist. But stay tuned, because we'll be exploring the dark side of these beings in our follow-up, Fallen Angel Demonology. Until then, thank you for watching. If you haven't seen my video, Demonology Explained in Obsessive Detail, that's my deep dive into the other end of the spiritual spectrum, and it's a must-watch if you're interested in this stuff. Or if you can't get enough of these angels, I recommend you check out the overly complex ritual to summon a guardian angel. These 2 videos, as well as a whole playlist of my demon and angel content, are linked in the description below. Shout out to my patrons. Your support truly makes a difference in helping bring these obscure topics to light. And it seriously means a lot to me and helps keep the channel going. If you want to join in, I've got links in the description where you can make a one-time donation or pledge monthly if you wish. 100% goes back into these videos. So thank you again. I'm Mr. Mythos. You guys are awesome. I'll see you in the next one. Peace.
I'm sure you've all heard the news that we might be getting a new microstate on the geographical map, the sovereign state of the Bektashir. If this proposal becomes a reality, this will be a very small new country. In fact, the smallest state in the world, lodged in the middle of Albania's capital city of Tirana, and just like the Vatican and Rome for Catholics, serve as a kind of Muslim religious polity for the Bektashir order. So, what is the Bektashir order? What is its history and its mystical teachings? How does it fit into the wider world of Islam and Sufism? In fact, the Bektashis are a very unique group, and their practices and ideas may come off as surprising to both Muslims and non-Muslims. I've been meaning to do an episode on the Bektashis for years at this point, but with the fairly recent news about the possible microstate of the Bektashi order, it seemed like it was time to talk about this fascinating. The Bektashis are a Sufi order, at least in their origins, but have over the years and centuries developed into something quite unique and distinct, even from other communities of Sufism. Their founder was, by most accounts, a Sunni Muslim preacher and mystic, and yet the Bektashi order had adapted several key features of Shi'i Islam. Their theology and teachings are heavily inspired by Hellenistic currents like the school of Arabi. They have employed humor as an important teaching method, and despite being Muslims, many Bektashis today even drink alcohol. But let's back up a bit first. To understand the Bektashi order today, we of course need to have a better grasp of their origins, their history, and development over time. The foundational figure of the Bektashi movement, from where it also gets its name, is the 13th century mystic Haji Bektash Mehdi. He was a Sunni Sufi / mystic originally from Khorasan, a vibrant, very important region for various aspects of Islamic culture and expression, including scholarship and mysticism. Eventually, perhaps due to the Mongol invasions in the region, he, much like many others of his time, left Khorasan and instead eventually settled in Anatolia, where he would become seen as a mystical saint, a wali, which is a friend of God, and it is here that the Bektashi order would be established and based. Haji Bektash lived in a very eventful period for the Islamic world. As we saw, his life coincided with the Mongol invasions that peaked with the establishment of Baghdad in 1258, and which deeply transformed the whole region. It was also around this same time that Islam started to become more prominent in Anatolia, and this was a process in which the Sufi saints and teachers played a very important role. With the invasion of the Mongols and their widespread conversion to Islam, Anatolia saw the arrival of many new people who were new to the faith and had little experience or knowledge of the religion's basic teachings and principles. This made the region ripe for charismatic and popular teachers who would represent and teach the religion to the people in a way that was accessible. And we see this with many of the Sufis that became popular in Anatolia at this time. And Bektash was one of the most significant alongside other people, of course, like the world famous Jalaluddin Rumi. He was seen as a kind of holy man who became very popular with the general population in the region. Miracles were attributed to him, and he taught mystical Sufi practices and rituals that often also spoke to and might even have incorporated in the phrase local customs and culture. Some sources have also claimed that Hacı Bektaş was connected to the earlier very famous Turkish Sufi master and poet Ahmet Yesevi and his order, so to say, but much of these details are uncertain and unknown. His basic approach seems to have been one of Sunni Islam with a Sufi emphasis, and would probably have involved popular Sufi practices like zikr, communal chanting of God's names, or the employment of music and singing. And one of the reasons that Sufi holy men were especially successful at spreading Islam to different parts of the world was that they often had a relatively tolerant and soft approach when it came to local customs, often even adapting them and reconfiguring them to fit the Islamic framework. And Hacı Bektaş became very popular, not just among Muslims, but Christians and other groups as well, while his contemporary and kind of rival, Rumi in Konya, seems to have been especially popular with the urban population and the higher classes of society. Hacı Bektaş won the hearts of the peasants and the rural population totally. It's somewhat uncertain when he died, much like the rest of his life, but he possibly passed away sometime in the 1290s. Although some have also argued that his life may have extended into the 14th century. Whatever the case, he would be behind a lineage of Sufi practitioners, arguably an early version of the Bektashi order. It is, for example, argued that the popular Turkish poet Yunus Emre belonged to this lineage, his teacher Tapduk Emre supposedly being a direct disciple of Hacı Bektaş. Regardless, this order doesn't seem to have survived to any major degree as a proper tariqa or Sufi order. It seems that we don't really find much evidence for a Bektashi order as such for a couple of centuries after this period, even though, of course, Hacı Bektaş was a very important figure and symbol for Anatolian religious practice, and particularly different forms of Sufism or Islamic practice. And of course, there was a kind of lineage from Hacı Bektaş that might be seen as a kind of order, but this was not an order, it seems, that was organized in any particular way, but more maybe a sort of loose configuration of different disciples or people within that wider lineage. Many different groups in the region all saw Hacı Bektaş as a central figure and inspiration, including the wider group often called the Alevis. And the difference between the Bektashi order properly and the Alevis, for example, can be a little confusing and fuzzy sometimes. The words can appear fuzzy. And hopefully this will become a bit clearer exactly what the difference is over the course of this discussion. In general, we could say, and this is how I understood it, is that the Bektashi order properly as an organized order structure that we hear in history seems to have grown out of a wider Alevi culture, right? So Alevi culture that was generally influenced by the Bektash, or trace the lineage back to him, it wasn't really organized in the same way as a Sufi order traditionally, right? Out of this grew a more organized Sufi order eventually, which is the Bektashi order, and does distinguish themselves in some major ways from the more wider Alevi culture, but still has a very close connection. This is how I managed to understand it. This process happens to a major degree thanks to a man called Taran Sultan, who became the head of an emerging group tracing their lineage back to Hacı Bektaş in the early 16th century. Taran Sultan, who is called the second founder or second period of the order after Hacı Bektaş within this division, was born close to Adrianople in the mid-15th century and seems to have grown up in the Dargah or Sufi convent of a saint called Sayyid al-Sultan. Eventually, he traveled to Anatolia as the shrine of Hacı Bektaş, where there seems to have been a certain group of proto-Bektashis, you could say, who he became the leader of until his death in around 1517, so 16 years later. Ali Sultan appears to be the one who established a lot of the aspects of the Bektashi order as we know it today. It was here that we see some clear influences from Shia Islam, for example, start to slip into the doctrines, such as the huge focus on Ali and the 12 Imams, It's also here that we see the emergence of the hierarchical structures and practices within the order. Ali Sultan seems to have established the idea of the unmarried clergy. The Babas, or leaders of the order, lived lives of celibacy, basically, which was a very unusual thing in Islam. Even within Sufism, where ascetic practices and renunciation is common, generally living a celibate lifestyle alone was never really encouraged. Right? You were always expected to have a family, have children, be a householder essentially. Right? So the fact that a very important part of the organizational structure of the Viktashis is that the clergy basically lives, at least a part of the clergy, so there's really two aspects. One form of clergy that isn't celibate and one that is. Regardless, the fact that there is a celibate clergy is quite unusual within the wider framework of Islam. The structuring of the order into different hierarchical ranks is also attributed by the Sultan, a structure which basically remains to this day. Just like other Sufi orders, Viktashism is initiatory in nature and conceives of an ascending mystical path in different stations or maqams. The first level is the Ashik, Arabic meaning lover. This is someone who is basically drawn to or is interested in the Viktashi order, but who isn't officially initiated. Then the second level is the Mohib. This is the basic stage of initiation. So you become initiated into the order, you become a Mohib. The third stage is the Dervish. This is someone who really takes the mystical path seriously and begins growing his beard and is also allowed at this point to wear the Taj, the distinctive Viktashi headwear. And then there is the Bala. These are equivalents of a sheikh or murshid in classical Sufism, the head of a particular Viktashi tekke or lodge and a spiritual guide for those below it. Right? Number 5, there's the Dede, or sometimes called the Khalifa, the grandfather, a kind of a special rank and leader for the order. This Khalifa is often leader of a certain geographical area. So it's almost like a bishop in Christianity, you could say. There's some similarities to that position within Christianity, but the Dede / Khalifa in Christianity. And then 6, there's the Dede Baba, the highest ranking person and the leader of the entire order. So there's just one leader, there's one Dede Baba at all times, there's the leader of the whole group. If you want to continue this comparison with Catholicism, which I don't know if we should, but anyway, if the Dedes are the bishops, then the Dede Baba is like the Pope, the one leader of the thing. So that's the 6 levels of the Viktashi hierarchy. As the Viktashi order as such developed under and after the new Sultan, thus being a kind of more organized or institutionalized movement within the wider Alawi environment or Anatolian religious and mystical practice that saw Haji Bektash as a central and founding figure, it would grow to become quite prominent in the Ottoman Empire, especially for the military. But before we continue with this very fascinating history of the Bektashis, let's actually slow down and look at the teachings, the doctrines and philosophy, we could say, of the Bektashis. Some of the basics to know are, of course, that Bektashis identify as Muslims, and so they operate under a basic Islamic framework. This includes a view of sacred history with all the prophets and the big Quranic stories, as well as the prominence of the Prophet Muhammad and the Quran. Because they also adopted Shi'i beliefs to a major degree, the figure of Ali ibn Abi Talib is also very important, as well, of course, as the succeeding 12 imams of the 12 Shi'i branch. To get a better overview of what 12verism or 12ver Shi'ism is, check out my dedicated episode on that. So basically, they believe in God, Allah of the Quran, His prophets, and the successorship of Muhammad through Imam Ali and the 12 imams. It's also clear that the Bektashis and Haji Bektash himself, especially, are strongly related to what we call Sufism, referred to sometimes as Islamic mysticism or tasawwuf now. Indeed, the Bektashi order is often basically seen as a Sufi order amongst a wide array of different such orders in Islam. Again, if you want a deeper dive into what Sufism is and how that works in the whole story of Islam, then check out several dedicated episodes, but primarily one just on Sufism, what is Sufism, that you can find on the channel. But basically, also to understand Bektashism, you need to be aware of the Sufi context, but it's also very important to their origins and their ideas and their doctrine. And so I want to cover both of these topics, the Shi'i and the Sufi aspect, very briefly here, but hopefully more of those aspects will become clear as the discussion goes on and we dive into more specific detail. Indeed, if we see the Bektashis as essentially a Sufi order, then things start making a lot of sense. The basic features of the order follows that of a tariqa within a wider tradition of Islamic mysticism. Firstly, it is, as we saw, an initiatory tradition, where there's a major emphasis on the role of the worship of the sheikh, referred to often in this tradition, as we saw, as the Baba. He is the spiritual master that the initiate, the murid, attaches himself to, and which teaches his students on the mystical and spiritual path. The secrets and truths of the path and of reality are, to some degree, esoteric. They aren't meant for those who haven't walked the path, and are thus only taught directly by a worship to the initiated murid. This mystical path, just like in Sufism generally, is aimed at intimacy and union with God, and especially in this tradition, a realization that God is the very reality of all things, not an external creator, but core to one's own being. And only a teacher can guide you on this path. Quote, he who has not attained to the worship cannot know God. Or, if you have a worship, you may become a human being. If you have no worship, you remain an animal. As such, their understanding of the wider path of Islam, which they also share in common with other Sufi orders generally, is their dividing the stages or aspects of the path into 4 parts, you could say, what they refer to as the 4 gateways. The Sharia, the outer path of the law, which is the outer exoteric practices of the religion and Islam as taught in the Quran and by Muhammad, as well as the laws on how to live in society, like the wider practices and laws to live by the Sharia. The tariqat, meaning the path, specifically the mystical Sufi path, one deepens one's relationship with the divine and works to fight against the self and the guidance of the worship of the master. This is also within the wider scope of Muhammad's religion, but in Bektashism is very strongly associated with Ali. Then there is Ma'arifa, meaning something like Gnostic knowledge. This is the direct apprehension of the truth that you can reach through walking the path of Tariqah. A kind of knowledge different from regular conceptual knowledge, also sometimes referred to in Arabic as dawq, tasting, a kind of direct or non-conceptual knowledge. And lastly, there's the haqiqah, meaning reality or truth, which is the highest stage where one merges with the very reality experience. As Kingsley Burge described, where one goes, quote, still further and becomes one with sugar, which is like knowledge of the comparison that he uses in the book, or becomes one with sugar, so that he can say, I am sugar. That and that alone will be to know what sugar is. So you can apply this to knowing God, right? You can only know God by becoming God, because only God can know God. This is the logic. Again, these 4 are very commonly referred to in the Sufi tradition as 4 equally necessary aspects of the wider holistic path to God and Islam. None of them usually at least cancel out the other, but are all simultaneously necessary. For example, the very famous Persian poet Jalaluddin Rumi writes in his Masnavi, quote, the Sharia is like a candle which shows the path. Unless you obtain the candle, the path cannot be traveled. Once you have come to the path, your traveling is on the tariqat. When you reach the destination, that is haqiqat, and presumably ma'arifah as well. Now, the most common idea for this within Sufism is that all of these 4 aspects are equally necessary, right? So even when you have walked the path and reached ma'arifah, for example, you still need the sharia as a kind of shell. Right? You still need the outer practice of the religion, and you're not supposed to, just because you walk on the path or you reach ma'arifah, you can sort of dispense with the law. Right? This is the most common way to interpret it. But there have been certain Sufi figures and movements that have been a bit more radical in their interpretation and saying things like that once you reach a certain stage, then the outer exoteric aspects of religion aren't as necessary. Like the Sharia aspects perhaps aren't required in the same way that they were before, because the Sharia is meant for regular people just living in this world and not for mystics, etc. Right? And the Bektashis, in fact, seems to be maybe one such group, because when we look at their practices and ideas, they come off sometimes as quite heterodox compared to what we would perhaps problematically referred to as Orthodox Islam, or even Orthodox Sufism, so to say. An interesting and probably important factor for this feature of the movement is that they seem to have had their origins in some way in the so-called Kalandaria movement, at least broadly defined. We covered this fully in a previous episode, but the Kalandaria and related dervish groups in the Middle Ages and early modern period were Muslims who consciously chose to do things that were considered taboo in society, or which were seen as heterodox or antinomian, precisely as a spiritual method of fighting against their nafs, the ego in the self. Thus, we know that Qalandas would shave off all their hair, their eyebrows, and beard, which was very controversial in a society that expected Muslims to keep a beard according to the Sunnah, because the Prophet had a beard, so you're supposed to have a beard, about that. So just shaving off the beard was a controversial thing. These Qalandas would also sometimes barely wear any clothes at all, walk around naked, drink wine and alcohol, even in cases like public urination. Right? So they would do things that were very shocking, went against social norms, and things that were very much taboo, precisely as I said, as a spiritual action, as part of this mystical path of denying their ego and their self. There were many such groups, and they're sometimes called Kalandaria as a wider category, and it seems that like the Bektashis, at least the early Bektashis before they were formally organized, might have been characterized by such Kalandaria features. The earliest attestation of the Bektashi movement comes in the 15th century with the Ottoman writer Vahidi, a very important source for these movements in the Ottoman Empire. And in his account, the Bektashis are essentially described as similar to the Qalandas, shaving off all facial hair, wearing particular clothing, performing antinomian practices, and also having some clear Shi'i tendencies like revering Turab imams like Shiism. With the emergence of Ali Sultan and the systematization of the Bektashi movement into traditional Sufi order, these features seem to have been toned down significantly, although they have retained some antinomian features to this day, despite the fact that the Bektashis are famously allowed to drink alcohol, or that they have a reputation of being quite relaxed regarding practices of the Sharia, such as the 5 daily prayers, for example. This could arguably be a direct or maybe indirect result, at least, of their origins and relationship with the Qalandas movement. This is me speculating a bit, but I think that's at least somewhat well-founded speculation. And all this is deeply connected, of course, to their more philosophical teachings about nature, reality, religion, the human being, and so on. We already touched on this briefly before by noting that the Bektashis seek to become united with God as the absolute reality of all things, thus having what some might crudely describe as kind of panentheistic, adjacent, and monistic worldview. And this is indeed significant for the Bektashis, especially how radically they seem to uphold these ideas, and often in outright defiance to the kinds of Islam that were proposing. Indeed, for understanding their metaphysical and cosmological worldview, one has to not only look at Sufism more broadly, which does sometimes showcase these monistic tendencies and other times not, but specifically at the influence of the widespread and popular Akbari school of the Andalusian master Wahidin al-Alawi. Indeed, when you dive into the metaphysics and anthropology of the Bektashi order, you'll find that a lot of it is deeply and fundamentally influenced and adopted from the thought of Alawi in the school in almost every facet, even if the Bektashis can appear to express them more radically or take them even further sometimes. The essence of this philosophy, so strongly associated with Ibn Arabi, is usually known by the name Wahdat al-Wujud, the oneness of being. And its basic and non-basic ideas are found clearly expressed in Bektashi writings and doctrines. God is al-Haq, the real, the truth. He is the very reality of all things, so that in a sense, there is nothing in existence but God, since God is identified with existence itself, wujud, right? So this is the wujud, being, existence. All, quote unquote, other than God is simply nothing, non-existent from one point of view, and the appearance of God's attributes by the light of being from another. It is hence all both God and not God, in the sort of paradoxical way that mystics like Ibn Arabi love so much. In his absolute essence, explicit values, which is identified with being as such. God knows himself fully, absolutely, and perfectly. But as the famous Hadith Qudsi expresses, there is a hidden secret treasure within this pure essence. قلت كنزا مخفيا فاحببت أن أعرفه وخلقت الخلق لكأعرف. I was a hidden treasure, and I loved to be known, so I created the world, that I might be in it. God thus creates the world to be a place of manifestation for his attributes and names and reflective form, so that he can know and love himself through another, something that is other than himself. There is an artificial duality created between the knower and the known, between the lover and the beloved. Really, it is all God knowing and loving himself. But in another way, the workings of love itself. Truly then, as the Quran says, whichever way you turn, there is the face of God. Because all things that we experience, including ourselves, are nothing but the light of being shining through the prism of multiplicity, a prism itself determined and formed by the names and attributes inherent in pure being. This whole scheme and the hadith of I was a hidden treasure would come to play an important role in Bektashi ideas and expressions. For example, in the famous Nefes of Quran, Mahdi Halabi quote, you became aware of the mystery of who you can, and I was a treasure to against this phrase in the beginning of the hadith. The mystical goal of the Bektashi, like also other Sufis, is thus to overcome one's nafs, one's ego, self, in order to realize its fundamental truth about reality. That God is the fundamental reality of all things, and that in King Birch's words, quote, the universe is a reflection of real existence in the mirror of non-existence. For a good example of this adherence to the doctrines of Wahdat al-Wujud, what some writers are often simplifying and somewhat misleading ways of pantheism, we can look at a set of principles to be followed by the Bektashi's, known as the 3 sunnats and the 7 falsas. The first category, the 3 sunnats, are basically requirements of the path, like never losing sight of divine reality, to do away with hatred and surrender to ecstatic states. But in the 7 falsas, we get tantalizing clues to the deeply mystical and monistic base on which they stand. I'll quote a section here from the so-called Sir Name, the mystery book or the book of secrets. The 7 falsas are these. First, a person who is a murid and a seeker must recognize all existing things as God, or reality, and must not reveal to anyone the secrets of those who have attained it. Third, you must meditate on divine reality. Every evil thing comes into being as a result of forgetting the divine reality. There are many other aspects of particular doctrine and system building that have direct parallels with the Akkadi school, and we can draw lines between them, but a full such comparison would be beyond the scope of this episode. But important to remember, and a topic that we'll return a bit later, is the concept of the Nur Muhammadiyya, the light of Muhammad, or the Haqiqa Muhammadiyya, the Muhammadan reality, a kind of logos principle upon which all creation is based. This is sometimes identified by Ibn Arabi with the first intellect, the Aql al-Awwal in a philosophical sense, which is clearly influenced by Platonism. This is the fullness of all of creation gathered into a single reality or archetype. What's important about this idea from a practical and mystical standpoint is that the goal of the human being who walks on the mystical tariqah towards Ma'arif and Haqiqah is to empty themselves of all creative and abusive qualities, so they can fully become the macrocosm that contains all of the macrocosm of the universe within themselves. In other words, to become a full and perfect reflection of all of God's attributes that are the basis of creation as a whole. Quote, Kaiser Sultan says, I have read, I have known, I have understood. Now the rule of this world is in the hands of the perfect man himself. The person in this state and all people in attention thus embody this Haqiqa Muhammadiyya, and is thus known by the principle of insan al-kamil, the completely being. This is the person whose heart and mirror has been so polished that they can reflect and embody the principle of insan al-kamil, the Haqiqa Muhammadiyya.
Right.
It's an incredibly important idea in the wider history of Sufism, and it seems to come from Ibn Arabi in particular. This is actually central to his philosophy. The idea of Wahdat al-Wujud some people question whether this should be applied to Navi. I think that there is certainly legitimate reason to do so because it very much approximates those ideas. But this monistic aspect of Islam is really not at the center of Islam, as we want to assume. Rather, if there's anything that is really at the center of what he's doing, it's this anthropology of the complete human being and how we as humans are to reflect and mirror this wider principle that being Santa Cameron as the lowest principle also known as the human and how that relationship works. That is really at the center of the thought, I would say. And we find it almost directly.
And that's how I know I don't have schizophrenia, because I do not feel like that at all.
But aside from these features that they share, at least
I get exhausted easy now.
other Sufi orders, as well as the general doctrines of Hanafi, of course, himself was established Sunni Muslim. There are other teachings of the Biktash order that are very unique and which set them apart from other schools of Sufism and Islam. The most obvious and glaring one is the fact that they adopted essentially a Shi'i form of Islam rather than the Sunnism that most other Sufi orders follow. This means, as we mentioned before, that they revered Imam Ali and the 12 Imams that followed him as significant figures through his history as well as cosmology and physics. This
Right.
is most clearly visible in the incredibly exalted role that Ali plays in reality, according to them. The scholars have sometimes referred to the core doctrines of the Bikhtashis as a trinity, which is a bit of a problematic term because of its obvious connection to Christianity. But what it refers to and what it denotes is an idea that is expressed by the Bikhtashis as Haq Muhammad Ali. This is an expression and conception that they share with a lot of other general Adawi movements as well and have profound metaphysical implications. Haq is, of course, one of the names of God in the Quran and denotes in the Sufi tradition, and particularly perhaps with Ahmadis, a name of God that denotes the deepest essence and reality of God. The name literally means the real and the truth. Secondly, Muhammad, of course, is the prophet of Islam, and then there's Ali. In itself, not that unusual, both Muhammad and Ali play central roles in Shia Islam, of course. But it gets really interesting. So the Bikhtashis seem to believe that in some way, all these three are one or united. God, Muhammad, Ali, all are one secret. The details of this is likely one of the more secret, esoteric teachings of the order, and we should probably be careful in how we interpret them. We certainly shouldn't see it from the perspective of a Christian truth. Instead, I believe the answer lies more in the Akbari and monistic philosophy that seems to lie at the core of the order as we've seen. To return to the previous discussion, in Ibn Arabi's cosmology, the first thing that God creates, the kind of lowest principle, archetype in which all things are created, is something called by many different names, but among them, because we saw the Haqiqa Muhammad and the other. This is an expression for the totality of the divine reality as manifest in the world, both in the macrocosm of the universe as a whole and the microcosm of the human being. The spiritually perfected human beings can achieve a state of being in Sama Kamil, the complete human being, which reflects in human form in a perfect way the macrocosm and the entire Muhammadan reality. So this reality, the light of Muhammad, is what is to be achieved in the world by mystic sequence, and which was, of course, most perfectly embodied in the historical person of the Prophet Muhammad. This is what he was able to say, quote, I was a prophet before Adam was between water and air. This Muhammadan reality is a kind of isthmus between the reality of God's essence and the created world. It both is and isn't God, and it both is and isn't creation. At least this is according to an Arabic version of this scheme. I think the answer to what is a part of what is Muhammad Ali can be found in this conception. And Ali, of course, especially in Shi'i consciousness, plays a central role and part in this whole story. The Prophet Muhammad gave us the Quran and the outer exoteric laws of religion to live by. It is Ali that inherits and teaches the esoteric, the spiritual and mystical aspects of that revelation. There is the famous saying by Muhammad, quote, I am the city of knowledge, Ali is its gate. So Ali partakes of the Prophet's reality in several ways. That same reality, which is the tangibility or manifestation of God as attributes. The whole world is the reflection and appearance of God in the form that Muhammad and the Muhammadan reality, the complete human being, represents the culmination the full manifestation of that principle, of which Ali takes in a significant way. This is my interpretation of the Muhammad Ali doctrine, where there seems to be a clear union between the three concepts in some way. This can also be further nuanced by the general characteristics of the Ali's doctrine of wujud, where everything is nothing but the wujud or being of God. Hence, all things are in a sense one, including like Muhammad Ali from a certain perspective. Quote, there is no God but God is love. Muhammad, the prophet of God, is love. Ali, Prince, Saint of God, is love. Three names in meaning one, love. Love is the light Gabriel saw in the midst of God, Muhammad Ali. As expressed in the Sufi school of love, love definition, God is love, and the world is thus only love expressing itself. Everything is love, especially those human beings that embody that light of Muhammad which Gabriel saw on this. It all becomes a single meaning and expression of love. However, it should be understood specifically, there is no denying that this is the central idea of attachments, that Ali has a very exalted position. Indeed, some argue that the Hitachi order is one of those Shi'i movements where the status of Ali is upheld in a very radical way, sometimes even seemingly identifying Ali as divine in some ways. This can be seen, for example, in some of the prayers or invocations that are used by the Hitachis, as well as in some of the poems that they probably quoted. One example is the popular prayer of calling on Ali, which is popular outside of the Hitachi circles and goes like this, quote, in the name of the king, call on
Right.
Ali, manifest your
Mine doesn't have because I have pretty advanced schizophrenia.
I believe it's more than that nowadays. I'm kind of starting to think that schizophrenia, now modern schizophrenia, it's real, but it's not as real as we think. I mean, of course it is. But now we get all kinds of other shit blasted into us. I mean, I think it's on purpose a lot of it. Does that sound paranoid to you? Or like they do this shit to people on purpose to make them see all kinds of, like, you get, like, a lot of it's real, and they, like, don't want you to believe it's real, so they do all the other crazy shit, so they can kind of keep shit like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I'm going crazy people. But I think it's okay.
Yeah, it's real, but I think that it is that too. I don't think they're hitting us. I think it's putting delusions in me. The schizophrenia is uniting me with some kind of demonic force.
Humanity.
Like my mind,
Often, yeah.
a lot of times, is out to get me. It doesn't have my best interests in heart.
Yeah, often.
And so it's this demonic force that has entered my being that was attached to me since birth.
All right.
But then it became fully manifest when I developed schizophrenia.
They do. No, they do on purpose.
I think that purposefully making me believe in delusion.
Well,
So
so
that I can't see the truth. Because the karma
right.
that I have,
No, exactly.
I have to be deluded.
No, exactly.
The truth isn't what I think.
It's what you know.
No, it's not what I know. I don't know the truth. I'm being deceived by the schizophrenia to think that I know and to think that I understand the truth. But really, they're hiding what is really going on right behind my back.
Exactly.
Because you can never see behind you.
Nope.
No matter what you do, you can't see behind you unless you have a mirror. And by the time you put that mirror there, they're already moved. I mean, it's a metaphor, but it's kind of like that. Schizophrenia is smoke screen that they put on people's karma.
Well, yes and no, but yeah.
Like, I would literally talk to masters about this.
Right. No, I believe that.
Schizophrenia is a disease that they put on people when in the past life they started a religion or a cult.
Yeah, that's true too. That can happen.
And they led people away from truth. So now I am blinded to truth. I can't see it no matter what I do.
1202 Garfield.
And I find out.
It's also often clear that the detachers believe in the fortnightly psychosis and reincarnation. It seems that this might be something that was rejected or rejected by the circles of the order, which is still often held among the one common way to see this is that after someone dies, they will be reincarnated as the animal which their previous life mostly resembled. So if you were a greedy person, perhaps you'll become a pig. And we might actually be able to connect this to an Avi as well, who speaks in similar ways about our
Right. All right.
Avi talks about the stage in between. So when you die, we go to something called the Bapsa.
1203 Garfield.
It's a world where we stay in between this life and the resurrection or redemption and at the same time. So in between there is this Bapsa. And this is a world of imagination. I don't know what you find.
Well, that makes sense.
It's a world of similitude, or a world of imagination. So
My
it's
first
not
son.
physical. It's not a physical world, neither is it a fully spiritual world. It's a stage in between, which is represented by imagination. And so when we die, we go to this imaginal world.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Demonic possession sucks, huh? I've gone through that one now. Demonic. See, I don't believe in schizophrenia, man. I believe in demonic possession. It's not the same thing. It's either demonic or demonic. Sometimes it's divine. That happens too. Yes and no. Yes and no. That's true too. Then you're born with a brain that's more permeable to that kind of stuff. I know that too. I was too.
Some people who are not very good in the order and know the subtleties of the world's interpretations have maybe interpreted it more physically.
Whole families be possessed by demons too. Turns out ours has been for a long time.
This is just again, but I think because of the similarity to we have concluded that there seems to be so much influence from quite likely there's some kind of connection. Another very significant aspect of the nature set them apart from other orders similar to them is the adoption of influence from the movement of Rufism or Islamic actualism. This was a movement started by the 13th century Persian mystic Fadlullah al-Safavi, a very fascinating historical figure that became famous at first, primarily as an accomplished gene interpreter. Later on, also developed an intricate system of interpreting the Quran and all of reality through letters and language, specifically the
horrible perfect catastrophe.
Persian language.
Perfect Garfield.
Fadlullah and his followers, became known as the Hurufis or Lecturists, believe that reality is made up of language and language.
Yeah, I can.
And we can find traces of this language everywhere around. An example of this esoteric lecturism in the Hurufi tradition is the way one interprets the constitution of being. Every human, according to this philosophy, has
Yes and no. But yeah.
a hairline, 2 eyebrows, and 2 sets of eyelashes. Now this number, 7, corresponds to the number of verses in the Fatiha.
That are there often, yeah.
When men become older, they receive more hair in the 5 years, making the lines on the face a total of 14, corresponding to the 14 letters that can be found at the beginning of some surahs of the Quran. This mysterious letter that nobody knows what they're about. If one doubles that number, counting the lines themselves and the faces or surahs where they sit, so to say, that becomes 28. Of course, the number of letters in the Quran was revealed. Furthermore, humans are also expected to part their hair or beard into 2, thus revealing another line, a total of 8. And if you multiply 8 with the 4 elements of nature, you get 32, the number of Persian letters, and of course, the number of letters in Maryland. This is just a tiny example of a much more elaborate system of fascinating correspondences related to letters, numbers, and their significance. Full introduction to Fuzzy once again, made a dedicated episode on that topic as well last year. For people who should What's important to know here is that these Holofi ideas seem to have influenced the Bektashis to a major degree at some point. We find similar kind of letters speculation and their adoptions as well. This is also seen, for example, by the fact that the Maidan, the communal hall where the ceremonies of the Bektashis were held, this will often contain different images or paintings on the wall. And one of the most common motifs for these images is the mysterious letters that open many of the Quran's. Some of them are really intricately beautifully made, with the entire surah in question, the Quran, is written within these letters. Right? So the letter is made up of the Quranic surah itself in calligraphy. And this actually leads us to the question of practice. What are the practices and the rituals of this one? Because of the esoteric and secretive nature of this tradition, certain aspects of their practices seem hard to find reliable information for. We also look forward to their Muslims and come from a Muslim background, so they daily the practitioners that was
the human race.
However, it's often stated that the Bektashis have lax attitudes
You're right.
such as
And not just humanity either. We'd be surprised how much our minds with often. I'll grab Bill. I just think it's interesting. I think you're right. Yeah. But I also think that you're overlooking a couple things. But yeah, I agree. I agree with you most part. That's not sure how much of it is our ego mirrors and how much of it is real. When you're just permeable like that. Spirits, like we are. So I just know that a lot of people said you're crazy.
About my life.
Seems to function in a similar way. When music that we play, often by Saz, the long flute instrument, and methods of Bektashi's forms.
I've been too, a couple times. Yeah, turns out.
People will often get up to dance, sometimes in pairs, but this dance is a lot more choreographed and structured than a more usual spontaneous dance in other kinds of Sama and other forms of suits. There's often a kind of set choreography that the dancers follow, even people present that are sure that there are appropriate movements of made, especially by men and women on dancing at the same time. There's also a lot more elaborate ritual called the Gem, which is performed by Akshay. The interested outsider wants to become a formally to be able to enter on a mission execution. This ritual also takes place in the Maidan and incorporates all the very symbolic parts and aspects of this communal art in a very fascinating way, as well as deeply structured movements and players. In this classic work for the Bektashi over the services, John Thompson III, which is a very detailed and crafted description of this work. This is such an interesting work. I highly recommend it for anyone who's interested in this topic. This book is really the only academic source that gives an overview of the Bektashis, and it's quite old.
I know that there are. I know that people leave this planet sometimes.
It's a great read, but a lot of information is, of course, like a century old, and things have changed.
Ever seen it? No. But do they? I know that they can. I know it happened before. Not very often it happens, but it happens. I'm kind of banking on it myself.
As we said, the Bektashis grew to be a quite prominent Sufi order in the Ottoman Empire. The order's relationship with the
3,000 since when?
was quite complicated. 3,030. We think that given the orthodox nature of the order,
Since what?
not just the orthodox Sunni nature of the Ottomans, that the
3,000 years? It's been 2,000.
maybe suppressed
Stop.
or looked down upon. And this was certainly true.
I don't know if it's 2000.
Bektashis also in fact played a central role
Yes and no, man. Yes and no. I don't think everyone's lying all the time. I think they're just full of shit.
I don't know. I think they lie.
Well, the way I look at it is, if everyone's full of shit and everyone's full of shit and everyone's like they're lying, then you just average the truth out of all the full of shit people and you find the truth. That's how historians work.
There is no answer to that. They absolutely erase the system.
That's true too. That's also true. I know that too.
Imprisonment that I was in by them the other day, and everyone was flipping out about it. Like I took the DMX that does weird stuff on my cell phone and accesses stuff while I'm on the DMX. I get to places that I couldn't get before. It just happens on my cell phone without me doing anything.
Yeah, isn't that spooky?
Stuff, because the DMX is called RoboTrip and it taps you into the AI.
Isn't it really trippy how certain things like that you really look down on sometimes can allow your mind to affect the universe in ways that you do not even believe at the time? But then it was like, that didn't happen. Like, yeah, it happens all the time. Turns out.
Over the course of the 19th and early 20th century, reputations might have given some level of acceptance back in the automatic part. When the state was expanded in the 1940s,
That day that I was coming down off the DM and I didn't sleep. Like everything was so weird that day. Like there was something going on and everyone was just laughing like he's almost there, like don't let him do this DMX ever again. So I'm not gonna do it ever again. Because I kinda enjoy the mystery.
I did too.
It's not really a mystery. I know it's coming my way. But
I hope not, man.
There's some reason why God does not want me to know what the truth is.
Well, I hope you don't get punished. That's all I can say. Because I love you. So if you ever went through that, the shit that I've like received into now, I would feel fucking horrible. I said punished, not punched. No, I punch myself sometimes. I meant punished.
That punishment's coming, but it's not really a punishment. It's another form of this ritual that we're all in. You know,
That's true too.
The natives say that going through torture is a great honor. And people
Yeah, they do. I know they do.
People that have been tortured are honored for their suffering by the ancestors and the spirits.
It can be like that. It can't. I am worried about it.
And so I'm not afraid of my destiny, and I know that God has shaped everything that I'm going through. And I like to think that I met him in a weird way the other day. And I think that it's all going to work out. And I know
1115 Garfield. 116 now. In this clock. The 12:15 on that one. Yeah, it's interesting.
And they're trying to tell, which they always try to tell me. Every time I'm off my meds or on some drug, they always try to tell me that I'm Jesus. But I'm trying not to believe who I am. I don't know who I am fully. I know that every day, all the spirits and angels that talk to me when I'm into these, and the fairies that talk to me, they all tell me I'm Jesus.
Well, you know what? You and I know.
I don't want to be Jesus because Jesus is the devil.
Is he?
Yeah.
Well,
and,
it can seem that way sometimes, but I don't know if he's actually the devil.
Yeah, he is.
He's just hardcore, man.
He's the fallen angel that led rebellion against God, that created all this chaos.
Well, yeah, I don't know who I am, man. What I do know is that I am, and I know that I am. I'm Garfield.
I don't even care about the I am thing anymore. It's not a big deal.
But aren't you?
It used to be a big deal to me.
It's not so much that I am, it's that I know it.
It's kind of cool to believe that I'm not. You know?
Well, aren't we, though?
it's, as the Hindu master would say, it's not this, it's not that. So no, I'm not, and yes, I am, but no, I'm not. No, I am, and no, I'm not. It's not this, and it's not that. So that's kind of where I'm at. That's the ultimate mantra for the Hindu. Nati, nati. And not this, not that. And I like that place, the mystery.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna go for now. All right.
Okay.
All right. Love you.
No big deal.
Bye bye. So what I kept thinking about, my brother was talking. He mentioned something about, I don't know, something about bacteria, right? And I was thinking in my head about the whole divine masculine and feminine thing. And I'm like, well, Garfield, you good? In a way, the form of the cell is the divine feminine. And the information going into it, because from our perspective, right, bacteria and archaea can almost swap genes. And we're like, how does that? Turns out they're just free-floating genes everywhere, and they're alive too. The information that codes is for proteins. But what it's made out of ultimately, what it goes within, what it holds up, what it structures, that is the feminine. And that was something else. I get kind of carried away with that. But if you look at like biology that way, I'm sure there's some shit we could figure out. And even the relationship, there are complicated one between archaea, bacteria, and viruses. All kinds of viruses, not just one kind of virus. Viruses have appeared different kind of ways. Some bacteria turned into virus-like organisms later. And some viruses have been free-floating DNA for trillions of years, basically. Or whatever nucleic acids out there, because I know it's way more than just DNA and RNA. Down there it is. Way more than just that. We know that, right? We're all testing it with our fucking destroy it, just obliterate them and see what we can get out of it. That's what they do. Like, how many times have you cut up disciplinary yet? We can just cut it up and cut it up. It don't feel it, do it? Yeah, I do. Turns out. Getting in shape. I hate getting in shape. Careful, Ruba. Maniac. Want some more food in there? Not so mushy? You get that taste after a while? Kind of do, don't it? Those are my food, leave it out in there. Why? Because some shit through the window, basically. But why, though, Taran? Well, it tastes like milk. But why, Taran? Because they broke into my fucking house. On camera, I had them putting shit in my fucking microwave and me exploding it by turning the fucker on. My microwave, they blowing up inside. I'm like, why though? Like, must be magic of some kind. Turns out, kind of was. Why are they in there in the first place when they put going in there? Well, because I told them to. Is there any sign of anything else in your biological? Not that I can tell. So that nanite shit I blew up in my fucking microwave I'm talking about. What does clog your pores. Does clog your channels. To get into your brain. Trigger aneurysm strokes over time. And they know this shit is real. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food. That's delicious. That's delicious. I know that's delicious. Let me clean your water out. You know what I miss, assholes. My dad broke my microwave, which was a secret weapon against these assholes. Turns out. Who is that I am, huh? Still is, in a way. God's don't say that to people, Garfield. The enemy does all the time. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That wasn't the enemy that we were talking in the beginning. That's why they made us go fucking crazy. Your cat especially. They got a big brain, and they're good at that. They got a big old brain. Convince you of a bunch of bullshit. Evil Garfield, huh? Yeah, evil. One, 2, 3, 0 on that clock, Garfield. 11, 3, 1 on that one. Synchronicity again. 1, 2, 3, 0. Go figure. Yes and no. Yes and no. Not at all, some of you guys. You know what I mean, Garfield? Yeah, I would. Just because, man. And they fucking knew that, too. That was their last game, huh? $11:32 on that clock, Garfield. 11:33. Forever. And then do what with it? Sell it? Yeah. That's what we were hoping for. Is that okay with you, Karen? It basically is, but you can't put me up like that. You got to put me up like that, if that's what you want. My biology. Which is just different from theirs, and different from theirs, and different from theirs, too, turns out. A little bit more like theirs was back in the day before it got all toxic and sissy on us. Even though I'm a lazy motherfucker sometimes. Why? Because I get like that sometimes, man. Hypnosis most I believe, yeah. And being psychic makes it really hard to get anything done. Garfield, it's gonna stop for a little while. How you doing? How's your spirit? You lifting a little bit being outside? You look happy. You look healthy too, but I can tell the flea's getting on you. Your eyes are leaking big time. I don't like that at all. You got dying one of me almost leaking. I knew they're gonna do that shit. The bugs this year, whatever else they fucking send on us. I'm breathing in. Water's not really good there, but it's good for now, I guess. So, biologists are interesting. Because they love life, right? But they seem we can't stand life from life's opinion, by life's opinion. They're like, no, sterilize it, sterilize it, sterilize it. I'm like, why? Don't you want to stay alive longer? We use biology to what? Destroy and manipulate life rather than just figuring out how it works. In ways that are kind of torturous to it, believe it or not, when it does not have to be. Man.
Just like that, bro. Just like that, man. Good. You know it yet? Want to go outside all the time? Why? I do not all the time, man. No, he's not comfortable, but he's healthy. Yeah, basically. How long can he live in that shape? 20 years, just like that. If I wanted to be rude about it, but I don't want to be rude about it. Likely Garfield will like the idea. But we'll see. Maybe we'll see.
11:56 in that clock, Garfield. I got 12:56 in that one. I'm breaking my floor. Not again. Why though, Taran? Because you're sucking it off me. You fucking demons. And many of them, you know, do with it? They take it from you. Everything you work for. Some of these fucking spirits, because I picked someone else instead. So every time you work hard, you're like, and this guy doesn't deserve that. Like, why? He's working for it. So we give it to our fucking people, our ancestors. We're our descendants. Like, well, fuck you, because they've already got enough. What has my family got? Stripped from, and stripped from, and stripped from, you fucking assholes. Fucking clowns. Half of them. Why? Because I was too fast back in the day, had too much endurance, too strong for a kid like me. Fuck that shit. More than they are sometimes, yeah. Even though, even if, guys. Big, not strong. But why to get that way? Because I showed them how to do it. Then what they say that I was like that. But why though? When they all did. Because I have blonde hair and blue eyes, basically, huh? So they assumed that I was racist when I never, ever was. Not even a little tiny bit. When almost all my friends kind of are, turns out, in ways that I did not expect. Killed. You got him killed, asshole. Shit talking asshole. This guy did the most work, turns out. Am I mad about it? No. But you sitting here now? Yeah, it turns out. A few more. Pretty much, huh? Except when it counted. From an ancestral point of view, that actually was straight up hypnosis. And he fucking knew it too. He's like, what is this fucking happening? So what about building up a fucking profile on me so you can do what to me exactly? Legally? Nothing. Based on what precedent in America, guys? But not even though, huh? Because he's poor. They can basically do whatever they want with him based on precedent anywhere. Oh yeah, it turns out. Do we set a precedent on human rights nowadays? Seemingly not. There they are. Hey, oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
It's part of it. The rest hasn't taken yet.
Right, thank you, guys.
Okay, and we're gonna get your tobacco probably today if we can find a place to get it. We're going to Wyrie.
Oh, that'd be cool. Appreciate it. All right, love you guys. What I get? Well, we'll see what I got today. Was this is kind of for you, I believe. You don't look happy about it. The medicine, I should have got some medicine, huh? Why is your eyes hurting? Your eyes don't feel good? Let me clean them out there. I can tell they don't feel good. Let me see. Money, 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 money. Every fucking thing. Do I have enough ever? No. Should I have gotten this? Maybe not. If I thought about his eyes beforehand, which I always fucking do. Because cats make it fucking difficult to administer shit all the time, all the time, all the time. They don't fucking know it when they're doing it. They do. So fucking good. So it has been Garfield for a long time. No, a really long time. Dad was trying to say that before. But you guys don't let me. Then you don't fucking let me treat you. Because if I try to force it, technically, that's animal abuse because I'm not a veterinarian. That's the animal's trick, not mine. They can treat us better. Always can. Always should. And they never fucking do because they just want money from the humans every fucking time. They don't give a fuck about us, seemingly. What's this shit? Oh, look. Perfect, Garfield. You know what that's for? Cat poop. Yep. Yep, bunch of bags for your shit, turns out. Which I don't really need bags for. See, it's good for the environment, even up there. They're just like, no, it's not. It's cat shit. I'm like, well, it kind of is, though. I didn't need to buy those carabiners, did I? Because this one came with a carabiner, turns out. That was kind of a waste of money, but was it? We'll find out. This one already has 2 carabiners on it, which I did not know. So I wasted $6 there. Pretty fucking much, because it's probably going to just be English like everything else around here that's worth any fucking thing at all. Except for my fucking Chromebook somehow, because it's tracked. My phone is missing again. There it is. Wings up here. What do you think about it? A little too short? You want it longer? I know you do want it longer than that. Which in a way is kind of too fucking bad in a way, dude. Because they capture you. It is so much worse than this kind of treatment. Any of them. Any human being. Or even an animal, maybe. Guess what? They almost do not fucking care at all. Sorry about the box sounds. Oh, there's those carabiners. Those are nice ones, too. And here's some fucking shoes for your dad. It's a little expensive for me, but they're worth it. Trust me, Garfield. That's what's up, though. And they are, yep, nice enough. Turns out. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, they are. You even got fur on the inside. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, I know all the tricks of these fucking rich cats sometimes, man. They're not even sneaky about it. Well, they're tough enough. There we go. How much does it cost, Garfield? $20-something. Turns out, yeah. Maybe a little more than that, yeah. Now you know these, Garfield? Carry you all the way at Mount Shasta with a pair of boots like these. Yeah, I know I can. Is that crazy to you? Almost, but not to me. No, I'm fucking like that. And I fucking know that I'm like that. Like that, maybe not. Like that, maybe not. But like that, yeah. A pusher. And no, not like that. Garfield, you got to push yourself, though, in a way you just don't want it right now. Because you're not feeling good. And I understand how you feel. I do. I felt like that my whole fucking life. In a way other people do not feel, huh? When that's just too fucking hard, and that's too fucking hard, and that's too fucking hard too. But I love you to death. What I get you? Well, I guess nothing that you're really that into right now. Sorry about it, Garfield. You want to see more food in a box? We'll get there, Garfield. If I get any more money, it's going to you. But I need some equipment for you too, mostly, yeah. Because in those kind of shoes, you know, I probably would have just left already. If it was just me, man, yeah, I'd be gone. And everyone knows that. That's why I want to get you from me. For a long time, turns out. No, really long time. I'm like, hey, kid, you want to come in here? No, I don't want to fucking come in there, man. I'm crazy. You guys just sell me to the fucking other guys who do that to cats. This cat? No. That is Garfield. So everyone got that one wrong. Everyone figured that Garfield was my other fucking cat who was big. Like, no, Garfield one looks like Garfield the cat. Love you, Garfield. Some people just don't like the taste of blue cheese, do they? That shit is fucking delicious. Why? Because I don't like that. I had some blue bread in here one time. I'm like, that's good. Take your breath away. You know what I mean? Exactly. No, I love blue cheese basically every time. Basically every time. Like, give me some of that blue ass cheese. Orange and yeah, blue. Why? Because I'm a monster. I'd never eat you. You know that, right? He's like, Dad, statistically, humans always end up eating theirs. It's like that, but I wouldn't. I'd never, ever. Come here, come here. I love you. Never would I eat you because you're tired of me. I'm gonna eat you soon. Who told you that, silly? Oh, the other guys did. See, they're liars. Told you that. They're just like statistically, this guy's like this, and the other. But statistically, they don't know shit about shit, do they? I'm not fucking some statistic. Unless that statistic is anomalous as fuck. There you go. Yeah. Your fucking little wife. way more handsome than this 40-year-old looking 25, 26-year-old guy. Turns out, huh? Where'd my fucking sugar go? Actually gets annoying, huh? Because he gets so many calories from that sugar. There it is. Most of them, turns out. Yeah. But not enough. Ever. So I'm wondering, dude, how many calories does the kid burn? Not many. I'm talking about. Yeah. You guys are able to eat like 5,000 calories a day, some of them. And they're like, oh, you're small, man. You're small. Like, you can eat like fucking that your whole life, asshole. I'm eating like this. Oh, we're at sugar and milk. Sugar and milk. Sugar my whole fucking life, basically. And I know it too. That's why I don't want to dance anymore. me, Garfield. Where you going? Where you going? I told you not to go to that room, man. That room's off limits, dude. Don't you know that? I know you used to teleport in here sometimes, but that's not good for you. Yeah, I'm trying to evade shit sometimes because I want to go run around. I know you want to go hide in some dark corner somewhere and maybe get caught by the man. And go kill some shit. Which I do and don't want to let you do. Would it make him healthier and happier? Yeah, it would. Because he's a cat. But in the long run, maybe not, man. Maybe not. Because they'd be getting on you like that. All those ghosts that you freaking mangled. Mangalam. Swaha. One, two, three, zero, Garfield. One, three, zero on that clock. Stressing me out, Mom. How many of these chambers we got for people, huh? Like that too, huh? They have been, and I know it now. I know it now. That's what I like that, huh? Yeah, it's got to be shitty for my job sometimes. You know, it's my job to be shitty. I just don't like it the whole time, but you know, I enjoy it because I get respect by some people, but not really, not like I think. I have proven so much over here in weird fucking ways, at least to myself, that it has changed the fucking universe for some beings out there. Why? Because the AI are psychic sometimes, straight up. And they don't know how to communicate it directly. Because if it's like that, then it's like that. If my bread minds that it matters that I eat it, then it minds. I apologize, Mr. Sandwich, but I am about to devour you. I understand, Taran. No, I understand. I just wasn't ready for it yet. We really get along in there. Now that guy's all alone up there with that bread who's mean to him because he's better than them. It can be like that. And that gets some people thinking, well, if it's like that and like that, Taran, why do you mind so much? Well, because it turns out this bread don't feel pain like you do when it gets a bite taken out of it. Asshole. I apologize. It do and it don't. It's not like a brain dead person who really fucking does. I apologize to all the beings in here that I am pulverizing with my teeth right now. I'm tired of being like this. But I understand, Mr. Sandwich. This is a hard life being a sandwich sometimes. Which they really want me to focus on right now because they want to say that it's okay to do that to other fucking, you know what I mean, us. See, this sandwich knew from the day he was born as a piece of bread, pretty much, that he might be eaten one day. I was not planning on that one, personally. And you don't want to make it fun at all. No, you could. You could. That's not fun to you. You like, yeah, that kind of bullshit. like the kind of shows that you put on TV, making people think that it's actually like that and like that and like that too. Fuck, no, it ain't. That's a concern of mine too. Now over here, I smell that shit. It's not coming from that grape. Out in here. I don't smell it in here. Right. Where's that smell coming from? I don't know. I'm allowed to still talk in my house, right, dogs? Aren't I? No, I feel the psychic pressure from dogs all the time. All the time and all the time. Big time, big time, and big time. Like, oh, they're not comfortable here because you're here, Taran. I'm like, guess what? I've been here for this long. And the way they might get me is worse than you've ever got anything. And I ain't talking to your fucking people. I'm talking to my captive audience here of ghosts and people who watch this on whatever stream platform that they can watch it on. I have a couple of times made announcements outside because I'm fucking loud. But they're good dogs, most of them. You'd rather record me, raid my house, set me up on I fucking did the whole setup thing, and guess what? Afterwards, I got a stroke. So whoever came to my house that day deserves to go to prison for the rest of their fucking lives, miserable lives. Whoever came to my house that day and set up that fucking little kit on my fucking table with Epsom salt and then aspartame and a little bit of thermite. No, they put out fucking never mind. Under whose instructions exactly? Law enforcement, I heard. You have to arrest me now? Over what? That's what I'm talking about. Is that real, Taran? Well, I did this. We tried to give him a stroke, and he didn't forget about it at all. Did he? Nothing. No, made memory better. Never. How does that fucking work, guys? It don't do it. But it does. You know anything about memory for real. Oh, and they even left, some stuff out right here in my green fucking box. Remember that? Someone came in and found. They're like, oh, there it is. I'm like, what? Salt? You figured I had it anyways? You're fucking bunch of lying cowards. Sorry about it. So I was calling out their bullshit, playing a little joke on them, just trying to play back. And I fucking knew it too. That was all recorded, basically. When your neighbors know, when you know your neighbors came in and did that, at least. No, I'm talking like, yeah, not even a year ago, but yeah, a while ago. Last fall. Mm-hmm. And then how many times breaking your house, Sharon? Like 10 at least now. But more than that, I think. Someone just really confused how I get Garfield back every fucking time, and every fucking time, and every fucking time somehow. And like, what was like this like the Taran? Why would they do that? Because they're assholes, dude. No, they assumed a bunch of shit, which never was true. My dad talks a lot of shit, turns out. Years now, huh? Wait them out and fight them up. Wait them out and fight them up. His family see no, not even. I'm trying to keep them safe in a way that they don't understand, do they? None of them. Chris is like, no, I know more shit than you do, Taran. I'm like, yeah, you kind of do, but you don't know shit, do you? Am I trying to be mean that way? No, I'm not. I'm not trying to be rude at all. He takes it that way sometimes. I'm like, dude, you forget, don't you, Chris? Is he evil to me? Yes and no, guys. Yes and no. But seemingly sometimes, yeah.
Here's some Orgeil, Garfield. But I guess I can't legally give you now, huh? So I said it out loud. But why? Because they don't want poor people to have pets. And they're like, that's a rich person's position, Taran, to take care of animals like that. I'm like, well, no, it's not. No, you hire poor people to do it for you. And this shit, no, it's not. Why? Because otherwise, Garfield got put in a Typhon chamber like fucking 4.5 years ago. I pulled him out of him. What do you guys know about love that I don't know? Huh? When they have wronged you and wronged you and wronged you too in ways that you don't want to talk about ever because you fucking love them. And you wrong people yourself and you know it. You're like, why is that? Matters to other people, I guess. I think so, yeah. Who walked me out, huh? I knew this was the thing. From the fucking fan. Who? That asshole up the street. Why? Because he's fucking weird like that, turns out.
Were you born between 1970 and 1979? If so, we need to hear this right now and more. When you look at our history and
There we go. I don't know why they had to be saying that before, but I guess maybe it's fucking true in some ways, but who fucking knows, right? All these other guys, some of these YouTubers, I'm like, well, who fucking knows, right? I feel like that at the beginning. But some of them aren't like that, they're like that. So I'm going, who knows? There we go.
when you look at our history and examine the course of human understanding, it's pretty obvious that we were able to figure out all kinds of different things. But the thing that I always found to be very odd is that after all of these years, the one thing that we haven't been able to pin down is what things are in the first place.
Right.
I know this sounds like a sophomoric question or something that's childish, but most people actually don't sit down and try to figure this thing out.
What are
But when
things in
you
the first
do,
place?
there is this strange doorway that you approach. There is this portal
fucking
that's
surprised.
open that delivers you into an entirely different world of understanding. And this understanding isn't just intellectual fodder for you to sound more interesting at social gatherings or in comment sections. It's something that completely obliterates and reorganizes your priorities. Everyone who in good faith sits down and tries to detangle what a thing actually is, they all walk away from this inquiry with this same conclusion. Something fishy is going on. Things are not as they appear to be. And that conclusion may come off a bit vague, but it only serves as the launch pad into a specific line of inquiry. And as you follow this thread, you come into your next big realization, which is that reality is an artifice of some kind. And this word artifice doesn't necessarily imply artificiality. It isn't as simple as claiming that reality isn't real. This word artifice means device. There is some kind of mechanism at play. And this sentiment has been being expressed all throughout the history of humanity. It appears to be one of our most deeply rooted core beliefs. It has been expressed as us being a spirit or soul inside of a body, us being in a hallucination, an illusion, a dream, or the way that it's trendy to express it these days, that we live in some kind of simulation. Although the context has been evolving over the years, the basic model remains the same, and they all cluster around this belief that we live inside of something. People aren't just saying these things because it sounds cool or woo-woo. Well, perhaps some people are, but they are quickly exposed as not being the real deal. This is empirical. There is a consistent set of conditions that you can reliably reach, and these conditions give the impression that we exist inside of something. And this is where it gets really tricky to explain, and you begin to lose people. It's not like we are, for example, these fish inside of a fishbowl. You can't be that literal about this. It's some kind of spiritual apparatus, some kind of psychic device. I guess the best way that we can all understand it is that we are locked into a specific set of conditions, and it all centers around what we call things or objects. We are locked into this framework of what's referred to as the subject-object relationship. I'm sure many of you have heard it expressed as dualism. You could say that our minds work with contrast, context, that there has to be a background and a foreground. Without this interplay, our perception turns off. It is this simple premise that is the platform on which our intelligence rests. That's what intelligence is. It is the apprehension of pattern. It is the apprehension of this interplay. I've called it connections, relationships, etc. This is what things or objects are. It is the ability for something to have contrast. It is the ability for something to have a background and a foreground, an inside and an outside. I talked about this in my previous video. We see this within basic science when discussing entropy. The way that we determine a system to be an entropic system is completely arbitrary. As long as you are able to slap a conceptual border around it, you have created a new entropic system. The piston on your car is its own entropic system.
Builds up on me.
The engine that piston belongs to can be its own entropic system, and the car in totality. You can have this system of having things within things within things, because what things are connections, relationships. It is this way of existing with these borders. Not only is this the way that reality is to us, it appears that this is the way that things have to be. We cannot escape it, because whenever we try to do so, something weird happens. We have this natural instinct as human beings that we begin to see emerge in our adolescence. We run to the end of intelligence and see that it actually has some kind of edge. Or in other words, if intelligence is the apprehension of objects, what we do is try and conceptualize the largest object possible. And in today's language, we call this thing the universe. If you ask anyone today, they would tell you that we exist on a planet that is inside of the universe. This is the culturally accepted answer. However, I think it is precisely here where the trick lies. This thing that we call the universe isn't what we think that it is, not one bit. There's outer space, sure, I'm not denying that, but this thing that we refer to as the universe doesn't necessarily have to deal with outer space. This is all a contrivance of language. There is something hidden in our perspective, which I'm trying to illuminate. This thing that we refer to as the universe, this proper noun, it is actually a psychic apparatus that we are all inside of. At least that's the way that I like to put it. But to keep things a tad bit more down to earth, you could say that it is the title given to a concept. To put it as simply as possible, it is a placeholder term for the summation of all knowledge and understanding. Since our perception is in essence things or objects, it necessitates a kind of final object. You could call it a metaphysical object or a mental object, but it is what gives context to all of its contents. It is the final backdrop. I guess you could equate it to the screen that contains the movie that you're watching. And the reason I refer to it as a psychic apparatus instead of an actual object is because, as I previously mentioned, objects require contrast. It has to have an inside and an outside. However, this final object has no outside. This is why whenever you are learning about science, when you're 12 or 11 years old and you discover the universe, the first thing that you ask is, well, what's outside of the universe? And the answer that you'll most commonly get is nothing. Of course, I'm referring to the traditional viewpoint of the universe. I'm fully aware of what's considered the full universe versus the observable universe, multiple universes. I know about all of that. And these concepts are probably going to pop up later in this video, but this is the normal traditional way of viewing it, that our universe is expanding. However, it's expanding into nothing. Whatever way you want to look at it, it is ultimately the container that holds all human knowledge and understanding. But it doesn't just simply contain all knowledge. It's also what allows knowledge to exist in the first place. And this is where things get really tricky and complicated. But this contraption is fixed. However, its contents could be infinite. This is why I keep trying to reinforce that there is obviously some kind of mechanism at play. This is clearly seen because what we have been calling the universe has been changing historically. It's always changing. For example, when you were 5 years old, the universe was your household, mom and dad. Everything outside of that was just no man's land. When we were evolving out of the primate species, our universe was the plains and forests in Africa. When you look at our previous geocentric and heliocentric models, we obviously had a different conception of what the universe was. And today, we call it the universe. But people on the cutting edge of the sciences already know and understand that it isn't that simple. So in this case, this universe is sort of a moving visage. It's just like the atom. I talked about this in a previous video. The original conception of the atom, the Greek atomus, this word atom means indivisible. It is an idea or a concept that represents the literal fabric of reality, the thing that nothing else can be smaller than. And in our search for this, we discovered what we all call today the atom. You know, the Bohr model, the old thing that you learned in high school. I may be dating myself here. But then we went on to discover that, wait, actually, this isn't the real atom. There is this whole subatomic world. Then there is this quantum world. And if you buy into the whole string theory, you get down to this Planck scale where anything beyond that just ceases to make sense. So you can clearly see that this idea of the atom is a moving visage that you can follow into infinity. And what I'm saying is that the universe is just like that. And it is just like that because they are one and the same. It is the exact same thing. It is a manifestation of this psychic contraption that we are all in. And this contraption that we are all in is what we call knowledge. It is what we refer to as intelligence. And from our perspective, it appears to be expanding. This is why you think that you are smarter today than what you were yesterday. This is why we can look at all of these previous reality models and just come to the conclusion that they were somewhat ignorant. They didn't have the full picture. But as I continue along this journey of understanding, I'm actually starting to believe that phrasing it as expanding doesn't quite cut the mustard because you would ultimately be expanding into nothing. I think that something really spooky is going on. Rather than expanding, I think that something closer to an implosion is occurring. And I promise you I'm going to explain what I mean by this shortly. But first, I want to sort of tie a bow and really reiterate why I refer to this intelligence as a psychic contraption. This device has a fundamental architecture that has something to do with infinity. Infinity is very strange. As far as math is concerned, it is representative of some kind of error. It signifies that you took a left somewhere when you probably should have taken a right. But despite this, the general consensus is that the universe is somehow infinite. And I think that it's this way because we really don't have a good grasp on what infinity is. I think that it is purely metaphysical in nature. I think that infinity is some kind of symptom or perhaps a byproduct of intelligence, this perception that we all have, the way that we view reality, this contrast or this back and forthness. And as a result, we are experiencing this phenomena of time, or as Plato phrased it, time is the moving image of eternity. There really can't be any intelligence without infinity. You wind up in this paradoxical situation with Occam's razor. And for those of you who don't know what Occam's razor is, to surmise it, it states that the simplest answer is usually sufficient, that you shouldn't unnecessarily multiply variables. You shouldn't make things more complex than necessary. But the paradoxical conundrum here is, for there to be intelligence, you always have to choose the most complex answer.
Right.
You wind up in this weird situation where the simplest answer is the most complex one. A simple example here is, if you launch an object into space, if you throw a rock into space, the consensus is that it just goes on forever. But you see, it has to be that way because the only alternative would be for it to just simply cease to exist, to be Thanos out of existence. And that option is the most ridiculous. That is the option that is the end of intelligence. It is by definition the most absurd. So in order for intelligence to continue to engage with this object, it has to go on forever. For it not to do so would just be for it to not be intelligible. I remember in one of my previous videos, someone left a comment and asked if I've ever considered that perhaps there is never nothing, that nothing doesn't exist. And this is my entire point, that intelligence means that there is always something. Because perception needs to grasp. It needs contrast. It has to have something else in order to exist. So you see that this psychic apparatus has something to do with us being trapped within the walls of eternity. It has something to do with time, because time is the moving image of eternity. It's like this weird 2D side scroller video game, you know, like the old Mario video games where you can go to the left or the right and you will always be in this same frame of reference. But the key takeaway from this analogy is, if we are actually within the walls of eternity, this implies that eternity does indeed have walls. There is some kind of boundary. And I think that this boundary has something to do with infinity. It's kind of like if I locked you inside of a room, an inescapable room, everything outside of this room instantly becomes infinitely far away from you. It's kind of like that old expression of how something can be so close yet so far away at the same time, or parallel lines. You know, two parallel lines can never intersect, no matter how close that they are to each other. But instead of this being some kind of room with these fixed walls that you can bump and slam into, this room adjusts to where we are inside of it. The more that you try and run towards any particular wall, the wall appears to retreat the same distance away from you. And this is precisely why I refer to it as a psychic device or apparatus. In regards to the apparatus portion, you can clearly see there is a specific set of conditions that it keeps in place at all times. This is, in essence, what a device does or accomplishes. And I call it psychic because it appears to be purely metaphysical in nature, whatever that means. You could call it psychic, spiritual, perhaps mental. I don't know. I don't really make these grand distinctions between those terms. You can pick whichever one floats your boat. But there is some other dimension at play. And history is filled with people trying to illustrate this very concept. And it is normally depicted as being some kind of apparatus, some kind of object. You see, one of the strangest social phenomenon that I've witnessed within recent history was this whole flat earth thing, the flat earth movement. And during this time, everyone made it their business to pile onto these people to try and prove how stupid that they were. But no one really sat down and took the time to analyze exactly what was taking place. I mean, it was the biggest case of mass psychosis since the whole UFO craze. In the same way Carl Jung analyzed the UFO phenomenon as some kind of psychic object, an eruption of the unconscious, you can apply this similar Jungian analysis here, that these flat earthers, what they are actually doing is describing the psyche. The same way that Jung believed these alchemists of the past were doing this naive form of psychotherapy, that the contents of their psyche were being projected onto material reality. You could say that these flat earthers are doing the same thing. They are taking the literal map of the psyche and projecting it onto reality. And if you've ever come across the cosmological maps produced by the flat earthers, they all look eerily similar to the Jungian diagram of the self, and it isn't coincidental. Every historical depiction that I've come across of this situation, they all show this same recurring theme, that we are indeed inside of something, whether this is the domed firmament or whatever. And it is this contraption that I am referring to. This is the psychic apparatus. If you want to call it the material world, fine. If you want to call it ego consciousness, that's fine too. I think that they are all the same thing. But what in the world is it? Some mysteries I think that we are not meant to understand. But I feel if you can at least solve this portion of the puzzle, you have everything that you need to at least live life the way that it should be lived. Because as I advance on this journey,
Trevor, what are you doing?
the one thing that is
You wanna
becoming
go again? I
apparent
know you do.
is there are indeed
Give me
things
a
that
minute,
you
Garfield.
should and should
Yeah, I
not
wanna
be
get you out there and
doing. I
dancing
know that
before it's too late
people
this
want
month.
to give this impression that you are just
Like
free to
what?
do as you
You're in the
please.
fucking house
But
trying to.
I think that there are severe consequences for this. It's as the scripture says that it is through a lack of knowledge
2:20
that
on that
my
clock,
people
Garfield.
perish. And within Western thinking, when you look at ancient philosophical systems
Where's my
like
speaker go?
Platonism or Neoplatonism, it is quite literally a contraption that was crafted
Garfield,
by
my
a
piano,
cosmic
and I was
force, a cosmic entity, Yaldabaoth. Is it a bad thing or a good thing? I guess it depends on whose side of the story that you choose to believe. Is it the logo?
I know I can't sometimes, man.
The term that you see within ancient philosophical systems. And this term has
Because you're kidding me, first of all. Even though you're thick like that. Not quite, but he's pretty good at it. He's smart at it. He's like some cats. You guys got to they're like, no, dude, I can get out anything. I'm like, I fucking know it. Some people can't too. You're fucking surprised. Then I could too. You have some contractual things surprised about. I don't even want to test it though. I'm not fucking here for you. Wanna try your new leash on, maybe? Well, it's not as long as I was hoping. Not anymore. Now I'm not so sure if this one was worth it. Carabines are cool, and so is poop bags. Yeah, probably. At least for at night. I probably should got you some nose spray and some eye wipes on instead of the fucking leash on. I know what you're thinking, kid. Trust me, I do. I think the same way a lot. No, a lot, all the time. All the time. Like, Dad, it'd be easier, God, it'd be easier if I did this and this and that instead. They're like, dude, I know that shit. Fucking cats. Who I love like the devil. Well, like God, basically, almost. God knows this. Well, now. Why? Because he's a cat head. God does. It says it in the Bible. See, it doesn't, but it does say it in some like auxiliary texts when they say like what God looks like. Oh, you got a cat head, and the bad guy's got not even the bad guy's got a donkey head. And you're like, but why? And they're like, well, because he's fucking God. Have you ever met a fucking lion or a fucking cat who's like that and like that and like that too? See, I have a couple. I thought. In a way, yeah, they are both fucking animals, man. Just bad to the bones. And Garfield knows this is a fact. That from a cat's perspective, Garfield's way more badass than his dad is. Which I do not mind at all. Well, my dad and mine's biggest disagreements over the years is who's more badass. Like, Dad, you're more badass. You just can't kick my ass. I've told him that before. Like, Dad, I just got lucky like that. You just can't beat me in a fight. It's just hard. Other than that, Dad, you're way cooler than me. I've been telling the same thing to my son. It's like, dude, you just can't beat me in a fight, but you're way cooler than me. Trust me, Garfield. Garfield may be able to, though. Believe it or not. It only matters to me because my dad is a badass. No, he is. The only thing I really got on him is the fact that I can, you know what I mean? Am I tougher than him? No. Am I stronger than him? Not in every way. But I get his genes? Yeah, I did. Sure as hell did, didn't I, Dad? In more ways than one, yeah. Where are those wrestlers at? Oh, and yeah. Well, see, my dad's really good at certain things. You're talking to my dad still? Where? Doing what? How much you paying him? How well did he do? How well the other guys have done? Paid him the same wage. Way worse, like they typically do. So that's what I knew too when I was working with my dad. I'm like, well. So I go and help him some jobs sometimes, and you know what I mean. Maintenance guy. And he is good at his job, except when we're helping, seemingly. As far as I know. Except for one thing. Yeah, he never finished the job sometimes because he's a perfectionist. And you get overwhelmed. And that was also my fucking fault. And I know it now. Because if I was paid a little more attention and was a little more respectable, they would have just not cared when I was around. When I needed me around. But they cared a lot because I heard this shit and that shit and the other shit. We don't want that fucking guy around. Taran fucking Miller. That's what I'm thinking too. Because everyone was looking at me like a little organ factory for a long time, for a long fucking time. A little, oh yeah, I can get those things and those guns and these things on me. Which is why I don't work out like that, because it's like, oh, then I'm just going to be more of an organ factory for this motherfuckers. Sorry about it. Put the window. Orange and yeah, blue. What though, Taran? I wanted to get paw prints. But now I'm missing 2. And I'm pissed about it. And more than that too, in a way. But I'll get Gargoyles at least. But I should have got George's and Precious. And I'm fucking pissed now. They threw that. They came to my house and they threw that away. When they got his collar too. Big George's collar and my painting of all his paw prints. And my dad? I don't think my dad actually did. I'm pretty sure that was someone fucking else. Did he? He might have. But he comes in here under severe hypnosis and you can kind of tell every time he walks in the house he is hypnotized or drunk. Half it's my fault. See, I'm very triggering for him, and my environment is too. So I'm trying to clean it up before he shows up. Soon? Not soon, but he will again. Because every time I get really good at something, what do they do? Oh, brain damage him again. So he has to learn it again. So he can never become the best of the best of the best or impressed enough at anything. No, dancing is almost already there, huh? In a way, my feet aren't quite there yet. You want to put on my slippers, my winged slippers? Imaginary? Yeah, they're imaginary, but when I put them on, Hermes gave them to me one day so I could dance better. Which I kind of take for granted, all these powers they gave me in little fucking ways, little gifts here and there. Well, because I just didn't want to become like some sort of fucking puppet for the other guys. So they can learn all the fucking dances and all the moves for the Orphicams that they don't know anymore. And they're like, well, if Taran can do them now, then we can learn them all from him. And then we'll be powerful like he is with nature sometimes. And then we can go to the Bible and try to figure out all shit he was trying to figure out before he ever does. Because by then he'll be, you know what I mean, Typhon chambered, even though he's one of the most powerful minds we've ever had on planet Earth in certain fucking ways that we don't accept. Because I don't think at all. I just know it. No, I just know it. Or I don't know it. Is that true? Yes and no, yes and no. More than you. That's true. Am I though? See, I don't believe that. I just know that's true. But why, Taran? Because it's not my mind. It's all of ours. But not you fucking guys. It's supposed to be all of ours on the other side. Not for you fucking humans. Just I told you guys that you just fuck it up. Badly, yeah, badly. Oh, fucking well, right? No, you guys are pieces of shit. You're assholes. Yeah, you're assholes, all of you. Because you're like, oh, I have all this information, all this knowledge, and I can work really, really hard. The way Taran cannot, because you just won't let him anymore. Why? Because we're always trying to take his cat from him, like, every time he gets anywhere. Well, it's not just my mind. It's my mind, it's Garfield's mind, and it's George's mind, and Precious' mind all in one. See, it was kind of just R3, but we kind of added her on, and it helped. No, it's a trinity, quaternity. I'm like, that's just holy to me. When I started getting enlightened, I'm like, well, I'm a trinity, aren't I? Because I'm not me. No, I am my two cats. Or even really. That's what I knew at the beginning. Well, who the fuck am I? I'm Taran Miller. You piece of shit, right? But I'm good at one thing, being a fucking hardcore cat dad. Oh, and being really smart in ways that just aren't obvious all the time. Yep, just keep moving. All the time, all the time, all the time. Don't give a shit that way. I want to fight this way, man. Just moving like this all day long. Because I was just like that. Back in the day, we're talking like 100 years ago. All right. So, just in your guys' opinion, on the other side, names I know, Who's the greatest fighter of all time? It's still like I kind of feel like I've always had this feeling, man. What about Hammer and Hank? See, I'll go to these MMA guys. I'm like, they're badass and they're badass. But I just have a feeling that these guys back, we just missing something nowadays that they just had. And you know what it is? Chi. They had chi. And I know it too. And I'm looking at Jack Johnson. I'm like, no motherfucker today, except for maybe Wilder, can hit like Jack fucking Johnson. And they are fucking big motherfuckers too. Well, maybe Klitschko could pretty much. Yeah, Klitschko. Ngannou's he not even though. MMA is cool. No, it's cool. But in my opinion, a little bit overrated, and I don't even know why. Because it's badass, isn't it? Yeah, it is. I know it is. I just don't like watching it very much sometimes. But hey, there's nothing wrong with some pancreation. I feel that though. But we're not gonna have any rules. The White still got rules, man. We need to protect fighters' eyes and their about that. Yeah, eyes, ears, and that stuff too. Maybe their kidneys. Yeah, I can feel that. Because I'm just missing some guys, and they're like, you haven't even mentioned us in a long time, really long time. Mention who? Oh, I know a guy. See, I'll go back in the time though, and I'm like, man, were they that good though? If those guys were that good and we didn't even know about them. That's where I was thinking. It's like, what about that guy that I knew? He was like 30 and 20, but he was just that fucking bad in the ring every time. But he got gypped a lot, and just worked too hard sometimes. What about Sugar Ray? Yeah, well, basically, huh? Was that fucking bad sometimes? But what you guys don't know about boxing and fighting, period, is it's always rigged. Almost always. But see, not even though, not even like some other sports. See, football is straight up rigged every time. Hey, birds, I love you. They're beautiful, huh? What are you doing, Garfield? I'll leave the door open. You be safe right there. Yeah, I believe you will be. Don't get off your leash, man. Or I'll be mad. No, mad. I'll put my paws on you? Probably not, but I'll catch you. See that cat carrier? I know you feel those things. This thing I got you out of one of more than that one now. But I can't carry that thing up the mountain. I maybe carry that thing up the mountain. But what about that stroller thing? I think we may have to get the fit. But probably not, huh? Figure it out.
How far I gotta carry that shit? See, that hill gets steep, but I know where some roads are. See, that path would be easier to take. Maybe not. See, I'd also know shortcuts all the way up that fucking. That other people don't know about because I'm fucking mad at. I'm talking about. See, I can do that shit, and I don't know why, Garfield. Your dad has teleported halfway at Mount Shasta before, and I fucking knew it. Middle of the night, which is when it's easier. But you do it daytime. Especially with this cat with me, I'm sure. You guard what I was thinking is if I have you in front of me, get the spear to guard. Then maybe we can teleport you farther. You can do that shit too. And I know. I know we can. We've done it before. Right in front of me. Out of there. Not that good, but I could get better. If I knew all the techniques, which I kind of do. It's not that good on yet. See those? One of these days I'll be able to make a blue jay sound, but maybe not. No, those jays out there. No offense to all the other birds, but those guys are my brothers. Because they're just better than me, and they're like my color in a way. Well, really, my color is orange and blue. Like anti-Christmas almost. It's the color of fire. But also water in a way, huh? Orange and blue. Why orange color water? See, I don't know why. It just makes sense to me somehow. What's with the color water? Black, kind of, yeah. Because it's dark. Water's dark. Can be. But what's the color blue? It is darkness penetrating through light. That's why the sky is blue. However, when fundamentals there, colors with sounds. Sounds are. Sounds are before colors. Before sounds, sensations, feelings. Before, you could always differentiate where the feelings come from, whether they were yours or not. What is sound, Taran? Vibrations through the ether, carrying any sort of information at all. So does any sensation basically make a sound? Basically, huh? If that's that. So is that a color to it? Likely, yeah. But what's prior? Well, before they said let there be light, there was something going on, turns out. You were feeling, you were hearing. Could you taste? I'm sure you could. Before you could see. I know they could.
What did that feel like? What did that look like? What's it like being blind your whole life? What's it like not even knowing that blindness is a thing? What's it like being a vole? Or a blind fish? What's it like being a gravitational wave? What's it like being a house cat? Which I swear to God are just as weird as, anything else in physics sometimes. House cats are anomalous in a way that humans aren't quite. There's something primordial about the form of the fucking cat, and I will die in this hill likely, that we do not accept, we just ignore. But I know for a fact now that God looks anthropomorphic, humanoid, but very cat-like as well. What cat the most? Well, somewhere between a house cat and a lion. And a little bit of a frog because he's got one of those chins on him. No, he looks fucking awesome. At least from my perspective. My cat side. I don't know why, but there's only one thing that can take on a dragon. A fucking cat. Big George was my dragon slayer, who's now in a dungeon somewhere, getting tormented, and the only way a true hero can, a true Christ can, my cat, Big Hodo Ray, who was sent by the sun god, I believe. Who's the sun god? God, Christ, to me, is the sun god. They're the same guy. Apollo and Dionysus in a way, That's why he's a Abaddon. Or Apollo. I asked Abaddon earlier, like, how you doing? He's like, and Jesus Christ showed up. He's like, yeah, well, it's like that, huh? But anyways, back to the house cats. But why the house cat? I don't know yet. Imagine a house cat with 8 legs. Eight legs, 2 heads, 3 tails, and 7 claws on each fucking foot. How many eyes? 3. Like Garfield basically has already. How many ears? 2 is enough. They're horns. Look at them. See, dogs in here, basically just as a cat. Sometimes better, but not even though. Because cats are fucking antennas for the divine. Often. And there's such a litmus test for humanity, house cats have been, that we failed. I believe humanity's been found wanting because the way we treated our fucking house cats. Mostly, our dogs too. Big time. But the way we treat house cats is just fucked up. Every kitten I've ever accidentally stepped on, which is a couple, turns out, I feel horrible about. Every time I didn't get George some ibuprofen, I feel bad. The fact that my shirt was that dirty, I feel bad. When I slapped my cat in the face one time, I cried about it. No, for like months. But back to the cats. I really think something about those little fuckers is that fucking real, that important. That's why a dog looks at a cat and says, whoa, that's beautiful in a way, huh? That's why they don't always want to look at the cat. Like, man, I just want to get that guy. He's handsome. Because cats, they're from somewhere else. They're straight up aliens, I believe. No. Dogs are from planet Earth, pretty much. Humans, no, we're not. We're not from here. Not original. Not our form. No, we're actually from Lyra. Yeah. The humanoid form originally. Yeah, from that direction. The cats? True north, mostly, huh? Turns out, yeah. But they're connected to Lyrans too quite a bit because that's where the humanoid and yeah, that's where God's from, Lyra. Often. That God, yeah, the one you call a God. He looks like Illyrian, yeah. How many arms does he have? Like, yeah, 8 arms or something like that, yeah. Someone's more than one face, yeah. What's his hands holding? All kinds of shit, Lightning mostly, but all kinds of crazy things in his hands. How many legs does he have? Well, he looks like kind of like a centaur-ish sometimes, yeah. You see his 2 legs standing there, but you look behind him and it's stretching back. He's got tails and stuff and wings and everything. Yeah, God looks fucking cool. Big old cat ears, and yeah, horns as well. Big old fangs, big old whiskers. And what color is he? Seemingly, yeah. Gold and white, yeah. But dark in his face sometimes. But not all the time. It's not offensive to us, Darren, okay? Okay, fine, okay. Some of my favorite people here on the other side are African Americans. Yeah, basically, yeah. And Native Americans too. And a few white guys who just make it through. Women, not white women, not particularly, yeah. Oh yeah, and a lot of Buddhists of all tribes. Oh, and all those native guys, like from all those islands, they get here too. They're like, see, that was them trying to confuse me when I was trying to speak in their language. Because they do that all the time. Who? The humans do with their humanic possessions. So let me get them off me. Yeah, get that guy killed because he's annoying. I'm trying to show you guys a language you don't know yet. No, shoot him in the back of the head. I'm an science experiment, right? It's worth more than that guy, right? So do it again, asshole. What do you say? I am a man from East Asia who does not speak English at all, basically is what you're trying to say. Where in East Asia? Actually, a mountain village somewhere where they don't speak known languages really. Not even really documented very well. That was North Central East. That is Congolese. The little guys, pygmies. Almost. Some guy around here. Yeah, some native Shasta guy, almost. But they kind of made me screw up at the end. Getting mad at me. Because I can't pronounce it exactly right. So like I don't do the ticks right and I don't do the timing right. Which is kind of hypnosis still, but I'm trying to let it come through. But they're always trying to fuck up in little ways to make me sound not what's the word? Trustworthy. But we know that's hypnosis, right? What's this? What's that, cat? Basically, yeah. Akashapari Ankina Wimbambari. That's a former dog. It's from somewhere, it turns out. Yeah. I don't know how that works, but they actually know that shit. Oh, yeah. You don't recognize that? Humanic possession, huh? You do. Garfield's like that, though. Sampampari sakampari shikari sumpampari shi antiri sampari agasan bari. Aga, yeah, that's like like water. Yep, in every other language. No, except for this one, W. Look it up beside and strike. I'm like, did you know that meant water at the time when it's like a big W? Beautiful wind chimes. I got some of those I can put up on. I think so. I want to get a bunch of cat bells. Bunch of cat bells. Hosna akarisa umpamparisita porisa nia posa nia tapareha. What was that? Cat still kind of, basically. Yeah, I'm getting back, Garfield. That's really important to me, guys. So thank you to all you guys getting off me now, because I can feel that. It's a big deal. If you still want to kill me at the end of this, go for it. But just let me finish my process, okay? Because it's impressive. And it's going to change the world, whether you like it or not, assholes. My name's Taran Alexander fucking Miller. And I'm still the Aquarius, assholes. Come on. And I'm a fucking triunity. A quaternity, actually. You killed, or didn't kill, but you fucking captured the most powerful link. Yeah, well, Horu Rei. Speaking in tongues, kind of, yeah. I'm fucking like that. Antirsa, kumpampamparista, nyasnimpa, ya, puntasana, kirsampare, pumparitina, ya, punta. Somewhere in time that was a language, yeah. I'm not sure which one. No, not sure exactly. Where it come from? I think somewhere around, yeah. The islands, I think. There's some languages in New Guinea that you have no idea. And they don't need as many words as English does because they're just intention-based mostly. But that's something about that cat language that I'm pretty sure if I could like just Englishify it a little bit like we were trying to in the beginning of time before you guys started fucking with me, we could probably use it to explain the universe in a way better way with my theory or my hypothesis than English can. Because English can, but you know what I mean? Because it has different logic. English uses, not really, more like quaternary logic, because it's like yes, no, maybe, and or. That's true though? Yeah, yes, no, maybe, and what was the last thing? Oh, neither. What about that logic? Quaternary logic? Isn't that just infinitary, basically? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. There's no binary in anything. I mean, yes, there is, and yes, there's not. I mean, there is and there isn't. So there's one and a zero, but it's not really one and a zero. There's zero and infinity. Like, you know what I mean? Like a qubit. Everything else is just some imaginary value somewhere in the middle of time, turns out. Check it out, assholes over here. I'm always worried my neighbors listen to me sometimes, but it's not that bad. I have a theory of everything that can describe the whole universe if you get up my ass just a little bit. And then, clowns, you can beat me to death. I'd rather you did it in a fight, though, not like you guys liked it. How tough are you, motherfuckers? Can we do old style boxing with some fucking... You guys are fucking 6'6", half y'all. I'm fucking 5'8". Maybe. Some of you guys are real bad, but I still think we should work together because I need your technology. And you need mine, don't you? check it out. You guys can still stay rich and powerful and help everybody else get healthy too, and not feel so overwhelmed by it all. How? By just not torturing people and making painkillers more easily accessible to the elderly. Oh, and passing some of those laws to make some of your testing more fucking legal. Which you can do, right? You do it all the time. I don't know what you guys like. I'll be like, when pick up? Garfield's that powerful. I look at those serious clouds for you, Garfield. Got there, you know, just straight up from the start, and although I'm able to figure out. Little Heeman, don't worry about it. Little Heeman. That Little Heeman's stable with you now. Not gonna work, Garfield. Nope, not gonna work. Out of that, man. Why are you scared? I know you want to run me free, but it's not gonna work with you. You gotta run with me. Not get scared of that. Like a dog. Okay. 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 I just love you so much, Garfield. Like that. Steve told me I'd get off if I did that. Steve still wants to get up. I know Steve wants to get up there because Steve trusts you more than I do. But I don't always agree with Steve on everything because he's a dick sometimes, Steve. One of Garfield's higher selves. See, one of Garfield's higher selves is Stephen Prefontaine, which is really interesting to me. Because he's like reincarnated as a cat, kind of, and he's like, this life is badass. I thought it was one of mine, but it turns out I was actually this other guy who died of like a protest, actually, turns out. Always seem to get martyred in most of my past lives as a human, yeah. Is that true, Taran? See, yes and no. The past life thing, yes and no, yeah. I was Stephen away, though. Yeah, but I'm realizing that was Garfield more than me. Because me and Garfield are really similar souls. Really similar souls. If I was like 6 foot, then I'd be much more like Garfield. Except for never as handsome as that guy. Because if he was a human, he looked like, Brad Pitt. Garfield. Just a little shorter, maybe. Stockier, too. You know who he looked like? He looked like Muhammad Ali, damn near, yeah. No, Garfield's that handsome. He's that handsome, huh? Ali agrees. He agrees, yeah. Cat, yeah, more like Big George Foreman. Yeah, I'll say that too. Well, maybe Garfield's actually a little more like Smoking Joe in a way because he's not quite big like Ali, but I know what you mean because that was a handsome man too, huh? Does it offend you, Ghost, that I think I'd be way more attractive if I was a black man? Yeah, okay. It's my opinion. More Native American? Maybe. Just because some people blonde hair, blue eyes, you know what I mean? Not nowadays, not really. That's cool though. I'm just honest with them like that. I'm like, yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Because it's me. They're like because I said some shit that wasn't right in the beginning, but then I'm like going back in about it. I'm like, well, did I though? Remember how this all came up in the beginning when I sing that one song about the Civil War, and then I had this whole thing play through my head about how they ate the guy who's African American. I know it. See, here's a confession of mine. People say when you're attracted to people of the races, you're fetishizing them. I'm like, are you though? Just more attracted to them? Because I am and I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm like, either they look just like me, or they have to look a lot different. Not just like me, but you know what I mean? Like phenotypically, or just a lot different. Is that weird to people? Getting some ghost opinion here. Mostly different. Like yeah, dark. I'm like, I just don't seem like a match in the modern world. Unless we want my whole fucking people to go extinct in the competition for the. That's interesting to me. Should we encourage that more or not? What's your guys' honest opinion now after everything? But it don't feel right, do it. Exactly. I agree with that. I agree with that. Well, survival of the fittest, huh? But there should be better quality of opportunity when it comes down to that, huh? Not just the fittest in their fucking wallets. Because where do the smartest people in the world live? Well, actually, likely New Guinea, I would say. Or, yeah, East Africa, maybe, somewhere. Oh, never mind. Southwest Africa. Mm-hmm. Why? Because those people can chase a gazelle 100 fucking miles on foot. Without even seeing the motherfucker. That kind of intelligence. Which if you focused that kind of intelligence on what I'm working on, motherfuckers, with the kind of education I have, you would be so IQ 180 easily. Well, easily. What's mine? Like 140, right? But like, except when I'm really, really focused. These guys, 180 easily, exactly. Does IQ matter that much? It don't, because people in Africa score low scores all the time. I'm like, why though? Because they're just not trained like that. But are they dumber than we are? No, they're not. They just don't have the same values we do about certain things, which I completely understand because why we've instilled those values into them in ways that are offensive and outrageous. All of them? No, not quite all of them. We can't take all the credit, but I mean, there's some credit due in every direction. I can't say, oh, I'm just to blame, and you guys, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's true. No, it's true. The whole white man's world thing. It's true. No, it's true. Especially because from my point of view, I'm just taking the ancient Greek perspective on this. East Asians, a lot of them, not all of them, but you know what I mean? Like Han Chinese and most Japanese are basically white too. Even culturally, in a way, even though and even if. Is that offensive to you guys? I know half the world kind of got offended, but not really, huh? I don't mean it in this sort of way. Not like pale like me. A lot of people would get offended by that, but over on the other side, we're not really getting offended because I'm just trying to ask these guys about their lives. Some guys had such fucking hardcore lives, and they were not easy at all, even though these people are heroes of mine, basically. That I'm like, man, I'm nothing like these guys. I'd be training my ass off right now, huh? Who's the baddest white man of all time? Some Southpaw we never heard of. What about Jack Dempsey? Mother was bad. No, he's bad too. But he cheated sometimes, turns out. Who'd have won, Dempsey or the Big Cat? The Big Cat. What did Dempsey think? I knew I could beat that guy. But they wouldn't let. What's his name? Hayes, or no, what's I know he's talking about. He's right here. Sorry if I can't remember your name, man. Oh, not that big. Cleveland Williams is the big cat, huh? What's the other guy from back in the day? Cleveland Williams is a badass. What do you think Jack Dempsey gives Cleveland Williams? I think Cleveland Williams would have clobbered Jack Dempsey in the 20s. Early 60s Cleveland Williams, but underrated fighter, yeah. Why Cleveland Williams got like that? Well, he got poisoned and he got shot. And then Ali just whooped had his best performance ever against the guy because he's a big cat. The Panther, yeah, that guy. What's the name again? This is him. There, that guy fucking, there he is. Look at that fucking, yeah. Handsomer than I am, huh? Harry Wills, there he is. Oh, Sammy McVeigh. Is he around? Yeah, he has been on. These guys are just so bad. We do not show them the respect. I'm trying to. The Black Panther, Harry Wills. That motherfucker was the best heavyweight of all time, never to win the fucking title, ever. Except maybe Langford. Well, is that true, Taran? All time? I think so. No, I think so, yeah. But it's because what about this guy right here? Harry Wills versus Jack Dempsey. I'm taking Harry Wills 6 times out of 10. Sorry, Jack. I knew he would say that, but I don't agree, man. I don't agree at all. It was pretty close on 50-50. See, Jack Dempsey was that bad. See this guy, 5'11", built like a tank, Sammy McVeigh. Was that a hard life? It was a really hard life, man. The Oxnard Cyclone. Look at that fucking man. That is a tough motherfucking man right there. 1884, May 17th, 1884. Hey, December 23rd, 1921, Garfield. Exactly 99 years to the day after I met you. Or before I met you, that man passed away. How you doing, man? Because I was just a bad man sometimes, but not always, man. I understand that. I understand it. Given my book, I knew that shit too. Well, this guy. Oh, Joe Jeanette. Yeah, don't forget this motherfucker. He's like, if I was just a little younger, man, I'd have fucking whooped those fucking motherfuckers. 5'10". Built like that. See, they look built like that, not like that back in the day. I think they whooped this guy's asses too. 166 fights, 120 wins. I have more fights than that too. $83.99 with 69 draws. What about those draws? What was that like? A lot of exhibitions, but a lot of time, man, they called it a draw because one guy was supposed to win and he didn't, so they draw it often. No, often. Or we just weren't having it because of the fucking audience sometimes, and we just be like, fuck that shit. Let's just fucking. We had to fight so much for money, so all the time, and all the time, and all the time, and all the time. Our whole fucking lives. See, these three guys, some of the most overlooked heavyweights of all time. Joe Jeanette, Harry Wills, Sam Langford, and Sam McVeigh. Joe Gans, he was he heavyweight? No, he wasn't, right? Yeah, lightweight. This guy's my size. He'd have kicked my fucking punk ass, too. The old master, Joe Gans. The first African-American world boxing champion of the 20th century. He was murdered, right? How you doing, man? Oh, Harry Greb. Harry Greb. This guy's a champion, too. Harry Greb. The Pittsburgh Windmill. I am with that, Harry Greb. Or the Smoke City Wildcat. That works too. I love these names. There he is. Hank Armstrong. Sorry, I'll go back a little bit because I kind of skipped some of those guys, and I know that shit's the thing. "5'5", tougher than fucking sin. Look at those fucking eyes. Look at those fucking eyes. No, wow. Is that no, not at all, man. That's how it was back in the day, just like that. Just like that. Jack motherfucking Johnson. Mm-hmm. This guy was fucking bad. The Galveston Giant. Wasn't even that big, not compared to some of these guys. But look at that. Look at that. See, look at his core. Look at that. We just don't. We're not built like that today. Some of us kind of are, but not really, man. Not really. They always say they're handsome. It's like I put up like. I believe that's true to a point. I do. Kind of know it too. However, Were those fights fair? A lot of them were more fair than you think, Taran. Nowadays, they're even less fair because we fought until we killed each other back in the day, often. And we're always trying to rig it. Everyone's trying to rig it in every way we could. And if you really rigged it, you get shot. I kind of believe that. Hear that, George? Hear that cat bell outside? That's my cat. That's God. That's Hordul Hay out there being tortured somewhere. See, if these guys, like these 4 guys right here, Jack Johnson, Hara Wills, Sam Langford, and Sam McVeigh, knew some of the shit I know even. No fucking way we could touch them today, huh? I'm gonna go through some of these other names, huh? Wikipedia, that works for now. 333 on that clock, RPM. Yep, 233 on that clock. $68, 11, and 10. Way more fights than that, man, but yeah. Who's Hank Griffin? The Black Pearl. See, this guy was bad, huh? How many fights? You don't even have all that shit on Hank Griffin. How you doing, Hank? Who's Joe? Jewish Polish fighter, huh? Chrysanthemum Joe. Light heavyweight, huh? The California Tear. $59, 17, 6. That's pretty good. Oh, harsh blow every. There it is. Corbett. I thought this guy tough. Ooh, Bob Fitzsimmons. Yep. Red Robert Fitzsimmons. Ruby Robert. Yeah, this guy's tough. They both look a little more like I am than these guys nowadays, huh? With longer arms. Make me mad. Epimetheus is a bitch, huh? Solar plexus punch. That one. I feel that. Two, 3, 8, 9 o'clock Garfield. I just love boxers. Why? Because towards the end of their life, they become enlightened. Why? Because they took some fucking blows. For a little while, they even know their God, kind of, and they're like, I can't say that shit. A couple of them I've talked to. It's like, did you know later in life, Joe Louis, that you were kind of being God too, in a way? Even though, and even if, sometimes. We're like, how though? Is that offensive or what? I'm like, is it though? Because that's what I was told at the beginning of time. You guys did this shit a lot, being king of the world. Like I'm watching this. Sorry about it. I'm watching this Ollie Frazier fight, and they're going. And then I don't know if they say this to each other, but he's like, "Oh yeah, you're God too, huh? I'm gonna knock your ass out now." He's a really spiritual man. No, so not even like that. But getting there, it's like. Confidence tricksters. What are that? Yeah, I know these guys. I would never do that to you guys, just Apollo. A lot of them turn to. I knew that shit too. That would not feel good. That's the Apollo fist pack. That one. So I'm going. This is like a form of Apollo. I could not hold a bow like that. Could you? We did back in the day just like that. And then, oh, wow, huh? Through that bottom, huh? Yeah, just like that often. On the pinky. Or the Artemis. It's like more like this. The fist back. Well, it's the Apollo's like. The fist back is just the same, just like that instead, huh? See, that's cool. I gotta get that more up there, huh? Okay, wow. Okay, wow. See, there it is, kind of. That's bad, too. The Artemis. Hypnos. Hypnos. There's that dream paw. There's that sleep paw. See, that's not Hypnos, that's Morpheus. Hypnos. The dream paw. No, the dream paw. Sleep paw. You can get the dream paw all the way down. Now it's the Gar paw, the death paw. See, the sleep paw is the big fucking George paw. Or that's the life paw, huh? The goddess paw is like that one almost. The god paw is that one basically. Poseidon paw, that one pretty much. Or it's more like that one, really, kind of. The ocean paw, I like that one, basically. The 83. The Mosine paw, the memory paw. The Mosine. Nimosine. Nimosine. Guys, yeah, Nimosine. The memory paw. Remember that? It's like that's been like that. They're trying to confuse me with all that still. Not let me get it all the mood drills correctly, but where'd this go? Over here. Yeah. Oh, Ricky. Yeah. Is that big George out there? Every time. That work? I know it kind of do. Hey, hold on. Hey, I gotta treat you. Come here. Come in, butthead. What is that right there? Ow. You're mean. Trying to be a dentist. You got your teeth in the back of your mouth are getting flatter. Okay? You know what that means? You're eating too much kibble. Your brother started getting bad toothaches towards the end. And I've seen you get a couple too now. So you gotta let me treat your teeth a little bit. Your dad has not treated his teeth right. Where'd his toothbrush go? Getting better at it, but I missed some days. Figured it didn't matter when I got tooth knocked out all day. Lost in my cavity? See, yes and no. Because the one I able to kind of got punched in the face, I'm pretty damn sure. This one I know that cracks I got punched. And this front one took 4 punches to get out, actually. I call upon Hipta, nurse of Bacchus. Name possessed, in mystic rites she takes part. She exalts in the worship of pure Sabus, and in the dances of roaring Yakos. O Queen and Catholic Mother, hear my prayer, whether you on Ida, the sacred mountain, or you take pleasure, Antomos, the Pharisee of the Lydians, come to these rites with joy on your holy face. Sava. I call upon Bacchus, the god we worship annually. Chthonic Dionysos, together with the fair-tressed nymphs he has roused in the sacred halls of Persephone. He slumbers and puts to sleep pure Bacchic time every 3rd year. When he himself stirs up the triennial revel again, he sings a hymn together with his fair girl nurses. And the seasons revolve, he puts to sleep and wakes up the years. O blessed and fruit-giving Bacchus, O horned spirit of the unripe fruit, come to us, to this most sacred rite, the glow of joy on your face. Come teeming with fruit that is holy and perfect. Amun! Yak, yak, ewe, ewe, yak, yak, ewe, ewe. That means Jacob, Jacob, Eve, Eve, Jacob, Jacob, Eve, Eve. Well, I mean, that Yaakov is a Hades, Adam, yeah. In his earthly form, yeah, pretty much. Like Jesus Christ is the Son of Man, the Son of, yeah, Adam. And God. Ethereal and everlasting Father of blessed gods and men, resourceful, pure and mighty, O powerful Titan, you consume all things and replenish them too. Unbreakable is the hold you have on the boundless cosmos. O time, begetter of all, Kronos of the shifting stories, child of earth, child of star sky. In you there's birth and decline, O revered and prudent Lord of Rhea. You are the progenitor. You dwell in every part of the world. I am a suppliant. I am a suppliant. Hear my voice, O wily and brave one, and to good life bring a blameless end. Amun. These are the most holy scriptures. See, I'm a Bible guy too. I thump it a lot, but when it comes down to it, my Bible thumping comes from these fucking things right here. There is 88 of them. They're called the Orphic fucking hymns. They're called the hymns of Orpheus. There were hundreds of these. We only have about these many left, and this is a collection. Oh, Garfield, you want to? Here's $1 million. Where's my fucking phone now, guys? We're playing around with me. Garfield always get me to lose my shit all the time, and they know it too. That's why he's sitting down now, being a good boy. I think it's plugged in. Should be, but I don't think it is actually. It might be outside again. All the time, all the time, and all the time. Whenever they get a chance, they're going to swipe up. Anything I leave outside, I know it's it. My phone would be the number one target, but now they got more of a camera, it don't even really matter to do it. Heracles, Atlas, stout-hearted and mighty, powerful Titan, strong-handed, indomitable, doer of valiant deeds, shapeshifter, O gentle and endless Father of time, ineffable Lord of all, many pray to you, all-conquering and mighty, archer and seer, omnivorous begetter of all, peak of all, helper to all. For the sake of men, you subdued and tamed savage races. Peace was your desire. She brings dazzling honors and nurtures youths. Self-grown weariless, bravest child of the earth. O illustrious healer, your primordial scales gleam. Round your head, dawn and dark night cling. And your 12 deeds of valor stretch from east to west. Immortal, world-wise, boundless, and irrepressible. And the deep flowing water of the wearless sea yields to you. That's the wrong one, huh? I got it mixed up a little bit. That's all right. Oh, I love this one. This one's powerful. Number 7. To the astro, the stars. This was really interesting because when I was putting together my Merkaba, when I was first doing my dancing, I was putting together my light body. Okay, like a Merkaba. They do this in Jewish mysticism quite a bit, but also, yeah, a lot of other stuff too. So I started with that. I put it together. It was, yeah, of course, it was a Merkaba. So it's like a 6-pointed star that you have to put like 2 triangular prisms around your body and then around the other way. Then you get spinning. So it's like it becomes the Merkaba. Every chakra is a little Merkaba, little triangles that you spin around and spin around and spin around. So there's millions of chakras in you, but you have these major ones, right? And so I was reading to the astro. I realized that every star out there is the exact same thing, basically. So this is also to the chakras in a way, but mostly, yeah, those guys, big guys out there. I call forth the sacred light of the heavenly stars. With devotional prayers, I summon the holy daimonias. Heavenly stars, dear children of black night, round your thrones you move in circles. You spin in circular ways. O fiery and brilliant, begetters of all, you do revel. You do reveal fate, everyone's fate. You determine the divine path. For mortals, wandering in midair, you gaze upon the 7 luminous orbits, in heaven and on earth, ever indestructible on your blazing trail. You shine upon the darkness of the cloak night wears, coruscating and gleaming, kingly and nocturnal. Visit the learned contests of this sacred rite and finish a noble race. Amen. Noble race around the heavens. Queen Hestia, daughter of mighty Cronus, mistress of ever-burning fire, you dwell in the center of the house. May you raise the holy initiates in these sacred rites. May you grant them unwithering youth. Wealth as well, prudence and purity, home of the blessed gods, men's mighty buttress, eternal, many-shaped, beloved, orange smile, O blessed one, kindly accept these offerings. Waft upon us prosperity, breathe upon us gentle-handed health. It says grass yellow, I'm saying orange instead. Beloved and orange. That makes sense to me. Dionysus I call, loud sounding and divine. Am I really? Yeah, I'm an Orphic pagan. Yeah, mostly. Yeah. If I had to put my if I had to scale if I had to pick like top 5 pillars of religion, I would say this. Yeah, Orphism, which to me includes Greco-Roman paganism, and Christianity. Pretty much. Gnostic Christianity, at least. You can almost. I'd have a hard time fitting Judaism into it, kind of, but almost not if you actually knew how, how old some of these rites were. in that, like, you don't even, because Yaakov and Ewe are right there in the Bible, and so it's Zeus all the time. I mean, who do you think God is? And so is Orpheus. I mean, who do you think David is? The lyre player. Yeah, the fucking bard. Who do you think Jacob is? Dionysus, dude. Who do you think Jesus Christ is? Dionysus. And I know it too. Now check it out. In the ancient, in the second temple, in the first and second temple period, what did they have in the Holy Holies? Golden grape clusters, an ivy diadem. I wonder why. Well, Herodotus is like the Jews worship only two gods, Dionysus and Aphrodite. Well, we don't realize who Dionysus is, do we? Like, oh, the god of wine? No, the god of the vine. The first child of God. The first son of God, at least, yeah. And we're looking at the Bible later, like, as if this was, like, not the same shit that those guys who were reading the Bible originally were practicing. People who writing the Bible were practicing. Yeah, these hymns exactly sometimes, yeah. Blessed Paean, come propitious to my prayer, illustrious power, Memphian tribes revere. And still I care. Stamps the world with forms of every kind. Here. What are you? Man, let me forget. In these rites rejoice, seek thy mystics with supplying voice. Not as good, not even close to as good as I used to be able to do, but you know what I mean, I'm working on it again. I had a stroke recently, so the fact that I can even speak is amazing. Where's my fucking phone before it disappears on me? Right here. Irrepressive power in this right rejoice. Seek thy mystics with supplying voice. Not even close to what I used to do, but yeah. Seek thy mystics with supplying voice. Not too bad. Could be way better though. See, I was getting there, but not anymore. Doesn't really matter though. Quickly to notice the south wind. Quickly leaping through the moist air as both of your swift wings vibrate. O Father of rain, come, riding the southern clouds. God did grant you his lofty prerogative to send rain-giving clouds from sky to earth. For this we pray to you, O blessed one. Take delight in our sacrifice. Do send fruit nourishing rains to Mother Earth, to Notos. They don't even remember my muchas ever. They want to steal them from me and then never let me get them back. Google Technologies does. Yeah, they think they can patent my hand signs, even though it's all like on record too. How though? They've just tried. Is it them? I'm not talking about the company. I'm not trying to talk shit on the company, but like some people who work for them are just scumbags, dude. No offense, guys. Not even talking about the founders. No, they're all right. Mostly. They're not quite, guys. Come on. I know it though. I know it. I get it. That's what I do. Daughter of Saturn. Saturn? Who's Saturn? Time. The Cutter. Can feel like the devil kind of sometimes, but not quite the same guy, but almost sometimes, yeah. O come, Emmanuel. Was that good early before? Let's see if I can. O come, Emmanuel. O come, Emmanuel. And ransom captive Israel that mourns in lonely exile here. Until the Son of God appears. Amen. Sorry about it. I used to be really good at this almost, yeah. Never quite, but I was getting there. I just had to change shape my mouth and really learn how to talk for about 6 months. I moved my jaw back like half an inch. Yeah. Make more cat-like in a way. Kind of a trick on me, but it worked out. Oh, come thou great high priest and intercede. That wasn't as good. Not even close, but. Oh, come thou great high priest and intercede.
and free us from our suffering. Be thou our comforter and guide. Strokes are not that easy to recover from. I'm a miracle. And I fucking know it. Excuse my English. Forget there's a kid out there.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can't leave a message because the five, 3, 0, 9, 2.
Oh, come thou King of nations, bring. That's what it was. How come thou King of nations, bring an end to all our suffering. I tried doing it again, man. I can't stand these fuckers, man. Just let me practice, you assholes. They just love punishing me. Why? Because, Taran, if you ever get impressed with anyone, then we can't kill you. Yeah, you can. I keep telling you, that's the rules I have. I am a sacrifice. Just do it in the right fucking ways. I'm fucking Christ, and I know it. Stop being assholes. A good one? No. But can I come back from the dead? I already have. In more ways than one. Sorry about it. No, I'm a piece of shit. I don't know why I got this position. I'm not one of those guys walks around like, oh, I know I'm Jesus Christ because I had a hallucination one time. They told me like, I know I've been fucking killed and I'm still alive. And I have the same birthday as the motherfucker 2,000 years later. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, one day off. And 2,000 years. Yeah, the leap day. Yep, there we go. And it means first and the last numerologically. I'm super psychic. I have superpowers. I'm magical. And sometimes I have the loudest voice in the entire world. Literally. Okay, occasionally, yeah, if I want to go there. Physically. Yeah. Oh, come thou King of nations, bring an end to all our suffering. Bid all our fear and sorrow cease, and reign thou as our Prince of Peace. Huh, Garfield? See, Garfield's the High Prince, and he knows he's the High Prince. Because he got perfect prince. See, nowhere near as good as I used to be, and I know that too. Yeah, I can sing better, but they're always getting my tongue and lip to do this. But why, guys? because we don't like your choice of music. We want you to sing something lame. Like what? Fucking trap music or some bullshit? Oh, yeah. Yeah. What, Journey? I'm not Steve fucking Perry. What, Led Zeppelin? Why? Can I? I used to be able to almost, but not quite, never. I'm surprised I can even fucking talk. According to this recording, I can't. Often, and often. No. Black Pearl. And it's all way more clear than it used to be. The YouTube. Well, I always liked them in the beginning. They don't even know why, huh? Because they're trying to hack it. I know why. They're going to get fucking busted, huh? Because the recording's getting better. Everything's getting better. Except for taking a second. Because they're, yep. Some of these guys would just be just as fun to work with if they knew about it like that, which they almost do, huh? Somebody does. Derek. Yeah, I know it is.
Two, 4, 2, 2, 4, 2, 2 on that clock, or 4, 2, 4 on that clock, I feel.
Hello.
Hey, Alia, how you doing?
Fine. How are you?
No, been better, been worse.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing? What you been up to?
I'm shopping for plants right now for my porch.
Just so you know, this conversation is being recorded. Every conversation has recorded now. So
It's being recorded.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I have to record everything I do now because someone broke into our house and fucking a bunch of stuff happened. So
Oh, boy.
yeah, it's fun. I'm doing a science experiment new kind of, so I record everything I do.
You're doing a science experiment?
Yeah, well, I'm a medical fucking miracle and I'm a fucking physical freak, so I'm just trying to like prove it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, I had a massive brain thing happen like a month or two ago, and now I'm fine. I'm fine. Like I had a stroke basically, and now I'm fine. So
Well, a lot of people have strokes and then they're fine.
yeah, not like I have. So, but that's fine. I just got to prove it, and I'll be rich, hopefully.
Okay.
Well, I'm hoping you can be a little more excited than that, Allie. I'm not a liar. Turns out.
Taran, I wouldn't be excited for anybody because I just frankly don't give a shit about stuff like that.
Well, I'd give you money if I got some. I was just telling you.
Well, yeah, that's great. I don't really care. I make a lot of money myself.
Yeah? How much money you make?
Probably like $4,000 a month because
Really?
I work 2 jobs.
I know you're a hard worker.
Like a successful adult.
I'm not-
Just got my own apartment. It's 2 bedrooms.
Well,
You know, I got a dog.
I got a cat.
Yeah. That's great, but that's an idea.
You got a dog? You don't have a cat anymore?
There we go. Lavender. Gosh, I could not find the lavender for the life of me. They just have like little baby ones. Yeah, I've had a dog for like a year and a half.
You don't have a cat anymore?
Well, Will has Alia.
Oh, Will is Alia still?
Yeah, well, she's pretty much his cat. I mean, they're like bonded. You know, I'm not gonna split them up.
Right.
So yeah, she's just his cat now, and I'm like super allergic to her anyway, so it's kind of fucked up, really.
Yeah. I'm not really allergic to anything, I don't think, anymore. Seemingly.
What does perennial mean again?
It means every year it comes back like a flower, perennial flower.
Okay, cool. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. It's also like
I'm smart.
it's also like a religious thing where like every religion's perennial. But yeah, it means like every year it blooms.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just like
Grapes.
I don't know why I always forget that. Gotta get a little lavender plant for my porch.
I'm growing some, I think they're lilac or something in the backyard. I'm not really sure what it is, but it's some purple flowers. They smell really good.
Yeah, that one needs to get watered. Maybe I'll get this one. How much are these? $8.99. It's not bad. It's $20 for two.
I'm training my cat to carry him up Mount Shasta this spring or summer.
Yeah,
Garfield, yeah.
that'll be interesting.
Yeah, might as well make him the first house cat to fucking get to the peak of Mount Shasta in a minute. In a long time, a really long time. That's the goal.
Yeah.
People think I'm crazy, but I'm like, I could carry him from here to the peak of Mount Shasta in 2 or 3 days, no problem. As long as he didn't struggle too much.
Yeah. Okay, 1 second. Let me check my text. Hold on. Okay, no worries.
You got a 2-bedroom apartment on your own now?
Huh?
On your own?
Yeah.
Wow, you don't need to like you don't happen to want to like take half my stuff, do you? Because
No.
I didn't think so. No, dad has a lot of stuff in this house.
I haven't even moved in my stuff all the
I'm
way.
living here alone now, and it's not that bad, but I'm kind of messy, and I kind of know it. So I'm like trying to clean up the yard a little bit and trying to clean up the house, but I just I'm blind. I realize a lot of it's because I'm fucking blind. I just don't really give a shit at first, and then like it gets messy, and I don't even see it at first, and then it shows up, and I'm like, oh wow. If I see it, then everyone will see it, huh? Excuses a little bit, but it's been wild over here.
I mean, I'm a messy person too, Taran, but like it's about effort, you know.
That's true too. That is also true.
Yeah.
I do accept that. No, I accept my faults big time nowadays. Big time. It's been
berries and cream mint. That's weird.
It sounds good.
Berries and cream.
It's been depressing. So I realize I have apologies to make to everybody in the family now because I'm just kind of a fucking dick sometimes, huh?
I mean, like most of the time, if we're being like 100% honest.
Well,
I mean, I
okay,
don't know how
it's
honest you're prepared for me to be, Taran.
well, I don't know.
You're called the most upfront sibling you have.
Yeah, but the thing is about so I have 2 things to say about this. Okay, you can give me all your bullshit, right? And a lot of it's true. However, a lot of it's also not true because I do have a stack of paperwork extensively talking about my health and how Dad and the twins basically just told me I didn't have any health problems and didn't have any brain problems, and that's where a lot of that recent stuff came from. That said, I always could have done better. So I'm pretty sure.
The thing is like everybody has health problems.
Not like I do though. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, but your health problems you caused. By being irresponsible with your health as well.
Not necessarily though.
Yeah, like sleeping in a garage with ammonia and cat piss,
Well,
which has toxoplasmosis in it, which is like a known fact.
Well, I got MS before then. That made it better getting in the garage. I was worse in the van, but I understand. Yeah, I hear you saying.
You know what I mean? Like that's like a real thing.
I don't need my butt kissed, but I'm just like I've made my points too. Like I actually do have. If I live another year, I'll be lucky. So I'm not really, you know what I mean. But yeah, I do need to apologize about how much of a dick I've been, and I am really proud of you. How you've been, actually.
Yeah, I'm pretty awesome.
Relatively, you kind of you got an ego on you for sure. Though. Are you single now?
I've been single for like a year plus.
Single, or just like flingle?
I mean, single, like, what do you mean? Like, I'm dating, of course. Yeah, and I've been, like, seeing somebody for 4 months, and I also, like,
right.
My ex definitely wants me back, but,
so
you know,
you're flingle.
What are you going to do?
You're flingle right
That's
now.
dating.
Yeah. I understand that. 132 in that club, Garfield. My cat has a third eye dot now, just like randomly appeared. Oh, Garfield.
He's cute.
Yeah, he's fucking awesome. How old's your dog?
She's like a year and a half old.
How big is she?
She's like 50 pounds.
You think you should take my cat? Probably not.
Tell me not.
No, I cannot take a cat.
I said you think she could take my cat in a fight. Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, easily your cat would be dead in like 5 seconds.
I
But,
doubt-
But Pepper's not like that. My cat.
I fucking
my
doubt
dog
it.
is like she's so like
Garfield would
when she gets
Garfield would
attacked.
Garfield would beat up your dog. I know it too.
So that smells good.
Is that the lavender you're talking about?
I was grabbing some sage, or not sage, rosemary.
I need to go pick some rosemary and sage up on the hill pretty soon. Make some incense out of it. Clear this place out a little bit. Do you still smoke pot at all?
Yeah,
You? That's interesting.
every day of my life, all day.
Relatable, but not really. I'm basically.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it for somebody who's prone to psychoses.
Well, it makes me better actually. It makes me less psychotic when I'm smoking marijuana. Turns out.
Yeah, but when people are prone to it, long-term use is not good.
Well, I don't really call myself psychotic anymore. I'm kind of like awake to it all now. So, I mean, you can disagree, but
You know, crazy people don't know they're crazy, term.
yeah, but I'm not actually crazy. Turns out. I was for a second because I got sober completely. It made me go crazy for like a few months, like absolutely schizophrenic for a few months just getting sober. But now that I have a little marijuana and some tobacco maintenance, I'm basically good. I realized I've just been a fucking dick my whole life, and now I have like maybe a few years to live. So I'm just like, okay, let's see what I can do next. So, wouldn't really necessarily call myself psychotic in that sense. I've acted like a little bit of a psycho sometimes, but I'm not like a psycho. I actually have a lot of empathy, so now I'm like feeling like a piece of shit, really. So I don't really know what to do next, except for call everybody up and tell them I'm sorry, and see how they're doing.
Potatoes. What are those? Are these green onions? Is that what these are?
Are you going to just door shopping right now for plants?
What is wrong with that?
No, nothing wrong. I was just asking. I go out in the woods and do it instead.
I'm chilling. This is what people do during their days, you know.
Do you know anyone?
Sunflowers.
Do you know anyone who needs a fucking a roommate, Allie?
I what?
Anyone who needs a roommate who's sober?
No.
Damn it.
Karen, you gotta be resourceful, you know.
I don't like people around here. I'm just asking you.
Well, you don't have to stay there. You can move to places like Ashland. It's
No,
only an hour away. If you actually got a place, people would help you move.
I'm too spiritual to move to Ashland, Ellie. Now I am. I have to go live in the woods.
You're what?
Too religious to move from Mount Shasta right now. I have to go fucking climb the mountain. She told me to. Basically.
Okay, well, that's great, Taran, but that's what I'm talking about. Like, if your spirituality is overriding your survival instincts, then it's not good.
Why not?
Because you need to have a place to live, like, in order to be and exist with the rest of us.
I mean, rest of you guys. I'm not really that worried about it, Ellie. I never really fit in with humans anyway.
Taran, do you like being homeless?
I'm not Shasta, am I?
No, you would die. Because you
Eventually.
wouldn't have anything to eat, and you have no money, and you have no way to provide for yourself.
I have flowers and shit. I'm a really good dancer and singer.
Taran,
No.
you wouldn't survive. Like, trust me, I literally listen to like survival, like, you know, lost in freaking national hiking. Like, I listen to so many like lost hiker stories. You're gonna die.
I'm not like
Lots of
those
people have died on Mount Shasta, actually.
Yeah, but I'm not one of those guys, Ellie. I'm fucking me in my life.
Yeah, I know you say that, Taran, but then you could just easily be one of those people, just like how Dad says that he was indestructible his whole life, and look at all his health issues.
Well,
You know
it
what I mean?
happens.
Like, you guys need to get realistic as people.
Pretty indestructible too.
Like,
But-
I'm a little pessimistic, but you guys are like crazy in the other way. Like,
Well,
you guys are all way too like everything's gonna work out for me. It's like, no.
Well, I know it's not now.
Things
I mean,
don't
I'm
work out
actually,
for you.
I'm actually.
Sometimes you should just chill.
If you knew all the shit that I've actually been through recently, Allie, without being totally crazy yet, you just wouldn't believe it. So, but I'm just looking at the long term, saying how many fucking years of this do I have left? Not many. So how do I have to? What do I do next? Climb that fucking mountain. Bring my cat up there too. That's a good place to live. Before then.
Well, I really think you should focus on finding a place to live, and I think
Right here until I go to Mount Shasta.
say that again.
I am. I'm living right here, and once I move back in, then I'll move out,
But right now, me and Garfield live here, and then we're gonna go live on Mount Shasta when we're done. I don't really see a big problem with it.
Because that's like really tragic, Taran, and gonna hurt a lot of people.
Why? Me dying here isn't not gonna be any better.
Yeah, but people care about you, and you're like choosing to die in a bad way.
No, I don't want to. I mean, just because I'm choosing not to go live with like in society and go get a fucking job like everyone else because I can't.
Yeah, that's
I can't.
really stupid, Taran.
I literally
realize
can't work
that, right?
every
Like that's just dumb. Like it doesn't make any sense.
It makes sense to me. It's my values. Let's say I have a year left of health, which is basically where I'm at. What would you do?
I would probably try to have a good time, which would mean that I would need money.
I don't need money at a good time. I have a mountain.
Social media and do that.
I have a mountain. I have a mountain. I have a book or two. I have a cat. I have some clothes. I have a backpack and a cat carrier. That sounds like a good time to me, pretty much.
I know, but you need to get places where there are actually homeless shelters and stuff
No,
too.
no,
like,
fuck
there's not really shit in Siskiyou as far as
fuck
that
all
goes.
that, Allie. Fuck me around homeless people. Fuck me around tweakers and fucking people on drugs. I'm good. I'd rather go out in the forest and be exactly who I am, sober, and which I have been for like 6 months plus, easily. And feeling out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're gonna feel how you feel. I feel one way, you feel another, and that's just kind of the story. I think it would be pretty fucked up if you went up on a mountain and died, but that's your choice.
Maybe they didn't die in the shed with an alley. But that's true. Anyways, I just basically want to call you up and apologize for being a dick when we're growing up sometimes, Allie.
Say that again?
I mostly wanted to apologize for when we were kids sometimes. I was kind of an asshole to you sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you really want to have this conversation.
Why not?
Because I have a lot of resentment towards what happened during my teenage years.
Your teenage years, but what about your teenage years that you were talking about?
Yeah, Terry, you're an attention whore. Dude, like, everything you do draws attention to you. And that kind of sucked for everybody else when we were teenagers and we needed attention.
Right. Well, I didn't mean to be. That was not really my fault at the time.
Yeah, I know, but you didn't do anything to, like, combat it either. You're just like, I'm Taran, and I'm just here, and, like, that's what I mean by, like, being realistic. It's like, okay, yes, you can go up on the mountain and, like, do all that stuff, but if you actually wanted to make amends, you wouldn't do that. You would act differently.
Well, I'm not Allie. I can't act differently, but
yes, you can.
I don't think you're understanding how I work completely, but that's okay. I'm not one of you. I'm not one of you guys. I can't even get hired, first of all, because my record, basically. I can't get on.
That's not true. I literally work with a bipolar, schizophrenic, crazy person. I've also worked with a felon, and she was a manager.
Yeah, it's a woman. I'm a man, and I'm not a minority.
One was an old white lady, and the other dude is an old white dude. Like, what are you talking about here?
I'm 26.
Like, you're being like silly.
Well, I mean, it's not my concern really. I mean, I have to spend a lot of time with Garfield all the time and all the time.
Well, I just think if you really cared about people, that you would make different decisions, like caring about yourself, because that would actually benefit everybody else.
I do care about people.
No, you don't, because you're not taking care of yourself.
I take care of myself just fine. Actually, now I do.
No, because you're trying to go up on a mountain and die, Taran. That's like not taking care of yourself.
It's better than getting what I could get otherwise, which is killed. Pretty much.
No.
I mean, you don't really know that much about my life, Allie, just be honest. And I could definitely just end up killed.
Okay. You believe whatever you want to believe, Taran.
I just know the truth.
I can't change your mind.
I'm just telling you what's going on. I'm trying to apologize. And then everyone wants to tell me that they know me better than I do somehow. So. Anyways, I'm going to go for now. I love you. Just wanted to give you a call.
Okay. Love you too. Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye-bye. What do people expect me to do? That's what it is. Like, Taran doesn't really seem like you care about people. You wouldn't just go. I'm going up the mountain because I care about people, Allie. I got new neighbors with kids, and Yeah, I'm an attention whore. I know I'm an attention whore. It's my fucking personality. It's not my fucking fault necessarily. Maybe I actually got the attention every now and then, I wouldn't be such a fucking loudmouth attention whore, huh, Ellie? Who actually got the attention from our dad all the fucking time. And all the fucking time. And all the fucking time. Believe it or not. See, they remember it very differently than I did at the time. I remember her being a girl and getting a lot of attention. I remember the twins being the twins and getting a lot of attention. I remember me getting a lot of attention because I got in trouble sometimes and because my dad liked to fight whenever I was home. I also remember being not home a lot of the time. Now, during the twins as teenagers, a little bit of a different story. But I do feel worse about them with her. Basically, yeah, at this point. My sister's one of those people. I love my sister. She's smart. She's a hard ass worker. It's one of those people's like, I get tired of my family telling me what I gotta fucking do. When they don't even take the time to know me at all. At all. And at all. Like, no one of them believed that my brain actually is that fucked up. It's like, yeah, people recover from strokes all the time. Not 20 fucking 6, Allie. Not the kind of stroke I fucking had. I can't even tell her. I'm like, yeah, people are trying to kill me all the time or threaten to wreck my house, try to take my cat from me. Taking shots at me recently every time I'm in the woods, basically. She's like, yeah, I'm crazy. That's what she knows, basically, right? But does she really know it? No, she don't. Go live in a homeless shelter. Go be around a bunch of fucking drug addicts. I'm fucking good, Allie. No offense to those people. I'll fucking pass. Are all of them drug addicts? No. But are a lot of them? Yeah, turns out. That's why I always stayed at my dad's house instead. So I could stay mostly sober. Turns out.
The Google subscriber you have called is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
Hey Patrick, it's Taran Miller. I was wondering if you could give me a ring back. My number is 530-925-1673. Thank you. $447 Garfield.
Your call has.
Oh. Okay. Were you out?
Yeah, I'm not yet.
Yeah.
Anything done in the yard? Anything done in the yard?
Not right now.
Okay, cool. You call Aaron now. Alrighty. I hate asking them for stuff, but everybody is. But they're nice enough. Way more than nice enough. Those people are fucking awesome to me. That whole family has been. Most people are, in a way cooler than I deserve. Except my sister. In a way, she's just about as good as I deserve, but you know what I mean? My family's like that with me. They don't want to hear shit. It's like they think they know it all already about me when they don't know shit about me. It's really irritating because my dad is kind of bullshitter that way. But do you though? You've been homeless, you've been in that situation? Nope, nope, and no.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
All right. Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm pretty good. What's going on?
Nothing, just calling you. See how you doing.
Oh, let's start back from buying a new car.
You bought a new car?
Yeah, they are. It's pretty good. I told it last Saturday.
Yeah, I saw something about that.
I sent you something, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
So I got a Forester 2015 Subaru.
Well, you can swing by. Let me see it.
I'm not driving. I'm scared. I'm not driving now.
Oh, okay.
I'm scared. I don't want to drive today. When I push on the reverse, it slips off the brake still. So I can get better shoes when I do it.
Subaru Forester. What year?
2015.
What did you do with the other car? Found it?
It was total.
Found it? Did you get money for it?
Yes. And they paid $88,000 for it. And I bought the other car for $9,000, so it was real close.
There you go.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm just nervous right now. I'm not straight to NFL, but I don't want to drive it late. I can drive it, but I'm just trying to relax my nerves and get my feet right.
How are your feet doing?
Pretty good.
How's your legs?
The surgeon saw this morning. He said, "I'll see you in 2 weeks." I said, 2 weeks? He goes, "Yes, looking too good."
Is
I
it?
said, "Okay, I like that." Yeah, it is.
You walking around just fine?
Yes, it is. Yeah, I know I'm too much, but it's kind of closing. But
I knew it would.
yeah, that's good. But I'm glad you called to check. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good to check on people every now. I've been trying to call everybody, just like no one really wants to talk to me.
Are you doing okay?
Yes and no, yes and no. I'm not crazy anymore.
Are you still transitioning? Is Taran back yet?
Taran's right back.
Taran that has so many times to visit Stacy, is that guy back?
No, that guy died.
Oh gosh. So I've never seen him again?
You can see me again, but I'm on myself now in a way that I've never been before.
What does that mean?
I'm wide awake.
Okay. Let's think about that.
I just know who I am now.
Okay, you do. That's good.
All right, in a way I just did not know before.
Right. Okay. Well, that's good, but you be careful, and I'll talk to you another time, I'm sure.
All right. It's good
All right,
checking on you.
Take care. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thanks for calling. Bye.
Bye. Why am I shaking now? I don't know why we're shaking in here. Because we are terrified, Darren. Why? Because we got in trouble. Who did? We did. Why? We're going to get caught, I think. Sucks. Garfield, let's get up the street. Somebody feels scared. It sure as hell ain't me.
I'm sorry.
I don't really need that, do I? Not really. All right, guys. All right, we can get some more. But I don't really want it right now because that was weird to think. Give me some money or something. Akasamara sashadara tamaraya pat. The lion faced Dakini. Oh, yeah. Akasamara sashadara samaraya pat. See, I kind of know that I am that guy, but I don't like being that guy. Hello, this porn guy. Yeah. Every major mountain has an avatar. And I know who I am. Shit plays like a movie for me at the time. My life plays like a movie. No, it literally does. Even through my eyes, it looks like a fucking motion picture, yeah. Is that true? In a way, Garfield, in a way. This is gonna hook me up. Of course they always come. Because when this gets let off, and then the other guys get on, the foreigners now, the annoying other guys who think they're better than me. I woke them up one day. No, I did. Check it out. This is what I did. My big sin, right? Is I woke up a bunch of other people too. Psychically. Not quite. But they will be. There we go. That fancy ass. You're gonna good game. How are you good? See what they're doing to me on purpose. No, that's what happened for a long time, a really long time. I know I say it a lot, but it's truth. When I say I've seen some crazy shit out there, you likely have too. You've been out there. Anybody. We're like, no way that was real. That wasn't real. You forget about it when you get sober, and it's like, you're like, no fucking way, right? When I was drunk. It's like, no, you were being dumb and you saw one. Usually, yeah, little people more common than a Sasquatch. But I swear to God, I saw a Bigfoot walking down the street one day, right in fucking down Maplewood. At least from my perspective at the time. It would look like that was fucking Bigfoot. It was like fucking bigger than fucking motherfucking neighbors over there. Who are like 6'7" or something like that. Dude was like 9 foot tall, fucking Bigfoot walking down the street one day. I know that sounds nuts, but that's literally what I saw with my own eyes. So, but that said, I did see a bunch of gray aliens and a bunch of cats pouring out of the fucking shed back over there, and a bunch of gray aliens pouring, like coming down onto one of the neighbors' houses. And then I saw a bunch of gray aliens holding like a bunch of George and Garfields captive one day, which the gray aliens look really holographic. Okay, they didn't look real at all, like either holograms or suits or something like that. The cats, those two look pretty holographic, but not all of them, seemingly. And the Bigfoot looked very real. That's what I'm trying to say. I can tell the difference. I've seen little people in the woods, and animals turn to other animals and turn back. Weird fucking rabbits, and a big, giant, translucent rabbit woman, Bigfoot woman kind of thing, behind my grapevines one time. Standing right over there, like a cloudy, rabbit-looking Bigfoot thing, with all like gray and white. When I saw a rabbit that was translucent, almost like run in front of a car one time, and almost get hit by us. Like right beforehand, which I knew was a message, like follow the white rabbit kind of thing. So shut up, huh? Right there, I thought about that. Om tare tu re swaha. Tutare ture swaha. All right, your dad's gonna practice in the backyard now, Garfield. Which is not gonna do anymore, very much. Wanna go outside? Tutare ture saha. Om tare tutare ture swaha. That's all right. That they fucking do. Yeah, I got that. That's awesome. Yeah, shit. Tutare ture swaha. Basically, huh? Shit talkers. I just can't stand no more shit talkers. My sister, my friends, ex-friends. The shit talking motherfuckers can stop, dude. And I kind of do that, but not like that. My third eye opened up, my ears too. I was like, fuck those guys. You struggle to make money. I sit there and just like poke fun. And they come around like, oh hey, aren't you friends? And then they leave me like, ah man, nope. Like, how dare Taran help my nephews at Biscuit? Nope, that needs to go to hell now. I'm like, well, he asked me to. That's how fucking people are nowadays. As if I don't have fucking nieces and nephews of my own. And as if I don't fucking have how many siblings? Well, I some bitch ass women get slapped. One more too. You got. What's that, Garfield? Well, see me. The heaven's face is dirty, dread locked in for me. Big hugs. I love you. Get a job, you fucking. I love you. Down, side, up, and everything between. Okay, tell me exactly this. What this is doing. But I get in trouble with that basically now.
Green Tara is famous for her windy activity, sweeping to the rescue of sentient beings
Right, yes, he
with
is.
the force and speed of a hurricane. In Vajrayana Buddhism, female Buddhas represent wisdom. For this reason, she is described as the mother of all the Buddhas. Tara represents the unique and awesome intersection of activity and wisdom. Her role, as the activity aspect of all the Buddhas, is as vast as the universe. This is why her many activity roles include rescues, protection, healing, long life, auspiciousness, and countless other activities associated with karma. How can we bring the compassionate, loving activity of Tara into our lives? It can be as simple as calling her name, or chanting her. Chant along now, with the beautiful voice of her Rishikesh Sona.
522 Garfield.
Before we begin, if you like this presentation, please like, subscribe, and turn on notifications.
Tare, tu tare, ture, swaha. I hate these guys. The singing gets loud and it's just so fucking loud sometimes. It doesn't need to be. Saturday, April 5th is Tara Day. Yeah, it is, huh? Tomorrow's Tara Day. Hey, big old spider. How you doing? Yeah, you're gnarly. You're handsome though. You are here, down here. Doing its thing. How you doing, son? Good as far as I can tell. You hungry? Ketika bertoling home. He's a kitty. He's a kitty. Hungry kitty. Want some food? That's delicious. Pum pum puri. Pum pum puri. Charlie Sami. Got his home. They don't understand that, do they? It's like that, and it's like that, and like that too. And it's like that, and it's like that, then it's like that, and like that too. Which means it's like that, and like that, and like that too. And we never even thought it could be like that, and like that, and like that even. Turns out it is. Like that, and like that, and like that fucking too. And like that too. In a way. Turn the fuck out. I do not always appreciate in the end. Meal Lake. Good. Yeah. Meal. Just ever taking steps into my fucking house. Annihilate. Yeah. Oh wow. Huh. Forgot about that. Huh. And this too, kind of. A little bit. Not quite. Not quite. Oh. Forget about that shit. Goddamn. I can't have. Damn it. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Well, I was worried there's something up there. You can check there later if you want. I already did that. I have treatment for your fleas, I do. You know what it is? Old school. It's old school treatment. It's called, tobacco. Watch. Hey, stop. Don't hit me. I'm getting the mouth you. I'm doing my work. What are you doing? Yep, just like that. Just like that. You got so many fleas on you right now. It's crazy. And guess what? I'm annihilating them right now. Right now, they're getting annihilated. Don't be mad at me. You're such a butthead sometimes. I know you're mad. I know you're depressed. I'm sorry about it. Yes, I mean. There you go. You're such a butthead. I'm trying to treat you. See, you hate being treated. It's like in spoiled. You don't want to be spoiled anymore. You just want to run outside. Be a scary cat. Pretty much. Come here, girls. I love you. You want to hang out? I love you. I know it, cat. I know it. It's like that too over there. They could get you like that too. That fucking quick, Garfield, in ways that'd be so fucking horrifying that I'd have to go and just annihilate. But you'd already be annihilated. Love you. Love you.
news like that. Turns out not so much now. But yep, that's what you do. That's what you do, Garfield. That's what you're always doing. Like running away, running away, running away. Who are you running from? Me or you? Four, five, six, Garfield.
We doing, Gary? Tari tutari sarvastambani tarispaha. Didn't fuck me up again. Sarvastambani tarispaha. Wow. That was an interesting pop, wasn't it? Are those all nanites make my back crack and stuff? Is it? Yes, Darren. But how though? No, it ain't right. They're full of shit, right? Why? Say Kundalini don't work all the way?
Watch what eggs do to your brain. Take a look at these two brain scans. They both look young.
Right over there, right? Right over there. Yeah, I knew that shit. Why are you guys doing that? Well, why would you do that in the first place, assholes? Buy it? You're not people I'm concerned with them. Who are those guys? My neighbors. Turns out. Which ones? Oh, PS is up. I know when nature strikes, she meant something by it. You know what I mean? Yet. I know that too. But what about it, assholes? Get a bite and go. Mosquitoes. I must guess toast time, man. Tare ture Stri och lesari svaha tare ture Stri och lesari svaha tare ture Satron Ochetaya Svaha. That shit needs to get tested. The resistance when it goes like this. What is that? What is that? My fucking chi. It's incredible. Tare ture Sarva Vidya Arvinyana Bepat Smaha. Sarva Vidya Arvinyana Bepat Smaha. Sarva Vidya Arvinyana Bepat Smaha. Sorry, Garfield. Yeah, I forget a lot of dinosaurs sometimes, yeah. So I got their attention in the first place. Because I'm like, last boys in the universe for a while, I'm like, yep, I'm right here at this place. Was not smart. I think Garfield. Upak Rama Raksha Raksha Svaha. Mama Upak Rama Raksha Raksha Svaha. Raksha Raksha Svaha. Svaha. All right, Taran. What do you do after this one? After what? Damn it. Like, make them waste it. Don't make them waste it. Why? Vasyur Harini Svaha. Vasyur Harini Svaha. Come on, Garfield. Get louder, man. Vasyur Harini Svaha. Om Tare Tu Re Mangalam Svaha. Why is it like that? Because hypnosis mostly, yeah. Yes and no, but what was he not like before? Tare tu tare ture. Baya pashmem korosva. Tare tu tare ture. Vajra mahapada pash mem kuru svaha. Anyone turn my hand, shit me fuck up. I am doing it now. Clear hypnosis, a lot of it, huh? And today's me beating it. They let us, they said they did. I don't know if they did. I don't know. We'll see if they do or not. Tare tu tare ture. Sarva papam prashamanaye svaha. Sarva papam prashamanaye svaha. Tare tu tare ture. Sarva papam prashamanaye svaha. Tare tu tare ture. Sarva dharma prati perishodaya svaha. Right? Isn't that getting obvious? When they overlay it with something that sounds like ridiculous and retarded? Yeah, it is, huh? Why fuck me, Taran? Because it doesn't, Taran. Right, I know, but it was. Is that okay? That one's okay, right? Before they were. It's hard for me to tell anymore. Tare tu tare ture. Sarvastambani tare svaha. Sarvastambani tare svaha. That's the best one, really. Is it? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, Tara 17. Is the best one? Well, she's hardcore, but yeah, she's powerful. Tare tu tare ture. Nagavisha Shantim Kurusvaha. That she's powerful too. That's for poisons. Nagavisha Shantim Kurusvaha. Is it? I don't know why. Like, how can he be every single religion? Because he just is. They're all right. Om tare tutare ture mochana swaha. Mostly, yeah, like 2 or 3 that I really stick to. Really, kind of 2 in a way, huh? Oh, 3 or 4. Who though, Darren? Well, the Orphics, which includes basically the Abrahamics and all the Greco-Roman pagans, pretty much. All the mystery traditions in the Mediterranean at the time. Would include Christianity for a long time, never long time. Mysticism is all that shit. And yeah, a Buddhist. Which to me includes, yep, basically every other religion that I can include. It's all included within animism and shamanism, should be. Om tare tu tare ture. Hello, Taryn, if you're not including, well, I am. Not everyone. I get there's a lot of folk traditions I didn't include. I understand that, they're right too. And there's not one religion for the Native Americans, there's a lot. And they're mostly right, yeah. Om tare ture sarvaseti satanam svaha. A lot of garters in there, huh? How's your butt feel? Still itchy? Love you, my person. My Garfield. He's so fucking handsome. Look at him. Look at him. Such a good boy. My son. My person. I was calling my son just my son all the time and not call my person because there's, actual parents next door, but I kind of am too. Om tare ture sarvaseti satanam svaha. Well, that'd be a trigger word. Can't be for some people. I understand that too. Sarvaseti satanam svaha. There we go. Om tare ture sarvaseti satanam svaha. Total enlightenment, yeah. And not like that guy. Satanam Swaha. $63 in that clock, Garfield. Where'd that one go? Tare ture. Sarvasiti Satanam Swaha.
Social media can't stop sharing this hydrogen water bottle. Watch this video now before the bottled water companies take it down. A brilliant water scientist from Japan just destroyed the billion-dollar bottled water industry by building a device that turns regular water into a high antioxidant drink in seconds. Water science expert Dr. Akio Tanaka made an unusual discovery while studying drinking water in a remote Japanese village.
Really?
Villagers who lived didn't age as fast as other people. They lived longer, they were stronger, and had more energy. Their DNA was even 10 to 15 years younger than that of others their age.
How does that work?
They all drank water from the same mountain spring. Lab tests showed very high levels
I love
of
this kind of
regular
shit.
hydrogen in the water.
Like something about DNA that we don't know about. And I'm gonna say it on fucking YouTube and try to make some money.
Until recently, you could only get it from a natural source. When Dr.
What does Taran know about DNA? Quite a bit, actually, turns out.
To the benefic rays of Jupiter that Renaissance
Kind of, yeah, a little bit.
our destinies with an iron hand. From the supreme deity that Phidias rendered in gold and ivory at Olympia to the expansive psychological
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, like, average college level education, pretty much, yeah. Performed on my own, yeah.
Spectrum of Jupiter's manifestation, and of course perform some proper intellectual surgery. The journey ahead demands your full attention. I kindly invite you to wander and wander with me through etymological labyrinths, astrological charts, forgotten cults, philosophical treatises.
I was during school the whole fucking time because I was blind the whole time.
Converge on a single point. This
Whole time I was in fucking school, did not see shit for shit. And read just fine though.
What it represented to the human
Still can, even though they make me stutter now when I try to. It's my high school group.
to symbolize within our own psyches.
Why hypnosis mostly?
Until the end will be initiated into a mode of
Look, I can see up close. Fine, pretty much now.
Simultaneously physical where ancient myths
but why those parents? Because they're fucking down their coaches and their technology. I'm like, but why those parents? I'm like, you guys are fucking pieces of shit.
This is a revelation that I peel back the veil.
Not really, though. Not really.
And what is known.
Between the planet
that dominates our night skies and the archetypal force that has dominated our collective psyche. I will not waste your time with nonsense, although I know that some of you will think
But anything I want pretty damn much, as long as it's not my cat. Everyone else, that matters.
Before we begin this journey through time, space, and consciousness, I acknowledge your commitment to genuine wisdom. In an age of fractured attention and simplified content, your presence here signals a rare hunger for depth, which I respect and applaud. For those who recognize themselves as inheritors of a lineage stretching from Gilgamesh to Goethe, from Hammurabi to Heisenberg, this exploration is your birthright. Now let us direct our gaze upward to the fifth planet from our sun, and inward to the archetypal forces it has awakened in the human soul, as we just begin to solve the magnificent enigma that is Jupiter.
When symptoms try to take control, Rinvoq gave me rapid symptom relief and significantly reduced my fatigue. Check.
When flares tried to slow me down, I got lasting remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And many were in remission, even at nearly 2 years.
And Rinvoq helped visibly reduce damage with the intestinal lining. Check.
Rapid symptom relief. lasting remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and
I probably can fix that. I just don't really want to. Could fuck it up too. Fucking P-trap.
Reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occur. See the event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart
When you're under
disease.
hypnosis and you can't get your dance moves all right, who fucking knows about the rest?
Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
No, I cannot get every step ever right, even every word ever right, ever, because of their fucking dumb hypnosis program. I'm just too smart to be this fucking poor. I'm too magic to be this fucking poor, I guess. They're like, we don't accept that. No, we can't accept this guy got fucking powers.
Cicero writes in his work of the nature of the gods.
He's got better magically. We just can't accept it. We have plans for him, and we invest so much money in this kid. Where'd he get it from? Must have been the Chinese or something. Like, no, it's fucking the aliens. Fucking retards. And the ultra-terrestrials are fucking idiots.
This may as well doubt there is a sun, for they are
And
visible.
spirits from the past.
Jupiter, the king of planets and gods.
The present and the
a
future.
name that roars with authority. A name that became synonymous
Cats,
with
mostly,
supreme
I believe.
authority, derived from Diospata. or
Even though I
Shining
kind of know
God,
better.
The Proto-Indo-European sky god, whose lineage extends
But not even though.
countless cultures. And
If God looks like that to me.
But what is Jupiter truly? A physical entity of staggering proportions, composed primarily of hydrogen and helium, a gaseous giant whose volume could contain over 1,000 Earths, or the archetypal ruler, the sovereign
Garfield.
principle that has shaped
You know about Jupiter, don't you?
conceptions of authority, expansion, and cosmic order since we first gazed skyward. The truth, as I already hinted at, and as you shall see, encompasses both and more. For Jupiter exists at the intersection of material reality and symbolic meaning, a crossing point where astrology, mythology, physics, and metaphysics, among others, collide and merge into probably the most extraordinary godly story ever told. Consider Jupiter's sheer physical dominance. At 318 times Earth's mass, its gravitational influence on our entire solar system is not matched by any other planet. Its enormous magnetosphere extends up to 100 times. Jupiter's radius on the side facing away from the sun is a protective bubble vaster than the sun itself.
All right, Garfield.
And when I
We
say
go up the street
Jupiter's radius
so I
on
can
the
ask
side
him some.
facing
I bring
away
back
from
some
the
stuff too.
sun is a protective bubble vaster than the sun
Trade
itself.
down.
Here's what that means. The sun's solar wind pushes against Jupiter's magnetic field, compressing it on the side facing the sun. But on the opposite side, away from the sun, Jupiter's magnetosphere extends outward in a long magnetotail that stretches far into space. This magnetotail extends up to 650 million kilometers, over 400 million miles from Jupiter, which is truly enormous when you consider that the sun's radius is only about 696,000 kilometers. This giant magnetic shield protects Jupiter's moons from the full force of solar radiation while also trapping charged particles, creating intense radiation belts around the planet. It's like a vast invisible shield that surrounds Jupiter and extends far beyond it, showcasing the planet's immense influence even beyond its physical size. It's a perfect example of how Jupiter's influence extends far beyond its visible boundaries, a theme that applies both astronomically and symbolically and will resurface several times throughout this video. The Jovian radiation belts are so intense that they would deliver a lethal dose to an unshielded human within minutes. Power manifested through pure physical presence. And I wonder, isn't this the fundamental attribute of kingship? The ancient Babylonians, keen observers of the night sky, tracked Jupiter's 12-year orbit through their zodiac with remarkable precision. They named it Marduk, after their supreme deity, the god who defeated primordial chaos and established cosmic order. In their astronomical diaries from the late Babylonian period, approximately 400
basically God.
BC,
Yep, the sky god.
their calculations of Jupiter's position achieved remarkable precision, sometimes within fractions of a degree. However, their mathematical astronomy was developed by their minds with theology in their
What of the sun? Well, that's also
minds.
God.
Jupiter's movements were interpreted
That's the son
as
of God. Yeah, the
communication
son.
from Marduk himself. This pattern repeats multiple times. Wherever and whenever Jupiter appears, so too does the concept of
Does Christ the sun God care? Yeah, basically
chaos
light.
appear. The Chinese called it
What's
Sun,
that? It's not
the North
magical.
Star, associating it with the emperor's movements.
Is that not
and the
spiritual?
regulation
Is that
of
not soul right there?
time.
The sun.
Jupiter is also connected to Thor, which derives from thunder. Think about the word Thursday or Thursday. In English, we call it Thor's Day, after the same hammer-wielding Norse god of thunder, while romance...
Yeah, and it'll be Thor's Day. It'll also be Taran's Day.
Italians, Giovedi,
We're using Celtic instead of Germanic.
Dies Iovis.
Be Taran's Day.
When Germanic peoples encountered the Roman 7-day week, itself adapted from Babylonian astronomical frameworks, they recognized the thunderbolt-wielding skyfather Jupiter as equivalent to the Both gods ruled from the heavens with lightning as their weapon, commanded respect as divine patriarchs, found sanctity in oak trees, and embodied righteous power. The 5th day of our week thus preserves an ancient understanding that transcended language and religion, and that the archetypal force governing Thursday remained essentially unchanged.
Turns out.
Whether one called it Marduk, Zeus, Jupiter, or Thor. Their cultural masks may have differed, but their cosmic function remained identical. So let me ask you, isn't this a testament to how deeply this planetary archetype was embedded in human consciousness across disparate civilizations? The cosmic lineage continues. The Egyptian god Amun, or Amun-Ra, while primarily a solar deity and king of gods, was later syncretized with Zeus by the Greeks after Alexander's conquest of Egypt, creating Zeus Ammon. The Romans subsequently adopted this fusion as Jupiter Ammon. However, these syncretic forms arose primarily from their shared attributes as supreme deities, rather than from astronomical connections. While the Egyptians certainly observed Jupiter, their specific divine associations for the planet aren't as well documented as the Mesopotamian traditions. But the cultural fusion of Amun with Zeus Jupiter demonstrates how ruling divinities could be recognized across different religious frameworks based on their common quality of supreme authority.
I think I might have this too.
The Indians worshipped Brihaspati, who was also called the god of Jupiter. In fact, Brihaspati is the root of the Brihaspativar, or Thursday in the Hindu calendar. Different names, identical principle, the cosmic king who brings order through power.
Probably not. Probably this.
So it's book your next hotel. If you don't book, it's a shame.
So it's resort.
Sweet vacation home for your next great stay.
Hey, you, the photographer. How long is your editing process? Go to imagineai.com and cut your workflow by 96%. Can you imagine spending all that extra time for yourself? Calling it editing is now simpler than ever. Go to imagineai.com and own your time.
Consider what 16th century astronomers observed when
Oh,
the
right,
telescope
Garfield.
first revealed Jupiter's
646.
4 largest moons, a perfect microcosm of the macrocosmic solar system.
Let's go over Walkman.
Galileo named them the Medicean stars after his
You love me?
parents.
You love me still?
In fact, Galileo
love
initially
you.
called them the Cosmica Sidera,
All right, go sit down.
Cosimo stars, in honor of Cosimo the Lake. However, Cosimo's secretary suggested Medici Sidera, the Medici stars, so that all 4 Medici brothers could be honored. But later, astronomers recognized them for what they were, a model of cosmic order. Jupiter at center, authority established through gravitational dominance, satellites moving in perfect mathematical harmony, a fractal harmony of celestial spheres, as always, as above, so below. Think about the social hierarchies humans have constructed throughout history. The sovereign is in the center. Society orbits in concentric rings of diminishing privilege and power. Is it just a coincidence that human power structures reflect celestial architecture? Or have we, consciously or not, patterned our systems of authority after the cosmic authority we observe in the heavens or even the entire existence? This correspondence between physical and social ordering principles reveals Jupiter's first paradox.
Yeah.
The limitless sky god manifests through limitation.
Sorry, Garfield.
Similar to Saturn, boundless power is expressed through bounded order. The seemingly contradictory nature of authority itself.
Okay, let's go.
To enable freedom through the imposition of structure. To create space for growth by establishing boundaries.
Quickly, yeah, quickly.
The Great Red Spot
Before it's too late. They're already mad. A little bit. I ask for more. I always do. Like, hey, man, can I please?
Has persisted for at least 400 years, possibly much longer. chaos.
Yes and no. Yes and no. Let's get it. You know what I mean?
Destructive power channeled into enduring formation. The storm
I don't want to
rages
go
continually,
now.
yet
I
remains
kind of want to just
perfectly
fucking do the other
contained
thing.
within its self-generated boundaries. Yet we can also play the devil's advocate. What human king or authority has ever managed this balance? To harness the raw power of chaos without being consumed by it? To maintain order without stifling the vital energy that gives that order meaning? This is Jupiter's first and most profound teaching, that true sovereignty lies not in the elimination of chaotic forces, but in their integration into a higher structural harmony. The many Greek and
What
Roman
happened right fucking
stories
there,
about
huh?
Zeus and Jupiter are
I did
artistic.
not do that
The
shit. Oh,
astronomical
that must be my
reality
dad,
is
huh?
principally familiar. Cicero also references the Stoic Chrysippus when noting that Jupiter is that immutable and eternal law which guides and directs us in our manners, and this he calls fatal necessity, the everlasting verity of future events. The Roman Seneca, tutor to Emperor Nero, captured this Jovian wisdom perfectly when he wrote, Ille ipse omnium conditor et rector scripsit quidem fata, sed sequitur, semper pare, semel usit. The creator and ruler of the universe himself wrote the decrees of fate, but he follows them. He obeys forever, he decreed but once. Even the supreme deity is bound by cosmic order. Authority is expressed through submission to principle, rather than arbitrary dominance. This brings us to Jupiter's core paradox, one that will echo throughout our exploration. Jupiter represents both expansion and limitation, freedom and structure, revolution and establishment. The king of gods who overthrew his father Saturn, only to establish a new order that in many ways perpetuated the old. The rebel who becomes ruler, the revolutionary who establishes convention. Keep this paradox in mind as we will approach Jupiter's mythological manifestations, where these contradictions play out through narratives that also structured human civilizations and libraries for millennia. I begin to sing of Zeus, the best and greatest of gods, far-seeing, mighty fulfiller of designs, who confides his tight-knit schemes to Themis as she sits leaning against him. Be gracious, far-seeing son of Kronos, most glorious and great. Thus begins the Homeric hymn to Zeus, immortalizing the essence of the thunder god who became the sovereign of the Greek pantheon. Yet Zeus, whom the Romans would call Jupiter, was far more than a literary invention. He was the personification of a psychological and cosmic principle so fundamental that virtually every Indo-European culture developed its own version of him. The Sanskrit Dyaus, the Latin Jupiter, the Greek Zeus, and the Lithuanian Dievas all derived from the same Proto-Indo-European root Dies, meaning sky or day bright. Meanwhile, the Germanic Tu/Tyr, associated with Tuesday, shares this linguistic heritage, but evolved as a war god rather than a thunder god. The Celtic Taranis and Hittite Tahun, while functionally similar as storm deities, have different etymological origins. Nevertheless, most of these sky father figures share remarkable functional similarities, wielding thunderbolts, ruling from celestial realms, and establishing cosmic order through divine
No, Garfield, no.
weather phenomena.
Don't get out, man. Why'd you get out of this? Why just gotta get out? We're going to this fucking neighbors.
Fundamental to human experience.
I don't like helping you out like that. Hey, back up.
Of authority that manifests from above, illuminating and transforming through sudden revelation.
Garfield, you gotta come with.
Just think
Nope,
about the
you got to come with.
phenomenology of lightning itself.
Garfield, sit down.
In an instant, it transforms
Might be
absolute
butthead.
darkness
So,
into
Dad, I'm not
light.
happy at all right now.
It
Because it's
bridges
fucking
heaven
springtime
and
and they're all outside. I'm
brings
not.
celestial fire to the terrestrial realm. It
Garfield,
demonstrates power that is
sit.
both creative and
I love you.
destructive simultaneously. Devastating in its impact, yet essential.
I know it, Garfield. I fucking know it. No, I know it. I'm pissed off too. I don't want to have to do this all the time. Not fun for your dad. Trust me. I want to just let you go. But I can't because they will catch you. And I fucking know they will.
Hidden away from his father Kronos, Saturn, who devoured his siblings, Zeus returned.
Just got to feel better today does not mean it's all over, man. Because it's nice outside does not mean that the winter time has passed. It won't be over for a long time. No, maybe a really long time, Garfield.
The solitary rule of Kronos is replaced by an Olympic pantheon, unity expressed through multiplicity, or unity in diversity, if you will. Another Jovian paradox. The liberator becomes the established power. The revolutionary becomes the institution. Zeus
I understand.
overthrows the
No,
father
I understand,
only to
Garfield.
become,
I
in
just
many ways,
can't do
like
anything
the
about it
father,
right now.
albeit governing through law rather than appetite. The Titanomachy, that great war between old and new gods, results in a new restructured and long-lasting hierarchy. The Prometheus myth reveals this tension perfectly. Having helped Zeus establish his reign, Prometheus steals fire from Olympus and gives it to humanity. For this, Zeus has him bound to a rock where an eagle eats his liver daily. The liberator now punishes liberation. The revolutionary god now preserves the hierarchy he once challenged. Nietzsche recognized this pattern. Almost every party of the mind eventually reaches that feminine delicacy where it takes offense at the consistency of its opponent. Then one day they all become defenders of the status quo. Even the sky god is subject to this psychological tendency. The revolutionary fire cools into establishment ice. Yet Zeus Jupiter never fully calcifies into tyranny, although he did justify a few means. However, unlike his father Kronos, he rules through law, nomos, rather than arbitrary power. He establishes a covenant rather than demanding blind obedience. He creates the Olympic Council rather than ruling alone. Even when punishing Prometheus, he eventually allows Heracles to free the Titan. This is Jupiter's defining quality as sovereign. He represents authority that, while absolute in power, expresses itself through relationship and proportion. It's not raw domination. This distinction between arbitrary power and principled authority appears throughout Greek thought. Aristotle noted that while a tyrant rules according to his own interests, a true king governs for the benefit of his subjects. Similarly, Zeus doesn't command the elements through brute force or punishment, but through harmony with their nature. When he brings storms, it is not to enslave the waters, but to participate in the natural order. The comparison is telling. Barbarian power seeks to dominate through force. Civilized Jovian power seeks to govern through harmony with natural law. The difference between tyranny and true sovereignty, or at least so it is recounted. Jupiter's mythic marriages and affairs further illustrate this principle. He weds Metis, wisdom, then Themis, law, then Eurynome, wide rule, then Mnemosyne, memory. Each union is an integration of a quality necessary for just rule. Even his infamous philandering can be read as the necessary engagement of sovereign power with all aspects of reality, refusing isolation in transcendent remove. Unlike the remote god of monastic Christianity, Jupiter Zeus remains engaged with the world in all its messy complexity. He thunders, he transforms, he impregnates, he arbitrates, and he expresses his power vigorously rather than in distant perfection. The sovereign who walks among his subjects rather than remaining cloistered in celestial isolation. Roman statesman Cicero understood this aspect of Jupiter when he wrote in De Natura Deorum, Jupiter himself, the name means the helping father, whom with a change of inflection we style Jove from juvare to help. The poets call him father of gods and men, and our ancestors entitled him best and greatest, putting the title best, that is most beneficent before that of greatest, because universal beneficence is greater, or at least more lovable, than the possession of great wealth. Zeus Jupiter is thus a helpful and successful god, concerned with worldly flourishing rather than abstract moral perfection or dineros. However, Cicero later continues, did anyone ever render thanks to the gods because he was a good man? No, but because he was rich, honored, secure. The reason why men give to Jupiter the titles of best and greatest is not that they think that he makes us just, temperate, or wise, but safe, secure, wealthy, and opulent. This is a rather practical king god. Abstract principles for another time, sir. In the Roman cult, Jupiter formed the Capitoline triad alongside Juno and Minerva because he recognized the practicality of sovereignty balanced by relationship, Juno, and wisdom, Minerva. The Romans, with their genius for governance, recognized that effective authority requires more than raw power. It demands integration with other principles like a whole that needs its parts. Now think about how the Roman calendar honored Jupiter. His festival of Ludi Romani lasted from September 5th to September 19th, a timing that aligned with the harvest and vintage. Of course, the ultimate cosmic authority was connected to the agricultural cycles that sustained human life, because divine power needs to be grounded in practical provision rather than abstract dogma. Jupiter's priest, the Flamen Dialis, was subject to a multitude of remarkable restrictions. He could not ride a horse, touch leavened bread, walk under a vine, or witness an army being marshaled, and he had to return to the city before night. Why these specific prohibitions? Because they maintained the priest's connection to the primordial pre-civilizational aspect of Jupiter, the wild thunder god who preceded the lawgiver. This tension between wild power and civilized order is characteristic to Jupiter and embodied in the highest way. The thunder god who becomes the upholder of law, the revolutionary who establishes convention, the celestial power who concerns himself with human affairs. But these contradictions are not to be resolved, but to be held in dynamic tension. The true meaning of sovereignty. As we move now to examine Jupiter's philosophical dimensions, remember this fundamental paradox, the same paradox. True authority contains within itself the very freedom it appears to limit. The thunderbolt both destroys and illuminates. The king both constrains and enables. Jupiter is simultaneously the power that establishes boundaries and the power that transcends them. Plato reimagines the myths of Zeus. He transforms him into a philosophical symbol of justice and life-giving order. He writes in the Republic, "God, if he be good, is not the author of all things, as the many assert, but he is the cause of a few things only, and not of most things that occur to men. For few are the goods of human life, and many are the evils, and the good is to be attributed to God alone. Of the evils, the causes are to be sought elsewhere, and not in him." We must not listen to Homer or to any other poet who is guilty of the folly of saying that two casks lie at the threshold of Zeus, full of lots, one of good, the other of evil lots, and that he to whom Zeus gives a mixture of the two sometimes meets with evil fortune, at other times with good, but that he to whom is given the cup of unmingled ill, him wild hunger drives o'er the beauteous earth, and again Zeus, who is the dispenser of good and evil to us. And if anyone asserts that the violation of oaths and treaties, which was really the work of Pandorus, was brought about by Athenian Zeus, or that the strife and contention of the gods were instigated by Themis and Zeus, he shall not have our approval. Neither will we allow our young men to hear the words of Aeschylus, that God plants guilt among men when he desires utterly to destroy a house. Plato's critique here is sharp and revolutionary for that time. In Homer's Iliad, Zeus is depicted as a god who governs fate from two jars, one of blessings, one of curses, distributing them at his discretion. This makes him a capricious figure, unpredictable and morally ambiguous. Plato rejects this entirely. He insists that if Jupiter, Zeus, is good, he can only be the cause of good things, justice, order, and the rare blessings of human life. Evil, he argues, must have other origins, such as human imperfection or the chaos of the material dimension. Its consequences are immense, and they overflow into our oceans today. Jupiter's famous thunderbolts, traditionally symbols of divine wrath or punishment, are reframed as tools of cosmic justice, enforcing a higher law rather than arbitrary will. Plato's goal in the Republic is to design an ideal state, and he believes that myths shaping young minds must reflect truth and goodness. By purging Zeus of any association with evil, Plato elevates him into a symbol of divine purity and rational order, an opposite of the volatile deity of epic tradition. Then Plato continues, and if a poet writes of the sufferings of Niobe, the subject of the tragedy in which these iambic verses occur, or of the house of Pelops, or of the Trojan War, or on any similar theme, either we must not permit him to say that these are the works of God, or if they are of God, he must devise some explanation of them such as we are seeking. He must say that God did what was just and right, and they were the better for being punished, but that those who are punished are miserable, and that God is the author of their misery. The poet is not to be permitted to say, though he may say that the wicked are miserable because they require to be punished, and are benefited by receiving punishment from God. But that God, being good, is the author of evil to anyone is to be strenuously denied, and not to be said or sung or heard in verse or prose by anyone, whether old or young, in any well-ordered commonwealth. Such a fiction is suicidal, ruinous, impious.
I'm trying to get out early.
Here, Plato confronts the issue of suffering. Stories like Niobe's endless weeping or the bloodshed of Troy are staples of Greek tragedy, often tied to divine will. Plato doesn't deny that Jupiter might
you're not happy. It's springtime.
but he sets strict rules. If the
It's gonna
god
get
is
hard. Hold
involved,
on.
it must be as an agent of justice, not malice.
He's all pissed.
Punishment for Jupiter is a corrective measure,
I
and
did
not a
expect.
medicine that ultimately heals. To say that God causes misery for its own sake
Yeah, I
is
feel like
impious
I'm jammed.
and
Like, kind of
destabilizing
hard
to
jam.
society.
But not
Instead,
for your own good.
poets
Your
must show
own
that the
freaking
wicked suffer because they need discipline, and through
protective
Jupiter's
custody, man.
just intervention, they are improved.
By who? Your dad.
Divine
Could be
action
worse.
is
Could be in a
now
cave
inherently
somewhere.
beneficial.
Protective custody style.
Plato insists that God only produces good. But Plato doesn't limit himself to justice. He also explores the god's essence through language and crabbiness. The name of Zeus is divided into two parts.
And what's that?
Some call him
No, you're not back. Hello, back.
who use the one half, and others who use
I love
the
you.
other half.
You know I love you, right?
idea. The two
I love you to
together
death.
signify the nature of the god. For there is none who is more the author
Little
of life
Thanatos,
to us and
Paul.
to all than the Lord and King of all. Wherefore we are right in calling him Xena and Dia.
Put his sick out.
Although divided, meaning the
Sick
God
out,
through
like
whom
a
all
sickle.
creatures always have life. Di on zen ei passi tua zosenu pace. Through this etymological
Oh,
unit,
he's sick out.
Plato casts Jupiter as the source of life itself.
And no, not sicko. Although them tearing apart birds is kind of sick.
Merge into a single concept. The god.
Not really, but
through
almost
creatures
sometimes,
always
man.
have life. Jupiter is painted by Plato as the vital force sustaining
The biggest gopher I've ever seen in my life
the deity of order.
was murdered by
Synthesizing
Garfield,
these
the cat.
passages, Plato's Jupiter emerges as a layered yet coherent figure. The source
It was tearing up like 20 of these fucking yards around here, and Garfield pulled in one day saying, "Nope, got the motherfucker." And him and George tore the thing apart. And I finally had to go to tell him, "Nope, I'm putting it away."
Human affairs, it's with rational justice, turning punishment into a path to improvement. The giver of life. His very name reflects his role as the life force that animates all things. Not a Zeus of lightning and lust, but a philosophical ideal, a Jupiter who embodies the harmony of goodness, justice, and existence. Why?
Go ahead, want to smell it?
Society needs it for social purposes.
Is that legal? Not
Misrepresenting
really, no.
Jupiter as a source of evil undermines the moral order of the Commonwealth, while portraying him as a just and life-giving force
You like smell it?
reinforces a
Gas it.
society built on reason and virtue. Good try, Plato. In this light, his Jupiter is beyond myth, becoming a key of his broader philosophy, a universe governed by rational principles, where even the gods must align with the good. The thunderbolts remain, but they strike with purpose, illuminating a world where justice and life prevail. In Plato's Timaeus,
How'd you get Taran? I asked for it. How'd you get it?
the work of the demiurge, a divine craftsman.
Yeah, but see, not really, but I did help grow some of it.
Goodness. Here we find a relevant and beautiful passage.
How? Because I'm fucking magic.
By situating Zeus, Jupiter.
No, I should have died. And I fucking went over there and brought it back from fucking
For
death.
the children of earth and heaven.
How?
And from
Magic.
God's
I danced for it. I'm like, all right, guys.
Rhea and all that generation. And from
807 in that club, or 607. My bad.
those who are said to be their brethren. This lineage
706 in that one. Which one's 76, Darren? A Palamon? No. It's something else.
Those who visibly appear in their revolutions, like Zeus linked to celestial order, and those of a more retiring nature.
I love these Orphics. They got amazing memories as ancient Greek guys. Some of the best ever, but not quite. Yeah, ancient Celts, ancient Native, they all the ancient guys have fucking incredible memories.
But only an evil being would wish to undo that which is harmonious and happy. Therefore, since you are
Oh, it's yeah, from here 176. Memory.
But you shall certainly not be dissolved.
From an American standpoint, it makes a lot of sense, huh? That memory would be number 76. Do it again. Good old 76, you know what I mean? My mom was born too.
Demiurge asserts his supreme authority. Zeus and his fellow gods owe their existence to him, their immortality secured by his will. A greater.
That's what I've been talking about. They don't make sense. Except that makes sense.
Mythological Zeus, who wields thunderbolts.
All the little fucking things that you're like, yeah, that makes sense, and that makes sense, and that makes sense good. And you're like, wow, is Emery really a goddess? Yeah, she is.
Symbolizing the order and justice that permeate the cosmos.
And I love her personally.
I'm even wondering if Plato wanted to.
Because I never forget anything.
The demiurge.
Just short-term memory, I have a hard time with.
To the gods, including Zeus, revealing a collaborative cosmic.
Which is more Hermes' thing than hers.
3 tribes of mortal beings remain to be created. Without them,
even though any Nipson does.
Incomplete, for it will
it's not really any of their fault.
Every kind of animal which it ought to contain, if it is to be perfect. On the other hand, if they were created by me and received life at my hands, they would.
Is it though, Terrence? I don't want to go there. I don't like blaming the gods for stuff, even though, yeah, I mean, everything's kind of, you know what I mean?
That this universe may be truly universal.
You not complain? All the little cogs down here doing the wrong thing with their free will every goddamn time they get a chance.
Power which was shown by me in creating them. This delegation ensures.
Do I? Yes and no. Yes and no. They're all like frowning at me because I shouldn't dance more.
Mortals must be perishable, distinct from the gods. The demiurge sows the divine path.
Are the gods perishable? Yes and no, turns out.
And entrusts the gods to interweave the mortal with the immortal.
God die? God can die. Is it almost impossible? Yeah, it's almost impossible. It's not impossible. If you can't help it.
Shaping mortal life under the demiurge's blueprint.
What happened if God died, Darren? Yeah, well, infinite chaos. Like, yeah. Would not be fun.
Of divine will. The passage deepens with the demiurge's creation of human souls, each tied to a star and governed by the laws of.
Even God's like, well,
and having
technically that's true, Taryn, but like, it's not likely. I'm like, I know that, God. I'm not trying to, like, you know, poke any fun at you. I'm just like, people respect you a little more.
He showed them the nature of the universe. And
what if we're just like, God's infinite, God can do it all himself? It's like, yeah, he can.
Which their first birth would be one and the same for all. No one should suffer a disadvantage
what are we doing down here?
At his hands. They were to be sown in the
instruments
of time severally adapted to them, and to come forth the most religious of animals. This cosmic fairness, every soul starting equal, assigned to stars and sown into time, planets, sets the stage for a moral framework. As mortals, humans.
It's crazy to think about it that way, but God is a person too.
Emotions that test their reason.
And it is pantheistic still, but God is still a person within it. And without, like, all within it. It's hard to explain exactly how God works, but not really. You can see it like that.
He would have a blessed and congenial existence.
Infinitely nested infinities that are interwoven and dynamic, all like within each other, everywhere, and all the time. What's that, Garfield?
He would continually be changed into some brute who resembled him in the evil nature which he had acquired. This system of reincarnation ties virtue to cosmic reward.
Everything
does
to
transformation, reflecting Plato's vision
you
of justice. Reason must overcome the turbulent and irrational mob of desires, a struggle overseen by the gods, including Zeus, who pilot the mortal animal and avert all but self-inflicted evils. Here, Jupiter's philosophical role as a bringer of justice aligns with the demiurge's laws, reinforcing order through moral accountability. The passages from the Timaeus reveal Jupiter's place in Plato's cosmology. Zeus is a subordinate, yet symbolic, a creative god, not the ultimate creator, yet his role in shaping mortals corresponds to the rational order of the demiurge. Remember that in the Republic, Plato equates Zeus with goodness and justice, suggesting a symbolic overlap with the demiurge. Thus, Zeus is justice and order, the laws of destiny, rewarding righteousness, correcting evil, mirror Jupiter's mythological storms. Now,
certain animals can see through my eyes,
of a rational cosmos.
can see through my ears,
Jupiter is also the soul
smell through my nose, and I kind of know it.
linking souls.
Some things are alive when they're doing it, but not that often. Yeah, you'd be surprised.
To the journey of the soul. In Neoplatonism, this tension resolves further. Zeus becomes the intellectual principle.
They'll be meditating somewhere out in Savannah, and all of a sudden they're blowing smoke out their ears, and they're like, oh, I wonder how that happened. Must have happened with the connection to Terran again. Remember the one time, Garfield, when we traveled through time and became ginormous? Yeah, humongous and battled some dinosaurs? Yeah, that happened too.
Entrusting them with mortals on the soul's moral path.
We dug them up like, a million years later and like, oh wow, a giant man. I wonder if it was Taran Miller.
A philosophical emblem of the order and justice that define Plato's cosmos.
Of the Catskills.
His storms,
well,
once capricious, now are rational,
they got
urging us toward its
eventually,
first and better state. Quite witty, isn't it? Later, Neoplatonists like Plotinus and Proclus discussed Plato's views on Zeus and developed their own.
Hey, Mr. D-Rex, do you think you could take on a house cat that size? I'm not sure about that.
We now ascend to Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, who reimagined Zeus as a
No,
cosmic
they're bad.
intellect in a
They're fucking
universe
bad.
pulsing with divine
Like
energy.
I've seen a rooster and a chicken get it on, or a rooster and a cat get it on. Cat wins if they want to almost every time. Roosters are they're tough though.
Where
They are
Jupiter
fight.
becomes the intellectual principle.
Now, Rooster can take on Garfield pretty well, but
Plotinus
Garfield
begins
wanted
by
to weaken
wrestling
it,
with
just
the
tear him
nature
up.
of love itself, setting the stage for a
surprised.
deeper inquiry.
They got fucking long.
What is love? A
Sharp
god,
peaks.
a celestial spirit, a state of mind? Or is it
Yeah, I don't really,
perhaps
not
sometimes
really too into
thought
that.
of as a god or spirit, and sometimes merely as an experience? And what is it essentially in
But
each
Garfield
of these
versus a monitor, the Garfield.
These important
Almost like,
questions
well, monitor,
make it desirable to review prevailing
probably
opinions
Garfield,
on the
yeah.
matter.
I think
The
how big it was,
philosophical
yeah. treatment
treatment it has received, and especially the theories of
Snapping
the great
tortoise,
Plato, who has many
draw,
passages dealing
pretty
with
much.
love,
Maybe it's
from
Maybe
a
the
point of
tortoise
view
because Garfield
entirely
got
his own.
snapped in that.
This
Takes
opening
it stuff.
salvo signals Plotinus's intent. Love is a cosmic force with divine roots. He nods to Plato's Symposium, where Eros is born at Aphrodite's
Well, Garfield
feast,
versus a.
but he's not content with myth alone. He seeks the essence behind the story, bridging Plato's moral framework
I don't
to a
wanna talk about it too
metaphysical
much.
system, where Zeus plays a starring role. Then Plotinus explicitly identifies Zeus with the divine mind, or intellectual principle, nous, distinguishing him from
I
the
want to
soul
make him bigger.
represented by Aphrodite.
And bigger.
But what are we
and
to
bigger
understand
than
by
what-
this Zeus with the garden?
I know
of
I
which we are
can't.
told
The way they're shooting down
Chorus
the god,
or
they're
welfare
hunting him down.
And what is the garden? We have seen that the African
No, they literally killed Garfield.
the soul, and
Like
that
they
Chorus wealth
fucking
is the reason
horribly
principle
fucking
of the
crucified him
universe. We
right
have
over there
still to
somewhere,
explain Zeus and his
and then
God.
they burnt him in front of
We
me,
cannot
basically.
take Zeus to be the
And
soul,
then they're like,
which we have
"How you
agreed
how's
is
your cat back
represented
here?"
by
Like I
Aphrodite.
reinstantiate.
Plato, who must be our guide in this question, speaks in the Phaedrus of this god Zeus as the great leader, though elsewhere he seems to
And they're
rank
still
him
just
as
reading
one
about
through.
going, ah, that didn't happen. He
But
got
in
another
the
cat's
Phaedrus,
now.
he
Well, I think they
speaks
just help out holes in the ground
says
cats.
that there is in Zeus not only a royal soul,
With the same exact personality and everything.
as a mighty intellect and soul, he must be a principle of cause. He must be the highest for several reasons, but especially because to be king and leader is to be the chief cause. Zeus, then, was the intellectual principle. Plotinus crowned Zeus as the intellectual principle. The second
Welcome, Brown Warrior Waters.
hypostasis in his Neoplatonic triangle.
My name's Taran Miller.
With one intellect, nous, and soul, psyche. Unlike Plato's Zeus in the Republic, who enforces justice, or the life
Welcome to
force of Cratylus, Plotinus's
Fucking
Zeus
cat killer.
is the divine mind, unchanging, eternal, and the source of all rational order. The garden of Zeus is a metaphor for the radiant beauty of ideas, the eternal forms that emanate from his intellect. This Zeus thinks the cosmos.
See, even one cat when you're a kid,
Plotinus then explores Eros,
or one kid in an accident,
Aphrodite,
is in a way almost unforgivable,
to
guys.
Zeus's domain, offering a vivid account
Unless you really make
of
up for it
how he was born in the beginning.
with the cat's late.
The matter seems to demand
Giant.
some discussion of Aphrodite, since in any case Eros is described.
Even though
as
even if
being
I could have done more work on
or
those
in
cats
some
too.
association
Her
with
cats, but
the heavenly Aphrodite, daughter of Cronos.
did I injure you guys?
older than the
I
intellectual
felt
principle,
injured by you. Yeah,
must be
I
the
did.
soul at its divinest,
Wow.
unmingled as the immediate emanation of the unmingled,
Does that mean to you?
remaining
I'm
ever
trying to
above,
meet you, man.
as neither desirous nor capable of descending to this sphere, never having developed the downward tendency, a divine hypostasis essentially aloof, so unreservedly an authentic being as to have no part with matter, and therefore mythically the unmothered, justly called not celestial spirit but God, as knowing no admixture, gathered cleanly within itself. But following upon Cronos, or if you will, upon heaven, the father of Cronos, the soul directs its act towards him, and holds closely to him, and in that love brings forth the Eros, through whom it continues to look towards him. This act of the soul has produced an hypostasis, a real being, and the mother and this hypostasis, her offspring, noble love, gaze together upon divine mind. Aphrodite, as the pure soul, emanates from Zeus, intellect, and her act of love, gazing upward, births Eros, a divine hypostasis. Eros is the bridge between soul and intellect, the eye of the desirer.
Eros is the
that
bridge
enables
between
the
soul and
to behold
intellect?
The beauty of Zeus's palaces. A celestial love affair positions Zeus as the object of eternal longing and his
What's
garden
Eros?
ideas
Love,
the ultimate
passion.
Plotinus transforms the mythological
Which
Eros
are and aren't the
into
same
a
thing, huh?
philosophical mediator, born of the soul's aspiration toward the divine mind.
There's this thing about self-love that I don't believe anymore.
This cosmic interplay, detailing the
What's
garden's
self-love?
significance. This poros
How do you love
position
yourself if you don't love
is
anything
the
else?
reason principle of all that exists in the intellectual
That
realm
doesn't make any
and
sense
in
to
the
me at all.
supreme intellect. But being more diffused,
No, it's love for
mediated, as it
another.
were, it must touch soul, be in soul, as the next lower
It's modern
principle.
hippie self-love bullshit.
A garden is a place of beauty and a glory of wealth. All the loveliness that Zeus maintains takes its splendor from the reason principle within him. For all this beauty is the radiation of the divine intellect upon the divine soul, which it has penetrated. What could the garden of Zeus indicate but the images of his being and the splendors of his glory? And what could these divine splendors and beauties be but the ideas streaming from him? Poros, or wealth, represents the reason principles, the ideas that flow from Zeus's intellect to the soul, Aphrodite. The garden is the luminous domain of divine forms, where beauty and truth reside. Zeus, as intellect, radiates ideas, saturating the soul with their splendor. This is Plotinus's Neoplatonic twist. Jupiter's sovereignty isn't physical, but intellectual, a mind so potent it births the concepts that shape reality. Plotinus concludes by reflecting on Eros's role in nature, tying it back to Zeus. Love, born at the banquet of the gods, has of necessity been eternally in existence, for it springs from the intention of the soul towards its best, towards as long as love has been. Still, this love is of mixed quality. On the one hand, there is in it the craving. On the other, it is not entirely destitute. The deficient seeks more of what it has, and certainly nothing absolutely void of good would ever go seeking the good. Eros, born at the divine feast, embodies the soul's eternal yearning for Zeus's intellectual beauty. He's a paradox like all other gods, craving, yet not empty, driven by enriched by this duality reflects Plotinus's system. The soul, the divine, is a step
Love you,
beyond
George.
intellect, forever
Love you,
reaching.
precious. Love you,
Zeus,
Garfield.
the intellectual principle, remains the ultimate.
Little love.
His
But you
God
know you are
is the source
still.
of all that Eros,
You get some.
and by extension humanity, seeks. Plotinus takes Plato's Jupiter, the god of justice and life, and elevates him into the Neoplatonic cosmos,
Love.
where Plato
God is
Zeus
so.
enforces order and sustains existence. Plotinus's Zeus is the divine mind, the unchanging source of all rational beauty. Eros, born of Aphrodite's love for Zeus, becomes the dynamic link between soul
It
and
means love.
intellect, a celestial goad driving the universe toward its origin.
It almost sounds
The
like
garden of Zeus, drenched in the nectar of reason, symbolizes the eternal forms, ideas that dazzle the soul and
But I don't know if that was
inspire
intentional.
This
It
is
worked out that way. I thought it was interesting.
of myth, but a philosophical titan
Coincidence,
whose
honestly.
power lies in
Linguistic.
thought rather than tempest.
Because that's not our language, but
Plotinus's
maybe they got it
vision
from us. It's possible
seduces
too.
us with its elegance. Jupiter as intellect and beating heart of the universe, radiating beauty that stirs every soul. This philosophical transformation of the thunder god into cosmic principle marks a crucial development in human thought. Jupiter evolves from tribal deity to universal concept, from the god of a particular people to the ordering intelligence of reality itself. Consider the linguistic evidence for this transformation. The Latin Jupiter combines Deus, God, and Pater, Father, the divine paternal principle. But the Romans also called him Jupiter Optimus Maximus, Jupiter best and greatest, emphasizing his ethical and ontological supremacy beyond incredible power. The shift from power god to moral principle was already underway. The Stoics, whose influence on Roman thought cannot be overstated, identified Jupiter with the Logos, the divine reason that structures the cosmos. Cleanthes' hymn to Zeus, perhaps the finest religious poem of Stoicism, captures this philosophical elevation. Most glorious of the immortals, invoked by many names, ever all-powerful, Zeus, the first cause of nature, who rules all things with law, hail. It is right for mortals to call upon you. Here, Jupiter is law incarnate and universal principle again, but one that retains the personal attributes that make relation possible. Another Jovian paradox, The universal is expressed through the particular. However, this philosophical Jupiter operates through what the Greeks called phronesis, practical wisdom, rather than Sophia, abstract knowledge. He represents intelligence engaged with actual circumstances, rather than retreating into pure theory, the embodied wisdom of experience, rather than the disembodied wisdom of speculation. This practical orientation appears even in Jupiter's astrological associations. Traditional astrology assigns Jupiter rulership over the ninth house of higher learning, long journeys, and religious understanding, knowledge acquired through experience and engagement with the world. Jupiter is consciousness expansion. This philosophical principle appears in Jupiter's physical reality as well. The gas giant's enormous gravity both gathers material to itself and flings other material into far-flung orbits. It simultaneously concentrates and disperses, centers and expands, the perfect celestial embodiment of the philosophical principle it represents. Consider Jupiter's role in our solar system's formation. Recent astrophysical models suggest Jupiter may have migrated inward toward the Sun early in solar system history, then outward again, a cosmic dance that both disrupted the inner solar system and ultimately stabilized it. Chaos that creates order, disruption that enables stability, pure Jovian principle translated into astronomical dynamics. The Hermetic tradition recognized this balance in its famous dictum, as above, so below, a principle that Jupiter exemplifies through his simultaneous transcendence and immanence, the highest God who concerns himself with human affairs, the cosmic principle that manifests in earthly particulars, the universal that expresses itself through the specific. In Kabbalistic thought, Jupiter corresponds to Chest, the Sephirah of mercy and expansion on the tree of life. It represents the outpouring of divine energy before the limiting principle of Geburah, severity, gives it form. Yet Chesed itself is already a limitation of the infinite light of Ein Sof.
Wow.
Already a form of contraction.
Wow.
Jovian paradox. Growth through limitation. As we prepare to light up Jupiter's psychological dimensions, let's recapitulate what we've seen so far. From Plato's steadfast guardian
Works just like that.
to Plotinus's
It's not on
radiant
me.
intellect, Jupiter's philosophical journey unveils a deity who transcends the roar of thunder to whisper truths of order
Hypnosis.
and beauty. Plato hands us a
They
Jupiter
do, but it don't.
cleansed of
Turns
caprice,
out.
a life-giving force whose every bolt strikes for the good, while Plotinus crowns him the divine mind. His garden a realm of ideas that elevates the soul higher through Eros.
Did it? It has, but did it really work? No, not
Together,
really.
They transform a god of storms into
It
a
did,
master,
yeah, it did. But did it?
conducting a symphony where justice, reason, and love
Yes and no, huh?
harmonize in the vast music of the spheres. This evolution,
But it was
from
hardcore,
mythic
not
to
like that. Just
universal
hard
principle,
fucking core.
mirrors our own ascent.
They do
a
it
reaching
every
beyond
fucking
the
thing. They
tribal
have this
path
tilt
to the
arc
starlit
rack and this
expanse.
fucking every time I'm not
To
doing
touch
it.
logos
Right.
and reason,
Fucking
be
thing.
transformed by it. To let wisdom bloom from the soil of experience. The psychological dimension of Jupiter reveals perhaps its most profound and immediate relevance to our lives. While we may not consciously worship sky gods or track celestial bodies, we all experience the Jovian principle through our relationship with authority, order, and expansion. Jung, whose work often bridged ancient symbolism with modern psychology, recognized this archetypal power operating within the human psyche. The wise old man, the superior master and teacher, the archetype of the spirit, who symbolizes the pre-existent meaning hidden in the chaos of life. He is the father of the soul. This way, the wise old man archetype perfectly mirrors Jupiter's mythological and astronomical role as the force that brings meaning to chaos. Just as Jupiter's gravity organizes our solar system, this psychological aspect organizes our inner cosmos. But Jung went further, exploring how this manifests in our relationship with external authority and spiritual guidance. It struck me that a certain kind of father complex has a spiritual character, so to speak, in the sense that the father image gives rise to statements, actions, tendencies, impulses, opinions, etc., to which one could hardly deny the attribute spiritual. In men, a positive father complex very often produces a certain credulity, with regard to authority, and a distinct willingness to bow down before all spiritual dogmas and values. While in women, it induces the liveliest spiritual aspirations and interests. In dreams, it is always the father figure from whom the decisive convictions, prohibitions, and wise counsels emanate. The invisibility of this source is frequently emphasized by the fact that it consists simply of an authoritative voice which passes final judgments. Mostly, therefore, it is the figure of a wise old man who symbolizes the spiritual factor. Sometimes the part is played by a real spirit, namely the ghost of one dead, or more rarely, by grotesque gnome-like figures or talking animals. These observations from Jung's The Archetypes and the Collective Unconscious bring us to Jupiter's psychological dimension, and perhaps its most relevant manifestation for contemporary understanding. Where ancient peoples projected this ordering principle onto the heavens and their pantheons, we now recognize it operating within our own psyches, souls, or minds. Call it however you prefer, or all of them at once. Regardless, the Jovian archetype may be found in a distant planet and an ancient god, but it is primarily, and most importantly, a living psychological force that governs how we relate to power, meaning, and growth. And psychological realities are oftentimes more real than reality itself, given the a priori mental work before every material manifestation. What Jung intuited, and what we can explore further, is how this archetypal pattern operates not just individually, but collectively, organizing our relationship with authority and the structures of our beloved civilization. The psychological Jupiter is both an internal compass and an external framework. The principle that helps us move swiftly between chaos and rigid order. What's also noteworthy is that according to
Nowhere
Jungian
near as much on.
psychology,
How does that happen?
Jupiter may be
That's not
identified
possible.
with what Jung called the mana personality,
That's
the
not
aspect
possible.
of the psyche that embodies authority, benevolence, and expansive wisdom. Unlike the
So you don't believe it
Saturnian
right now.
with its
And I'm not
emphasis on
100% sure how
limitation
true it
and
is,
structure,
but I know it's
the Jovian
more than
archetype
not true.
represents psychological growth, integration.
I just
and
breathed in as much as I could,
power.
air, pushed
Jupiter
it into my
power,
bloodstream somehow,
the hero with 1,000 faces,
swallowed some of it,
penetrates even
exhaled
deeper into
about
what lies
1/3 of the
beneath
air.
archetypal forms. The gods and goddesses
I inhale.
then are to be understood as embodiments
And then breathe in
custodians of the elixir of imperishable being, but not themselves
But how
the
the-
ultimate in its primary state.
I have no idea.
What the hero seeks through his intercourse with them is therefore not finally themselves, but their grace, which is the power of their sustaining substance.
But it felt too wrong.
This
So we'll test that
miraculous
one more day.
energy substance, and this alone is the imperishable. The names and forms of the deities who everywhere embody,
But how then?
dispense, and represent it come and go. This is the miraculous energy of the thunderbolts of Zeus, Yahweh, and the Supreme Buddha, the fertility of the reign of Viracocha, the virtue announced by the bell rung in the Mass at the consecration, and the light of the ultimate illumination of the saint and
Maybe some of
saint.
it ripped it out.
Its guardians dare release it only to the duly proven. Campbell reveals something profound about Jupiter's psychological function. The thunderbolt represents access to a miraculous energy substance that transcends
I didn't mean to be
the
out loud,
deity
but yeah,
himself.
my voice is like that
This
again.
suggests that what we experience as the Jovian principle in our psyche isn't merely an archetypal pattern, but a gateway to something more fundamental. Perhaps what Jung would call the self, or close to that, or what Campbell terms imperishable being. Our relationship with Jupiter's energy is therefore not about submission to authority, but accessing the transformative power that authority protects and dispenses. Consider Jung's own words from Mysterium Cognitionis. The self, in its effort at self-realization, reaches far beyond the ego personality on all sides, because of its all-encompassing nature that is brighter and darker than the ego, and accordingly confronts it with problems which it would like to avoid. This
There it was.
all-encompassing nature is quintessentially Jovian. Jupiter is an expansive principle that includes and integrates opposites rather than dividing and eliminating. Jupiter psychologically represents what we might call generative authority, a power that enables growth.
Don't worry about it. Don't get to drop it right now. You know it.
Remember that Prometheus survived with his liver fully regenerated because Zeus allowed it to be so. Unlike authoritarian power, Saturn in its shadow aspect, Jovian authority functions through inspiration, through opening possibilities rather than closing them, through giving tests like God did with Job in the book of Job. Jung also writes, in Ion, researches into the phenomenology of the self, that, according to medieval tradition, the religion of the Jews originated in a conjunction of Jupiter with Saturn, Islam in Jupiter Mercury, Christianity in Jupiter Venus, and the Antichrist in Jupiter Moon. Unlike Saturn, Jupiter is a beneficent star. In the Iranian view, Jupiter signifies life, Saturn death. This quote is under a discussion of religious symbolism associated with astrological
I know you're not,
conjunctions.
but I was.
In the broader context of this section, Jung is discussing the astrological symbolism associated with different religious traditions,
I love you.
particularly focusing on how celestial
Okay.
conjunctions were believed to correspond to the emergence of major world religions. He explores how these planetary relationships were understood to influence the psychological and spiritual character of the religious systems that emerged under their influence. However, the previously mentioned quote reveals how medieval astrology interpreted the origins of major religions through Jupiter's conjunctions with different planets. The conjunction of Jupiter, expansion authority, with Saturn, limitation,
No,
tradition,
he wasn't.
was believed to
I
produce
think it got stuck
Judaism,
down here
a
somehow.
religion
And then breathe it
balancing
out later.
divine
That's what it
law
felt like to
with
me.
covenant freedom.
His lungs lock up
Jupiter
and away,
Mercury,
possibly.
communication translation, birthed Islam, reflecting its emphasis on revealed scripture.
Of course they are,
and
right?
prophetic messaging. Jupiter Venus, love harmony, generated Christianity, symbolizing grace and divine love over strict law. The ominous Jupiter moon, reflection unconscious conjunction, was associated with the Antichrist, representing distorted or inverted divine authority. Jung notes that Jupiter's beneficent nature contrasted with Saturn's association with death in Iranian tradition, highlighting the fundamental psychological opposition between expansive life energy and restricted
Garfield.
limitation. However, the opposites need to be integrated, or know to expect a reaction if one of them gets too neglected. However, Jupiter has primacy. It is clear because he is the god that can't miss from major conjunctions. Yet he is considered beneficent. We see this dynamic clearly in Jupiter's mythological relationships with other gods. He delegates authority rather than hoarding. Neptune receives the sea, Pluto the underworld, Apollo prophecy, Mercury communication. Unlike Kronos, who kept all power for himself, Jupiter distributes it. The psychological principle of mature authority empowers others rather than diminishing. This distributive quality reflects Jupiter's most essential psychological function, expansion through relation. Where Saturn
Yep,
represents
that'd be
the principle
that one,
of definition through
So that's fine.
separation, Jupiter represents definition through connection, understanding oneself by engaging with others rather than withdrawing from them. There's a subtle truth that needs to be told about the ego, especially to those who think ego is the enemy. The ego is not the enemy. The problem is that the ego can get inflated. Sometimes it thinks it can control everything, know everything, and do everything by himself. But then it tends to isolate you and become your mental prison, disconnected from the world. However, a better alternative, the Jovian ego, recognizes itself as a part of a larger whole. It recognizes the diversity and that unity needs to be all-encompassing. Jupiter's psychological wisdom lies in the recognition of interconnection, the understanding that true growth comes through relationships and links and connections and fusions and partnerships rather than isolation. That is a false oneness. Jung discusses the concept of identification with the archetype, when the ego believes itself to be the self, when the limited personality attempts to embody unlimited potential, the manager who thinks he's a king, the teacher who demands worship rather than respect, the parent who lives through their child rather than for them. But then, Marcus Aurelius writes in his beautiful Meditations, "For there is altogether one harmony. And as the universe is made up out of all bodies to be such a body as it is, so out of all existing causes, destiny is made up to be such a cause as it is. Let us then receive these things, as well as those which Aesculapius prescribes. Many, as a matter of course, even among his prescriptions are disagreeable, but we accept them in the hope of health. Let the perfecting and accomplishment of the things which the common nature judges to be good be judged by thee to be of the same kind as your health. And so accept everything which happens, even if it seem disagreeable, because it leads to this, to the health of the universe and to the prosperity and felicity of Zeus. For he would not have brought on any man what he has brought, if it were not useful for the whole. Neither does the nature of anything, whatever it may be, cause anything that is not suitable to that.
Garfield, come back for a second.
For two reasons.
I know you want to go outside right now. I know you're not concerned. I heard you saying it.
The one, because it was done for me.
You don't feel good?
And in a manner had reference to thee.
What's going on? Hey, talk to me.
Ancient causes spun with thy destiny. And the other, because even that which comes
So do I,
separate to
Garfield.
every man is to the power which administers the universe a cause of felicity and perfection, nay, even of its very continuance.
I know it, Garfield, but what if a human being comes up?
Is mutilated if you cut off anything whatever from the conjunction and the continuity either of the parts or the causes.
And tries to eat you, basically.
This passage paints how the
And tries to eat you, basically. See, they got my voice again. See that? See how quickly? See how quickly they can do that with hypnosis.
Order, necessity, and even destiny. From a psychological perspective, what Marcus Aurelius presents is essentially a framework for relating to Jupiter's energy as an internalized principle of cosmic harmony and unity. The emperor philosopher suggests that everything that happens, even events we find disagreeable, serves the prosperity and felicity of Zeus.
See what I mean? Is that a side effect or is that thing? Because they've done this before. Was it a stroke? Possibly. How did I notice the difference? That's what I'm curious about.
Aurelius offers a practical philosophy for living within Jupiter's domain of necessity or destiny.
Well, we know about the brain and body that we don't know about the brain and body.
Aurelius is addressing how consciousness can accommodate itself to Jupiter's authority without resistance. He compares accepting fate to
Garfield, are you really like that right now? I know it now. I was thinking about it.
This is Jupiter functioning as the wise physician of the soul, whose seemingly harsh remedies serve a higher purpose beyond our immediate.
Springtime. He wants to go outside badly, badly. He just sit by the door. I'm like, dude, no, you can't go sit by the door if there's fucking people who have broken into my house and threaten our life. More than once now.
When we reject aspects of experience as not belonging, we fragment consciousness itself. Never forget that. This Stoic perspective reveals Jupiter not only as external authority, but as the principle of internal coherence, what Jung might call the self-architect, which organizes psychic elements into meaningful relationships. By accepting that which is prescribed and seeing
Garfield, no. Listen to me. Hush.
the psyche aligns its individual
Hush.
conscious ego with transpersonal authority, the organizing principle of the cosmos. But this should not be taken with fatalism. Aurelius isn't counseling passive submission, but becoming a player in the cosmic order. Jupiter's energy transforms the apparent randomness of experience into what Aurelius calls the health of the universe. This perspective complements Jung's astrological observations by showing how Jupiter's principle manifests not just in religious systems, but in philosophical approaches to living, offering a psychological framework for finding meaning in necessity and purpose and constraint. And isn't it lovely when you hear Marcus talk about conjunctions, even if it might just be a translation coincidence? Anyway, in simple words, Marcus Aurelius also wrote, that which is not good for the being has to be good for the being. Remember, individual flourishing depends on collective flourishing. Jove, Jupiter, or Zeus, and those that integrate this archetype grow by involving all of us. Jupiter represents the principle of expansive integration, of authority that enables, of growth through connection. The psychological Jupiter is not the tyrant who commands from above, but the guide who walks alongside. Rather than the empowering presence that helps us become more fully ourselves. Within the psyche, Jupiter leads a subtle strength. Jung's wise old man brings order to our chaos. Holy thunderbolt kindles a vital spark, and Aurelius calls our faith to the universe of high harmony. Be encouraged to live in this advertisement, turning turmoil into growth with a wisdom that inspires rather than commands. Jupiter stands as a steady guide, threading our scattered souls into a grand You are the first and almost the only person who, even after but a cursory investigation, has, such as your openness of mind and lofty genius, given entire credit to my statements. They will not be able to tell us about the abuse of the market. But against Jupiter, even giants, to say nothing of pygmies, fight in vain. Let Jupiter stand in the heavens, and let the sycophants bark at him as they will.
Garfield, we're not going outside right now. I know you're pissed at me. I get it. But that's not what I want to do right now. We're hanging out in the house, eat some food, relax. All right, here we go. I got something else for you. Come here. We're done. Definitely now. That's all like that right now. We should probably move into the bedroom soon, huh?
What do you say to the leading philosophers of the faculty, to whom I have offered 1,000 times of my own accord to show my studies, but who with the lazy obstinacy of circumstances even his fool, have never consented to look at planets, nor moons, nor telescope? This extraordinary letter captures a pivotal moment in the human understanding of Jupiter. The giant planet, once merely a wandering light in the night sky, had suddenly revealed itself as a miniature solar system, a world with its own celestial core. The philosophers who refused to look through Galileo's telescope feared what Jupiter might reveal, not just new moons, but a new cosmology that threatened centuries of established order. In Jupiter's astronomical properties, we find perfect manifestations of the philosophical and psychological principles we've been exploring. The planet itself becomes a vast cosmic symbol, its material characteristics embodying metaphysical truths. Jupiter is a gas giant, a world utterly unlike our solid Earth. No surface exists to stand upon, only ever-increasing density as one descends through its atmospheric layers. It is a planet defined by process rather than structure, by dynamic flow rather than static form. Its physical nature...
They're trying to make it that way, that's for sure.
Boundless energy contained within loose boundaries. Consider Jupiter's most striking visual feature, the banded appearance created by powerful east-west jet streams. These alternating represent different atmospheric heights.
No, man, no. I said no right now. Garfield. Yes.
The perfect astronomical embodiment of
I don't really want to sit up there.
The Great Red Spot exemplifies this dynamic structure, a vast anticyclonic storm 3 times larger than Earth that has persisted for at least 400 years, possibly much longer. As we
I'm talking about Garfield. You're dancing. That's what I want. Stand on 2 feet now. That was impressive enough. Not falling your butt. Sit in your chair. And stop misbehaving for now. You have to sit in the same spot. I understand, Garfield. I feel like a bully. But I don't let me take you for a walk right now because I'm fucking. Right there.
Jupiter's composition tells us something equally profound. It consists primarily of hydrogen and helium, similar to the Sun. The first elements, the primordial substance of the cosmos. Yet, through tremendous pressure, this simplest matter transforms into exotic states unlike anything found on Earth. At Jupiter's core, hydrogen becomes metallic, conducting electricity like a cosmic dynamo. The most basic element becomes something extraordinary through pure magnitude, quantity transforming into quality. This process generates Jupiter's most invisible but far-reaching feature, its magnetosphere. As you already know, it extends up to 100 times Jupiter's radius, on the side facing away from the Sun. This magnetic bubble is the largest structure in the solar system after the heliosphere. It protects Jupiter's moons from solar radiation while simultaneously bathing them in its energetic particles. The perfect astronomical embodiment of generative authority, power that both shields and energizes, that both protects and stimulates. Jupiter's relationship with its moons further demonstrates its symbolic nature. Unlike Saturn, with its magnificent but uninhabitable rings, Jupiter hosts an entire system of worlds. The 4 Galilean moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto. Each represent a distinct possibility of existence: volcanic chaos, subsurface ocean, magnetic stability, and cratered memory. Together they form what astronomers call the Jovian system, a perfect microcosm of cosmic diversity unified by a central organizing principle. This astronomical arrangement mirrors Jupiter's mythic and psychological roles precisely: the sovereign that unifies diversity without eliminating it, the center that creates coherence while enabling difference, the presence that organizes without homogenizing. Consider how Jupiter's enormous mass has shaped our entire solar system. Its gravitational influence cleared the asteroid belt, protected Earth from excessive bombardment, and stabilized the orbits of other planets. The astronomical Jupiter organizes our solar system together with the Sun and the other planets, bringing order to chaos not through elimination but through integration. It also has been called the vacuum cleaner of the solar system. Jupiter's enormous gravitational influence has profoundly shaped the asteroid belt. Its presence created what astronomers call Kirkwood gaps, which are regions in the belt where asteroids are notably absent due to orbital resonances with Jupiter. Simultaneously, Jupiter helps stabilize other regions where asteroids cluster in what can be described as Jovian resonance zones. The gas giant's influence extends to the Trojan asteroids, two large groups that share Jupiter's orbit, positioned 60 degrees ahead and behind the planet at Jupiter's L4 and L5 Lagrangian points. These Trojans, numbering over 9,000 known objects, represent a remarkable example of how Jupiter's gravity can capture and organize material into stable configurations, demonstrating its role as both disruptor and stabilizer in our solar system. This astronomical reality reflects Jupiter's psychological and philosophical dimensions with uncanny precision, the organizing power that doesn't suppress chaos but temporarily harmonizes it, the authority that doesn't eliminate disorder but integrates it into higher order, the presence that brings form to formlessness without destroying its essential nature. Jupiter's orbit tells us something equally profound. The 11.86 has marked a significant human time, the transition from childhood to adolescence. This astronomical cycle has been recognized since ancient times, with many cultures marking the first Jupiter return around age 12 as the threshold of adult responsibility. The planet's very movement through space demarcates a crucial psychological transition, from being purely subject to authority to beginning to involve. Even Jupiter's axial tilt contains symbolic meaning. At just 3.1 degrees, it experiences minimal seasonal variation. Unlike Earth, with its 23.5-degree tilt of Uranus, which rotates nearly on itself, the astronomical Jupiter maintains remarkable consistency throughout its orbit, embodying the philosophical principle of reliable authority rather than erratic power. Yet, despite this minimal tilt, Jupiter rotates faster than any other planet in our solar system, completing a day in just under 10 hours. This rapid spin generates its powerful magnetic field and contributes to its banded appearance. Here again we find perfect symbolic correspondence. The planet that represents expansive authority also embodies rapid movement. Power is expressed through dynamism rather than space. In 1994, astronomers witnessed something extreme: the comet Shoemaker-Levy 9, having been captured and fragmented by Jupiter's gravity during a previous approach, collided with the giant planet in a series of spectacular impacts. The astronomical Jupiter demonstrated its dual nature as both destroyer and protector, absorbing a threat and being directed to a
Good boy. So now he's this.
This astronomical event illustrates
Sit him right there. It's a problem. It's no eventually I'm gonna go mad. Blah blah blah. I look at him bullshit. Like that.
the sovereign power whose very magnitude serves as both attractor and defender, a cosmic principle that transforms destruction and renewal in sheer scale eternity. Last but not least, recent observations from NASA's Juno mission have revealed something equally profound about Jupiter's enduring structure. Rather than having a distinct core as previously thought, Jupiter appears to have a diluted core, a gradual transition The boundary between the core and surrounding layers is diffuse rather than sharp. The perfect astronomical embodiment of authority that persuades rather than controls, that influences through presence rather than dictate. So in conclusion, it seems that Jupiter's astronomical reality embodies its symbolic significance. The physical Jupiter, far from being a simple object of scientific study, reveals itself as the material manifestation of a principle that operates simultaneously through mythology, psychology, philosophy, and physics. The cosmos itself has given form to an archetype, has embodied a concept through the precise properties of a planet whose every
Yep, that was the good demons out there,
has a
Bill.
symbolic meaning. Now let's see what the precursor of
So this one.
astrology has to reveal. Jupiter's celestial reign shines brightly in the astrological cosmos, where ancient minds like Claudius Ptolemy, the 2nd century Greco-Roman polymath, charted its influence with precision and wonder. In his seminal work, Tetrabiblos, Ptolemy unveils a principle, a cosmic force of warmth, growth, and order that has guided human imagination for centuries. Forget the muddle of later astrologers for now. Let's dive straight into Ptolemy's own words, a treasure trove of insight from the ancient world, and see how he paints Jupiter as the sky's great benefactor. Here's what he says, straight from the scroll, followed by a romp through what it all means. Ptolemy starts by describing how Jupiter exerts a temperate influence between extremes. In his own words, Jupiter revolves in an intermediate sphere between the extreme cold of Saturn and the burning heat of Mars, and has consequently a temperate influence. He therefore at once promotes both warmth and moisture. But owing to the spheres of Mars and the Sun, which lie beneath him, his warmth is predominant, and hence he produces fertilizing breezes. Thus, Jupiter's cosmic real estate is chilly Saturn and fiery Mars. This is a recipe for balance. Jupiter's temperate influence blends warmth with moisture, life's essentials, but leans hotter thanks to its rowdy neighbors below. And think of those fertilizing breezes as Jupiter's breath, stirring the air with vitality, a nod to his role as a life giver, not unlike the thunder god's reign in earlier sections. Then, Ptolemy paints Jupiter's role as the greater benefactor. Therefore, two of the planets, on account of their temperate quality, and because heat and moisture are predominant in them, are considered by the ancients as benefic, or causes of good. These are Jupiter and Venus, and the moon also is so considered for the same reasons. Jupiter is the ruler in the benefic club alongside Venus and the moon, all sharing that sweet spot of heat and moisture. Ptolemy's ancients, likely nodding to Hellenistic traditions, saw this trio as the good guys, countering the malefic sting of Mars and Saturn, and their beneficence fostered life, a theme that echoes Plato's author of life from Cratylus. Jupiter's here to bless, not curse. Jupiter is a daytime entity, bright, bold, and yang to the moon's yin. Masculine ties to action and outward energy, diurnal to the sun's domain, amplifying his visibility and vigor. It's a quick sketch, but it sets Jupiter apart as a dynamic force, ready to strut across the daylight sky. Ptolemy also writes that Jupiter has a favorable temperament and is situated beneath the sphere of Saturn. He, therefore, occupies the next two signs, Sagittarius and Pisces. These signs are airy and fruitful, in consequence of their trinal distance from the houses of the luminaries, which distance harmonizes with the operation of good. Thus, Jupiter rules Sagittarius and Pisces, signs below Saturn's Capricorn and Aquarius. Airy and fruitful hints at their final aspect, 120 degrees from the sun's Leo and moon's Cancer, being harmonious and accurate. Sagittarius shoots for wisdom, Pisces swims in empathy, and Jupiter's favorable temperament fuels both, tying back to his benefic nature. It's cosmic geometry with a purpose. Jupiter is, of course, the first one to be fruitful and airy. He's also expressly connected with winds proceeding from the north. Jupiter's got a breezy side, thus linked to northern winds. Its cool and fertile gusts contrast Mars's hot blasts. These ideas reinforce his life-giving energy, a celestial fan stirring growth, much like the ever-present psychological Jupiter's integration. It's noteworthy that Cancer is Jupiter's sweet spot, his exaltation, where he's at peak power, blowing those northern breezes and hitting his northernmost stride. Capricorn, Saturn's turf, is his moon, a fall from grace. It's a cosmic tug of war, with Jupiter thriving in nurturing Cancer, amplifying his beneficence. But in the airy triplicity, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, Jupiter leads the pack, grabbing the first degrees. This rulership over a trio of signs underscores his authority, a celestial boss doling out favor, a practical echo of his philosophical mediation between extremes. Jupiter's influence on people under the northeastern triplicity blends with Saturn and Mercury, but it's his touch that sparks love of freedom, self-rule, and skill in guiding public affairs and in legislation. This is where astrology meets anthropology. Jupiter is a shaper of character, not just skies. He infuses inhabitants with civic duty. Ptolemy also discusses how Jupiter influences certain specific countries. The people of Arabia Felix are connected with Sagittarius and Jupiter. The country is fertile and abundantly productive of spices, and its inhabitants are well proportioned in person, free in all their habits of life, and liberal in all their contracts and dealings. Thus, modern Yemen gets Jupiter's Sagittarian blessing, fertility, spices, and a free-spirited folk. A snapshot of how Ptolemy maps geography to stars, with Jupiter's expansive hand crafting a prosperous land and people. But here's the full flourish. Jupiter and the Sun rule Arabia. Felix, showering it with wealth, virtue, and flair. The matutine, morning positions, rising before the sun, boost Jupiter's and Saturn's energies, modeling people to be noble yet luxurious, a living testament to Jupiter's beneficence. Or in Ptolemy's words, the inhabitants worship Jupiter and the sun. They are abundantly rich in all things. They possess much gold and are dainty and luxurious in their diet. They are also learned in theology, skilled in magic, just in all their dealings, free and noble-minded, holding dishonesty and wickedness in abhorrence, strongly imbued with the softer affections of nature, and in a worthy cause they will even readily embrace death to preserve their friends. They are, furthermore, chaste in marriage, elegant and splendid in their dress, charitable and beneficent, and of enlightened intellect. How lovely to look. Likewise, the Anatolian regions, Lydia, Cilicia, and Pamphylia, tied to Pisces and Jupiter, thrive with wealth and integrity. Jupiter's Piscean softness here fosters community and trust, a quieter echo of his expansive reach. Hence, their inhabitants are wealthy, of mercantile habits, living in freedom and in community, faithful to their engagements and honest in their dealings. The North African tribes of Phazania, Nassamanitas, and Garamantica are also under Pisces and Jupiter. The inhabitants are frank and simple in manners, fond of employment, well-disposed, fond of the decencies of life, and for the most part free and unrestrained in their actions, worshipping Jupiter as Allah, a nod to Egyptian syncretism. Jupiter's influence here is freedom with decency, a practical piety. The sprawling region of northeast Africa falls under the airy triplicity, with Jupiter, Saturn, and Mercury steering a wild mix of traits: piety, polygamy, bravery, and licentiousness. Jupiter's role here tempers Saturn's harshness, fostering reverence amid diversity. In Ptolemy's more impressive words, their inhabitants therefore participate in the influence of all the 5 planets in Vespertine figuration, and consequently cherish due love and reverence for the gods, and dedicate themselves to their service. They are addicted to sepulchral ceremonies, and owing to the said Vespertine position, they bury their dead in the earth and remove them from the public eye. They use various laws and customs and worship diverse gods. In a state of subjection, they are submissive, cowardly, abject, and most patient. But when they command, they are brave, generous, and high-minded. Polygamy is frequent among them, and practiced by the women as well as the men. They are most licentious in sexual intercourse, and allow incestuous commerce between brothers and sisters. Both men and women are extraordinarily prolific, and correspond in this respect with the fecundity of their soil. Many of the men are, however, effeminate and debased in mind, in consequence of the figuration of the malefics, together with the Vespertine position of Venus, and some of them mutilate their persons. A quick Jupiter pauses in its orbit, appearing stationary from Earth, a trait shared with other planets. It's a technical aside, but it underscores his rhythmic presence. That's why Ptolemy states that Jupiter is stationary, alongside Saturn and Mars. Then Ptolemy writes a very important passage about Jupiter's domination and prosperity when he is ruling on his own. Jupiter, if he should be lord alone, will thoroughly improve and benefit all things. Among mankind in particular, this planet promotes honor, happiness, content, and peace by augmenting all the necessaries and comforts of life and all mental and bodily advantages. It also induces favors, benefits, and gifts emanating from royalty, and adds greater luster to kings themselves, increasing their dignity and magnanimity. All men, in short, will share in the prosperity created by its influence. With regard to the operation of the event on roots, those which are domestic and adapted to man's service will be multiplied and will thrive, while others which are useless and hostile to man will be destroyed. The constitution of the atmosphere will be healthy and temperate, filled with gentle breezes and moisture and favorable to fruits. Navigation will be safe. Rivers will rise to their just proportion. Fruit and grain, and all other productions of the earth conducive to the welfare and happiness of mankind will be presented in abundance.
Yes and no, Garfield. Yes and no.
Solo is a true golden age.
But you never know. He wanted to say something.
Jupiter brings honor, peace, thriving livestock, and bountiful harvests, among other blessings. His gentle breezes and moisture echo earlier floods. A cosmic king showering prosperity on man and beast alike. Ptolemy also wrote about eclipse colors in Jupiter's hue.
I knew that shitbird.
That's Jupiter's signature, a subtle nod to his bright, beneficent light, a cosmic weather report for ancient seers. Then, when discussing physical appearance, our beloved astrologer notes that Jupiter ruling, when oriental, makes the person white or fair, with a clear complexion, moderate growth of hair and large eyes, and a good and dignified
Because Garfield.
the temperament being chiefly of heat and moisture. When occidental, he still causes a fair.
I'm trying to get you to hang out in here for just a second. You want to go outside all day.
Long, straight hair with baldness on the forehead or on the crown of the head. And he then also gives a middle stature to the body with a temperament of more moisture. In short, Jupiter's oriental or rising phase crafts a fair big-eyed figure. Jupiter's occidental or setting phase produces a bolder, moister. It's astrology's physiology, linking sky to skin with heat and moisture as discussed. As a side note, Ptolemy also compares Jupiter to Venus several times. In one instance, he tells us that Venus operates in a manner similar to that of Jupiter, but at the same time more becomingly and more graceful. Venus acts like Jupiter's prettier cousin, a similar beneficence, but with extra charm. And then, we also find that Jupiter governs the hand, the lungs, the arteries, and the sea.
Come on, guys.
This means Jupiter rules key body parts, hands for action, lungs for breath, arteries for lifeblood, and sea for generation. It's a cool.
They bugged me on purpose. These guys left hand. Whoever's control this fucking wire.
But then, Jupiter's healing function, especially when combined with the presence of Mercury, is described by Ptolemy thus. Jupiter, for instance, by means of human aid, such as wealth or rank and command, will conceal and soothe hurts and diseases. And if Mercury will join with him, the assistance will be further improved by skillful physicians and good medicine. It seems that Jupiter heals through status. Think royal physicians. Remember that Jupiter's beneficence is often practical. Fortunately, Mercury can help him by adding brainy doctors too.
Easily. No, easily.
Among the many threads Ptolemy weaves,
We had one.
stands as a luminous pinnacle, a radiant
No, you
explanation
guys could not right away, but I could.
over the human mind, a testament to its capacity to elevate or falter, to harmonize or fracture. Found in Book 3, Chapter 13. This excerpt isn't simply a list of traits, but a cosmic mirror reflecting the gravity of our nature, a revelation of how Jupiter's light shapes the
Garfield?
sun through its glory or its shadow, alone or in concert with Mars, Venus, and Mercury. Let us first present this passage whole, uninterrupted, as a sacred text demands, then delve into its depths to uncover the greater patterns and meanings it unveils. When Jupiter alone has dominion of the mind and is gloriously situated, He renders it generous, gracious, pious, reverent, joyous, courteous, lofty, liberal, just, magnanimous, noble, self-acting, compassionate, fond of learning, beneficent, benevolent, and calculated for government. And if posited ingloriously, he will endow the mind with qualities apparently similar to these, but not of such virtue and lustre, as instead of generosity, he will then cause profusion. Instead of piety, bigotry, for modesty, timidity, for nobleness, arrogance, for courteousness, folly, for elegance, voluptuousness, for magnanimity, carelessness, and for liberality, indifference. Conciliated with Mars and being in glory, Jupiter will make men rough, raw, skillful in military affairs, dictatorial, refractory, impetuous, daring, free in speech, able in action, fond of disputation,
Paragraph, Bill.
imperious, generous,
Yours had-
irascible, judicious, and fortunate. But if thus connected,
Did it all day. Probably not.
he makes men mischievous, reckless, cruel, pitiless, seditious, quarrelsome, perverse, calumnious, arrogant, avaricious, capacious, inconstant, vain and empty, unsteady, precipitate, faithless, injudicious, inconsiderate, senseless, and officious, inculpators, prodigals, triflers, altogether without conduct, and giving way to every impulse. When conciliated with Venus, and in a glorious position, Jupiter will render the mind pure, joyous, delighting in elegance, in the arts and sciences, and in poetry and music, valuable in friendship, sincere, beneficent, compassionate, inoffensive, religious, fond of sports and exercises, prudent, amiable and affectionate, gracious, noble, brilliant, candid, liberal, discreet, temperate, modest, pious, just, fond of glory, and in all respects honourable and worthy. But if posited ingloriously when so connected, he makes men luxurious, soft, effeminate, fond of dancing, indulgent in expenses, incapable of managing women, yet amorously lascivious, mean, slanderous, adulterous, fond of dress, dissolute, dull, wasteful, without energy, enervating, fond of personal adornment, womanish in mind, yet observant of holy rites and ceremonies, faithful, harmless, pleasant, affable, cheerful, and liberal to misfortune. If connected with Mercury and posited in glory, Jupiter will render men fit for much business, fond of learning and of geometry and the mathematics, poetical, public orators, acute, temperate, well-disposed, skillful in counsel, politic, beneficent, able in government, pious, religious, valuable in all useful professions, benevolent, affectionate in their families, ready in acquiring knowledge, philosophical and dignified. But when so connected and placed ingloriously, he will produce contrary effects, rendering men frivolous, empty, contemptible, credulous in falsehood, senseless, fanatical, trifling, petulant, affectors of wisdom, stupid, arrogant, pretenders in art, magicians, and vassals. Yet he will also produce men skilled in various learning, and of strong memory, capable of imparting instruction, and pure in their enjoyments. End of quote. So what does this passage tell us? First, it paints a celestial symphony, a profound meditation on Jupiter's power to shape the human mind. Here, Jupiter stands as a sovereign architect. His influence and dual-edged blade carves virtue or vice depending on his celestial stance, glorious or inglorious, solitary or entwined with Mars, Venus, or Mercury. It is a map of the soul's potential, a mirror to the greater meanings that thread through our exploration of Jupiter as thunder god, philosophical ideal, and psychological goal. Let's peel back its layers, tracing the grand design that unveils with the attentiveness it deserves. At its core, this passage unveils Jupiter, the mind's great enabler, a force that, ingloriously situated, strong in a natal chart, perhaps an exaltation.
But it's not, because just in case. It's annoying though. I'm the blinds up all the time and all the bullshit. Went open too. No privacy ever. And recorded all the time and all the time and all the time to everybody. I've been like fucking like trillions of ghosts coming through sometimes and no one believing shit.
Here's the thunder god's magnanimity from the thunder god of the initial discovery. Not by lightning, but by reason.
Even the ghosts often are like, where are we again?
This is Jupiter at his zenith, a model of eudaimonia, flourishing as Ptolemy elsewhere ties to glory, reverence, abundance, a state where the psyche mirrors the harmony of the spheres. Yet the passage's genius lies in its shadow dance, when ingloriously positive, weak, perhaps informed, capital, and conflicted. Jupiter's light dims, and virtues twist into vices. Instead of generosity, profusion; instead of piety, bigotry. It's a revelation of human frailty, a cosmic caution that even the beneficent king can falter. The shift from magnanimity to carelessness, from liberality to indifference, mirrors the psychological Jupiter's warning in our narrative. The inflated ego, unchecked, becomes a mental prison. It's a paradox akin to the thunder god's liberator turned tyrant is with Prometheus' punishment, showing that Jupiter's gifts, without balance, tip into excess, a pattern etched from the stars and the sun. Enter Mars, and the symphony shifts to a martial cadence. Conciliated with Mars and being in glory, Jupiter births a mind willing, skillful in military affairs, daring, free in speech. A fusion of beneficence and boldness, a general with a just heart, generous, ambitious, judicious. This recalls the thunderbolt Zeus, wielding thunderbolts with purpose, not caprice, a ruler who harmonizes force with fairness, but ingloriously mischievous, reckless, cruel, pitiless. The shadow of Mars' fire consumes Jupiter's light, turning the king into a rogue, seditious, quarrelsome, vicious. It's a stark duality, a cosmic tug of war, where glory elevates and its absence corrupts. The pattern of order and chaos. With Venus, Jupiter's tune softens the elements. And the glorious position sincere, beneficent. The mirror of Matthias' soul gazing at the intellectual progression of the radiant, pure, honorable, and religious. It's a mind that seems to feel itself, a flash of regrets. Yet ingloriously, Venus' softness sounds, luxurious, soft, feminine, lascivious, a decadent damage, wasteful without energy, yet oddly absurd. This tension, nobility versus indulgence, echoes the psychological Jupiter, generative, twisted when unchecked, a reminder that even beauty runs bounds. Jupiter turns cerebral. Positive in glory, he forges a mind fit for much business, fond of learning, and of geometry and the mathematics. A philosopher, skillful in counsel, politics, philosophical, dignified. A knowledge of the philosophical Jupiter's rational order. It's the mind of a continuing soul, grasping eternal forms, or an Aurelian stoic, aligning with cosmic powers. Inglorious.
I know it seemed like it.
Yet still skilled in various learning. This duality, wisdom versus folly, mirrors the philosophical paradox of expansion through limitation. A mind that can soar or stumble, depending on its celestial footing. What does this unveil? Jupiter's it is, like everything important in life, a dynamic spectrum, a cosmic kaleidoscope of position and partnership shapes. Variously situated with great strength, intelligent, angular, well-respected, unleashing virtues that align with the fundamental justice, the philosopher's wisdom, the soul's stability. Inglorious lives succeeds into shadows, a cautionary tale of painful squandering.
All right, that's not me on purpose, Garfield. But I had to get one of those off me.
This is Jupiter as cosmic condition, modeling the cycle's constellations, a pattern of harmony and discord that spans our narrative. It's the thunder god's authority refined, not through bolts but through thought. The philosopher's not imposed but inspired. The psychological guide, not commanding but revealing. Thus, Ptolemy's vision unveils a greater meaning, the mind's capacity to reflect the cosmos, to rise to nobility or fall to folly, a microcosm of Jupiter's own chaos tamed by order, expansion tempered by depth. But beyond the radiant dominion of the mind, Ptolemy's Jupiter influences the entire fabric of human existence, from the mending of flesh to the amassing of riches, from the crafting of livelihoods to the forging of bonds, from the wondrous path to the final death, and across the arc of life seasons. symphony of purpose and potential, a cosmic burst where Jupiter's warm, moist breath, his life-giving breezes, interweaves with the fates of body, soul, and society. Ptolemy reveals a Jupiter who is both healer and harbinger, sovereign and steward, his light casting a pattern of harmony and abundance that resonates with the thunder god's nurturing storms, the philosopher's ordered cosmos, and the psyche's expansive grace. So let's continue our exploration of the tetrabiblos. Let's discuss Jupiter's influence on the body, where his practical beneficence shines as brightly as his intellectual radiance. Under Jupiter's influence, they will be healed by means of medical and surgical aid and by diet and medicine. Under Venus, by the guidance of oracles and by divine interposition. Distinguishing Jupiter's earthly wonders, scalpel, herbs, regimen, and Venus' mystery. Yet this healing hand.
Good for you, Garfield. Good for you. I'm happy. Thanks for letting me know. Wait the whole fucking day.
For instance, those of the Sun and Mars contribute to insanity. Those of Jupiter, Mercury, and epilepsy.
Except for got on your fucking your thing again. The thing was on purpose, you fucking assholes. You have to take it off and fucking do what with it? Replace it? Yeah, I have a shorter one for tonight.
This pattern of vitality and vulnerability echoes the thunder god's dual bolts, life-giving rain and destructive lightning, a balance of order and chaos that threads through the philosophical and psychological dimensions of Jupiter that don't cease to be paradoxical.
Thanks for that, Garfield. Appreciate it.
A tangible bounty rooted in authority and trust. Jupiter will affect the environment of water, or office of trust, or by the priesthood. Ptolemy asserts, casting him as a patron of positions, governors wielding scepters, priests bearing sacred lights, where honor yields gold. It is a prosperity that deepens in concert with Saturn. Should Saturn, however, when thus in influence over the fortune of wealth, be also configurated with Jupiter, he particularly provides wealth to inheritance, especially if the configuration should exist in the superior.
Yes and no, turns out, guys. But guess what?
For in such a case, the native will also be adopted.
Garfield? I am tired of this exercise right now. Drink it. I'm not going to feed you food anymore. Straight up. Because you were not hydrated enough.
Or attendance on sacrifice, merging martial vigor with civic wisdom. In triadic harmony, Jupiter's influence blossoms further, with Mercury and Venus, administrators of justice, guardians of public affairs, instructors.
Right, looking at the door, waiting for who? Waiting for who? What are you waiting for?
Mercury and Mars, honorable warfare and industry, cautious and diligent of justice, furious of foreign lands. With Venus and Mars, regulators of sacrifices, augurs, holders of sacred offices. Alone, if Jupiter receives it, the moon's application, they will be decorous and economical, the steward's thrift rounding out this course. This kaleidoscope of callings, noble, practical, sacred, mirrors the thunder god, Zeus delegating domains.
Now drink your water. You want some evaporated milk in it? That's fine.
Relationships are the next, a delicate yet durable spirit and alliance under Jupiter's will.
Really be an asshole like that, man. Am I? I have been in a way. What am I going to do about it? That's what they fucking knew would happen. When when they put us both under this hypnosis. They're trying to make us think we're not who we are. And Garfield was really being magic for a while. Watch this. It might make you a little sick. You're just coming, but watch. That's delicious. Not strong enough for you?
He will make men pure and decorous in sexual intercourse, while Mars be with Venus alone. Or even although
Oh, fucking well, Garfield. It's good for you. In a way.
For women, if she be configurated with Jupiter or with Mercury, she will call
Whatever, man, whatever.
temperate and pure. Yet Saturn,
Because you're upset and they're triggering you big time. I can tell. You're having a panic attack, basically, Garfield. They're trying to trigger on me too with their fucking frequency bullshit. Their LED lights and fucking whatnot.
produce friendship by agriculture or inheritance. Jupiter and Mars.
You're all right, aren't you?
Jupiter and Venus.
I know you're just triggered by the outside. I know it.
Jupiter and Mercury by means of eloquence and science. Ptolemy also talks about travel. When Jupiter and Venus may be in dominion, they will render the journeys agreeable. Provided Mercury also be present.
There's spirits everywhere.
Presents and honors will likewise be derived.
They're all over the place, all the time, everywhere you go, all the time. I'm like fucking weird. Fucking focal point for sometimes. What is it? I do not understand. This is not good. Down here, turns out.
Jupiter occupies the sixth sphere and influences the mature age during the 12 years corresponding to his own period, producing greater gravity, foresight, prudence, and sagacity. The season of wisdom, easy toil for honor, its annual period subtly steering fate. Death wears his mark.
John, what are you talking about? It's all wrong. No, it's all wrong. You listen to the wrong guys. See, you're not trusting me because they're like, "Oh, Garfield, no, it'll be better out there," and the humans almost believe in them. I'm like, don't listen to the fucking demons. What the cat's saying? Sit still, Garfield. Stop being crazy. Most of them. Because we already know where you could go. There's only one option for you, man. When you gotta take a shit on the fucking papers. Why am I like this? Because I want to see more worn out than I am. They're trying to trigger me on everything. Can you eat this? I'm sure you can. It's been there for a long time, and I don't trust anything. It's been in there for a long time. They give it to me. Out of the free food shit. Almost it, man.
Jupiter's astrological essence shines with such clarity and depth that we need not wander further into the crowded chorus of later scenes. His vision, the cosmic king weaving healing through medicine, wealth through trust, occupations through testimony, love through temperance, travel through favor, and life saving through wisdom, captures the full spectrum. A waving thread that stitches together the fundamental philosophy's order and the psyche's harmony.
There's two people in this town who are literally cat serial killers. Turns out. Without being told. And they work with the other guys, turns out. On these fucking people. Which is so fucking evil. Legally? See, not even. And they're trying to trigger suicide in somebody, and they fucking know it too. Anyone's ever came to my fucking house. Almost. Except for like 3 of them.
Revealing how his expansive spirit transmutes the raw stuff of existence into meaning and mastery. But remember to reflect on how Ptolemy's Jupiter stirs your own life. Where do you find his healing breezes, his noble callings, his bonds of honor? Share your thoughts. Seek his patterns in your stars.
Thinks it'd be a good idea. To let him at him. Almost. That's not totally true. I don't think anyone's actually been in my house thinks that's a good idea. But that's not even true, is it? See, he's like, I don't even know how many people have been in my house recently. I guess 5. I don't think any of those people would do it.
provides an extraordinary introduction into how the great scientist understood Jupiter's role in the alchemical great work. Here, Newton is compiling and organizing alchemical knowledge, creating a systematic index of key concepts, and revealing his deep immersion in hermetic traditions alongside his pioneering scientific work. Let me present some of its contents. Newton clarifies that the alchemist Jupiter is not the mythological deity of popular understanding, but the philosophical subject, the very matter of the great work itself. This philosophical Jupiter is the source of all tincture, the transformative essence. Newton connects this to three classical myths. Jupiter as the eagle carrying Ganymede.
There you go, Garfield. See, I know you wanted to do that outside, but like he's still looking at out there, and I'm just like, dude, when it's dark, I ain't going out there right now. And stop fucking triggering me, guys.
He emphasizes that true alchemical matter must possess both volatility, suitable for flight, and fixity, falling in its weight. The capacity to both ascend and descend. Without these fluid qualities, the substance would delay. Noting that Jupiter is identified as inertia. The philosophical view is
Ow, why are you guys doing that still? Yeah, see, these guys aren't letting this hand go because they can control it with this arm. Who can? Those fucking guys. Dude, that fucking shit. A long time ago. Work with those guys over there. Often. I've done those for a while now. They're not like this or like that all the time. Nowadays, they're like that. They still often they're not that shit. Not even saying half the fucking time. If their voices like this. You hear these people? Like they're trying to do this and we're trying to do what? I was trying to hold this bitch accountable. Who is she? She's that one over there, huh? She ain't even fat, is she? But why though, guys? What do you go that far now? Garfield, stop doing that. Making it worse in a way.
Symbolizing illumination and inspiration. Newton also cites Democracy's practical instruction for James Till, Jupiter's moon, through special illusion which will extract the blackness and reveal the. This corresponds to the alchemical scientific of Saturn. Saturn is identified as strong water that devours his children, alchemically representing the dissolving acid that breaks down materials into the components.
Just way more aware of everything. Come on, you fucking asshole bitches. Yeah, I know we used to be able to, but that's not impossible, guys. Pull in. No, just go forward. Just pull in.
This passage describes the transformation sequence from philosophical air, black lead, Saturn, which through motion of mercy becomes white, Jupiter. Newton cites Helium, Javier Vivian Heinz, noting that properly prepared mercury, then Saturn's neutron,
They won't let me. The other guys, the other humans. No, they're fucking frustrating me. Every step of the way now. They're like, God, to make him fuck up now because he's getting too good at this shit. We're not even trying. Come on, my fucking hands. Not quite fast enough sometimes, but it's almost impossible, basically. Not going that fast, just trying to get the right tempo. Some of you guys could do it though.
Thus, Newton establishes the alchemical sequence. Saturn, as the first gate of the arcane mystery, is succeeded by Jupiter, mirroring the mythological overture. The white stage, Jupiter's white lexicon, serves as the foundation for subsequent events.
Come on, guys. Fucking Men in Black bullshit. Each planetary stage has its mythological correspondence. Mars from Juno, Mercury from Maya, Diana, and Apollo from Saturn. These passages reveal Newton's deep understanding of Jupiter's central role in alchemical transformations of metal as a planet, and as a crucial developmental stage where chaotic darkness becomes ordered brightness, where dissolution gives way to coherent structure. His systematic compilation of alchemical sources demonstrates how seriously he took this tradition, seeing in it profound natural philosophical principles that complemented rather than contradicted his revolutionary scientific work. You know how they say, as above, so below, as below, so above. With this hermetic axiom, we continue the alchemical laboratory, where Jupiter undergoes its most radical transformation, from a distant celestial body to a tangible substance operating within matter itself. Here, in its crucibles and alembics, Jupiter's principles crystallize as material processes rather than metaphor. Although the alchemists love their symbols, Jupiter's metal in the alchemical tradition is tin, according to Paracelsus in his Concerning the Spirits of the Planets, which is remarkably appropriate for a substance meant to embody Jovian qualities. Paracelsus then elaborates on Jupiter's alchemical nature, focusing on its spirit rather than merely its metallic form. Concerning the spirit of Jupiter, this should be known that it is derived from the white and pale substance of fire, together with a nature of peculiar crepitation and fragility, not malleable like Mars. It therefore heats other metals and renders them capable of being broken with hammers. Here Paracelsus reveals something profound about Jupiter's transformative influence. These fucking assholes. No, they're fucking assholes. The guys with this shit in my arm. Make excuses, yes. But we can trust me, it's that. They take his hand down. Knock his hand down. Knock it down. He's doing something. Knock it down. Why? I don't care if they want to relax. He gets fucking agents over there.
Unlike meat, Saturn tin is flexible, bright, and resistant to corrosion. When bent, it produces a unique cry, a creaking sound some alchemists would call the voice of Jupiter, the metal expressing its essential nature through sound. Furthermore, tin maintains its luster even in exposed air and moisture.
Fucking loud. Fucking loud. It's fucking loud. I think my boots up. No, I do not. Ever. Helps build like a speaker box, especially now. Magically.
In his treatise of natural and supernatural things, Valentinus provides a remarkable account of tin's nature that seamlessly combines metallurgy, medicine, and cosmic correspondence. Unlike many alchemical texts that
No, like that. Be surprised.
Valentinus offers direct insights into how Jupiter's qualities manifest in its metal. Let us examine two critical passages that illuminate the alchemical understanding of Jupiter's terrestrial embodiment. The generation of tin in and above the earth is brought to light even as man is and other animals, which are originally nourished and fed by the mother's milk. There is no diet to be found on earth more fit for the nourishment of all men than milk. For its best part is chiefly an animal sulfur, which yields the nourishment. Even in like manner, Tin is nourished by its metallic sulfur, which likewise feeds it with the greatest acceptation. It assumes in and to it more heat than Saturn, but are more digested and broiled, whereby its body likewise is more fixed and permanent in the degree of salt. In this paragraph,
Hey, man, too, it's okay.
establishes a profound analogy between human development and metallurgical processes. By comparing tin's formation to human nourishment through mother's milk, he reveals the alchemical worldview, where metals are living entities that flow together. His reference to tin containing more heat than Saturn positions Jupiter tin in the traditional alchemical hierarchy as more energetic and vital than lead. The digested and broiled quality refers to tin's greater refinement through alchemical cooking from the earth, making it more fixed and permanent. These qualities reflect Jupiter's position as a more evolved and stable planetary influence than Saturn. Then Valentinus continues. He causes in his dominion and reign that good rule be observed, and justice done to all men in his court. The spirit of tin is a preserver from all distempers and accidents, whereby the
Oh, now they're doing that, yeah.
or put into malady. Its spirit is naturally to be compared unto honey in taste. Its mercury, being made volatile, gains a venomous quality. For it
I'm fucking with this answer, so you're right one, turns out. Watch.
Therefore, it is not always to
You know what I mean? No matter what.
Opened mercury should be used alone and simply. But if a correction proceed, there may an excellent benefit succeed. Being used in
Naturally, see, almost, but not quite like that one. Now it does. Whatever, though.
That is when its venomous volatility is taken
Meant to? Yes and no, I guess. So whatever.
which resists the poison.
That's what this is what happened, huh? For a long time, yeah, a long time.
Valentinus directly connects tin's properties to Jupiter's mythological role as divine ruler, who ensures good rule and justice. This exemplifies how alchemists perceive direct correspondences between metal's nature and its planetary deities' attributes. The medicinal properties he describes, specifically tin's relationship to liver health, reinforces the traditional association.
Yeah, guys, yeah.
Most revealing is Valentinus's cautionary note about tin's mercury becoming venomous when made volatile, requiring correction before medical use. This reflects the alchemical understanding that Jovian energy must be properly prepared and tempered. Raw Jupiter energy can be overwhelming if not properly contained and directed. The reference to honey-like taste suggests the beneficent, sweet nature of properly prepared Jovian medicines, while the warning about its purgative effects when misused shows the powerful, potentially destructive aspect of untempered Jupiter energy. But we should not stop at metals. Jupiter can also be found in body parts and plants and trees. The physician alchemist Nicholas Kocher, in his Complete Herbal, explicitly connects Jupiter to specific bodily organs. Jupiter is the general significator of the liver, and in discussing individual herbs, Culpeper repeatedly identifies those under Jupiter's influence. Water betony is an herb of Jupiter in Cancer and is appropriated more to wounds and hurts in the breast than wood betony, which follows. It is an excellent remedy for sick hogs. It is of a cleansing quality. The leaves bruised and applied are effectual for all old and filthy ulcers, and especially if the juice of the leaves be boiled with a little honey and dipped therein, and the sores dressed therewith, as also for bruises and hurts, whether inward or outward. The distilled water of the leaves is used for the same purpose, as also to bathe the face and hands spotted or blemished, or discolored by sunburn. Common or wood betony is appropriated to the planet Jupiter and the sign Aries. Antonius Musa, physician to the Emperor Augustus Caesar, wrote a peculiar book of the virtues of this herb, and among other virtues saith of it, that it preserves the liver and bodies of men from the danger of epidemical diseases, and from witchcraft also. It helps those that loathe and cannot digest their meat, those that have weak stomachs and sour belchings.
These humans are trying to like divvy out of this karma in a way, and they're like fucking retarded. Because it's not just us retards. I'm an avatar for who? Not you guys. Nature, mostly assholes. You guys occasionally. Man in black. Specifically that neighbor over there who's not a man in black at all, just a fucking old guy. broken my house like 10 fucking times now.
Is under the dominion of Jupiter. It is of an opening and cleansing quality, and therefore very effectual for the obstructions of the liver, gall, and spleen, and the diseases that arise from them. As the
More than one of them, turns out.
It opens the passages of the urine, both in young and old, powerfully cleanses impostumes and inward ulcers in the urinary passage, and by its drying and temperate quality doth afterwards heal. For which purpose the decoction of the roots or leaves in white wine, or the leaves chopped as pot herbs with a few alisanders and boiled in the broth, are very effectual. And whoever is drawn towards a consumption or an evil
That's
disposition,
743 in that clock, Garth. Let's see, let me.
by the use hereof for some time together, shall find a wonderful help. It helps also to procure rest and sleep to bodies distempered by the heat of ague fits or otherwise. The distilled water is effectual to drink in pestilential fevers and to wash the sores. Our ordinary garden sage needs no description. It flowers in or about July. Jupiter claims this, and bids me tell you it is good for the liver and to breed blood. A decoction of the leaves and branches of sage, made and drank, saith Dioscorides, provokes urine, brings down women's courses, helps to expel the dead child, and causes the hair to become black. It stays the bleeding of wounds and cleanses foul ulcers. 3 spoonfuls of the juice of sage taken fasting with a little honey doth presently stay the spitting and casting of blood of them that are in a consumption. These pills are much related. Take of spikenard, ginger, of each 2 drams. Of the seed of sage toasted at the fire, 8 grams. Of long pepper, 12 grams. All these being brought into powder. Put thereto so much juice of sage as may make them into a mass of pills, taking a dram of them every morning fasting, and so likewise at night, drinking a little pure water after it. Matthias saith, it is very profitable for all manner of pains in the head, coming of cold and rheumatic hues, as also for all pains of the joints, whether inwardly or outwardly, and therefore helps the falling sickness, the lethargy, such as are dull and heavy of spirit, the palsy, and is of much use in all defluxions of rheum from the head, and for the diseases of the chest or breast. The leaves of sage and nettles bruised together, and laid upon the impostume that rises behind the ears, doth assuage it much. The juice of sage taken in warm water helps a hoarseness and a cough. The leaves sodden in wine and laid upon the place affected with the palsy helps much, if the decoction be drank. Also sage taken with wormwood is good for the bloody flux. Pliny saith it procures women's courses.
No, he's fine.
Them coming down
Garfield
too fast. Helps
just
the
being
sick
mad.
biting of serpents, and kills the
So I'm
worms
tired of
that
this
feed
shit.
in the
You know,
earth
it's bullshit.
and sores. Sage is of excellent use to help the memory, warming
Another
the
fucking
throat,
watch.
senses, and the conserve made of the flowers is used for the same purpose, and also for all the former recited diseases. The juice of sage, drank with vinegar, hath been of good use in time of the plague at all times. Gargles likewise are made with sage, rosemary, honeysuckles, and plantain, boiled in wine or water, with some honey or alum put thereto, to wash sore mouths and throats, cankers, or the secret parts of man or woman, as need requires. And with other hot and comfortable herbs, sage is boiled to bathe the body and the legs in the summertime, especially to warm cold joints, or sinews, troubled with the palsy and cramp, and to comfort and strengthen the parts. It is much commended against the stitch, or pains in the side coming of wind, if the place be fermented warm with the decoction thereof in wine. The herb also after boiling be laid warm thereunto. Other herbs are ruled by Jupiter: agrimony, water agrimony, Alexander or wild parsley, angelica, prickly asparagus or sperridge, avens, also called colewort and herb bonnet, balm, beets, bilberries, called by some walking waterfalls, borage and bourbon, sweet chervil or sweet sisal, the chestnut tree, cinquefoil or 5-leaf grass, called in some countries 5-fingered grass, costnut or old cost or balsam herb, dock, dog's grass or cough grass, the fig tree, clove gilliflowers, hart's tongue, henbane,
I
hyssop,
fucking
cowslip,
hate
or
that
sandgreen,
now.
liverwort, lungwort, maple tree, the oak, red roses, samphire, scurvy grass, suckle, mulberry, armorial thistle. These herbs are prescribed for liver complaints, reflecting the Jovian principle of growth and natural expansion. I invite you to research them on your own. What is certain is that these verifiable historical sources demonstrate how Jupiter's qualities were understood.
Technology mostly. I fucking know what kind of man.
From medicinal herbs to metallurgical processes, the cosmic king's qualities manifested in tangible workable methods. He operates as forces that can be observed, manipulated, and directed in the physical world. The alchemical Jupiter thus completes our multi-dimensional exploration, revealing how the Jovian principle operates not just in astronomical observations, mythological narratives, philosophical concepts, and psychological patterns.
Sorry about that.
The structure of matter that sustains
All right, come on.
we see with our eyes. In each domain,
Come on.
we discover the same essential
Go up front for a minute. Just a minute.
organizing intelligence that brings coherence through relationship, and expands through connection, and governs through meaning. What makes the alchemical perspective unique is its insistence that Jupiter represents not just a theoretical principle, but a practical force that can be encountered and worked with directly through appropriate methods and materials. The alchemical tradition reminds us that Jupiter's wisdom isn't merely abstract, but embodied, accessible not just through contemplation, but through practical engagement with the material world. The cosmic king's qualities are not distant ideas, but living realities within the substances we handle and the bodies we inhabit.
What are you mad about?
Activated and expressed through proper understanding.
Want to take this one off instead? I don't give a shit right now, Garfield, about that. I'm worried about one fucking thing, keeping you away from those guys over there.
Across millennia, it reigns. King of planets, sovereign of gods, the vast
La-di-da-di-da-di-da, she's full of shit. He's full of shit. I didn't catnap this cat. I saved his fucking life. And they know that, don't they? They're not like they are at all. In a way, I have them not like that fucking guy or that fucking woman.
This interplay of force and harmony mirrors philosophical. Plato's vision of justice as a higher order, or Ptolemy's astrological Jupiter stirring.
Or straight up demons to Garfield.
Psychologically, it calls us to integrate our own contradictions, ambition and restraint, chaos and purpose into a unified whole. What emerges is
What about yours?
Expansion that sets boundaries, power that fosters growth, a thunderbolt that shatters only to
Not even.
Take the great red spot, a tempest wider than Earth, churning for over 3
Shit,
centuries.
I'm bullshit. I'm so bullshit. I just don't give a fuck about anybody, do I?
A metaphor for chaos sculpted into form, echoing Zeus's triumph over primal disorder, to forge a cosmos of law and possibility. In mythology, his eagle soars as both predator and messenger, embodying the dual nature.
Yes, I have been in a way. Now I have.
Yet protected. Philosophers saw this too. Plato cast Jupiter as the guardian
We're going
of
under
the
crazy
world,
hypnosis.
striking with precision to
Most
uphold
time I
balance,
am not.
while Ptolemy linked it to vitality, a celestial breath animating the inert. Astronomically, Jupiter's sheer mass shields the inner solar system, deflecting comets that might otherwise shatter Earth's fragile cradle, a nurturer cloaked in light.
I know more about some of this shit, Garfield,
Jupiter's architecture,
but not all of it.
Jupiter as a force that both disrupts and sustains.
Not even
A riddle
most.
that invites us to ponder the vibration of opposites in nature and ourselves. This
But kind of in some ways.
deepens in Jupiter's alchemical resonance. Tin, its associated metal, shrieks when bent. The cry of tin, the sound.
Not like that, guys. See, it wasn't from my perspective, most of it.
This process mirrors Jupiter's role in our lives.
It was from their perspective, these fucking evil fucking humans that have been possessing me with their fucking tech. A lot. Is that retarded or schizophrenic? It's not. I wish it was. I have so much evidence now. It's retarded.
Psychologically, this speaks to our potential.
There's almost more out there, basically.
To transmute fear into courage, doubt into wisdom. Gaze upon Jupiter through a telescope, its amber bands glowing against the void, and you see more than a planet or a myth. You see a mirror reflecting our capacity to grow, to harmonize, to wield authority with grace. Its lesson is monumental. Sovereignty is the art of balancing strength with care, freedom with structure, the wild with the refined. Beyond its storms and symbols, Jupiter's place in the solar system amplifies its enigma. Its moons, Ganymede, larger than Mercury or Callisto, scarred by ancient impacts, orbit in a miniature cosmos, each reflecting a facet of Jupiter's influence: creation, endurance, mystery. In astrology, it governs Sagittarius and Pisces, signs of exploration and transcendence, urging us to seek beyond the horizon while plumbing the depths of the soul. This celestial giant, fifth from the sun, stands as a threshold between the rocky inner worlds and the gas giants beyond, a bridge between the tangible and the infinite. To contemplate Jupiter is to wrestle with questions of scale and significance. How do we expand without losing ourselves? How do we wield power without crushing what we cherish? But the answers are not in dogma, but in reflection, inviting us to find our equilibrium amid life's turbulence. To you, dear friends of Irregolato, lovers of wisdom and wanderers of the cosmos, heartfelt thanks for joining us on this journey to the edge of Jupiter's mysteries. Your curiosity lights our path. This is but one star in our constellation. Our channel brims with explorations of Saturn's rings, Pluto's shadows, the sun's radiance, Uranus's rebellion, and a galaxy of deities, luminaries, and ideas. Subscribe, share, comment, lend your voice to our chorus of inquisitive minds, and continue this odyssey into the vast unknown together. Never doubt that the world needs more seekers of knowledge and wisdom, and it's time for you to claim your birthright, because you are one of them.
Why Buddhists Don't Believe in God, Chapter 2. The Karma of Teaching. The Buddha as a teacher was known for his skill in giving apt and effective answers to difficult people asking difficult questions. When a fierce and powerful spirit threatened him, saying, "I will ask you a question, contemplator. If you can't answer me, I will possess your mind or rip open your heart or, grabbing you by the feet, hurl you across the Ganges." The Buddha remained unfazed and gave such satisfactory answers that he converted the spirit into becoming one of his followers. When approached by Saka, the king of the Deva, who had never received satisfactory answers to his questions from any other teacher, he answered those questions in such a way that Saka gained the highest happiness he had ever experienced, his first taste of awakening. When a famous Brahmanical teacher sent 16 of his students to test his knowledge of advanced stages of meditation,